Prophecy of the Wolf, The Queen's Curse Series Book 2. Summary. The Fates certainly have a twisted sense of humor. Life is hard enough trying to juggle the growing harem of men in her bed, while fobbing off her psychotic grandfather's attacks. But there's also a prophecy to deal with, naming even the lead role. She needs to find the oracle, to better understand what's been foreseen and hopefully avoid her worst fears. Is it also true there will be more mates, with war looming, blood spilling, and mates squabbling? It's all a bit much. If only they could all just sit down and bond over cheesecake with a glass of bourbon and call it a day. Chapter 1 Eve. I stare blindly at the wall in front of me. The steady hollow, metallic thud of a chisel, digging into the concrete rings loudly in my ears. Thunk. Prophecy. Thunk. Fated. Thunk. Ruler of all the races. That damn oracle better be alive behind that wall. She has some major explaining to do. This has to be a cosmic joke. Surely Adele had the wrong end of the stick. Yup, that's it. The oracle would have been mumbling incoherently, and Adele had just misheard. She would clear up the misunderstanding. We would all have a good laugh and move on. I think we're through, a voice calls out. I blink rapidly, refocusing on the blacksmiths, who have now put their tools down and stepped away. Garrett steps forward and jams a crowbar in the gap before violently yanking and ripping the giant concrete slab out of the wall, sending up a plume of dust. I rise to my feet and step towards the gap. Please be alive. Please be alive. I chant in my head. There beyond the hole is a graphene chain net, wrapped around an unmoving body-sized burlap sack. The space reeks of human excretion and salty tears. My head pivots to where Adele stands between two guards. Where are the keys for the chains? I demand. Adele's eyes remain fastened on the ground. I asked the guards to attach the net before they sealed her in. They will have it, she murmurs. The guard beside her throws me a ring of keys. And the guards just went along with your little cover-up, I say, raising my brows. I covered her scent with wine, told the guards a drunkard had attacked the king. She was unconscious and already in the sack when I called them. And they just believed you? Bloody hell. It's blind leading the blind around here. You want one of the smaller ones to unlock it, the guard sheepishly informs me. I work my way through the keys, finding the correct one on the fourth try. Before Garrett and I carefully peel away the net, we extend our claws and gently slice away the burlap. I pull it away from her face and sigh. Her skin is pale and tight around her skull, dark around her closed sunken eyes. A gag sits in her mouth. That I tut free. I continue pulling the burlap free of her thin brittle body as gently as I can until I review her bound hands and again use the keys to unlock the chain. I glare in Adele's direction, releasing a low growl. This poor woman never stood a chance to escape, trapped in the dark and cold, under the suffocating burlap and tight chain net. She must have suffered greatly as hunger, dehydration, and fear took over. I make myself turn back to the body behind me, focusing on freeing her, before I let the urge to maim Adele take over. Garrett pulls the burlap completely free, and I unlock the chains at the woman's feet. I already know the outcome, but I check her wrist pulse anyway, blinking away tears at the sight of the wounds and bruising from the chains that rest on her wrist, before checking the one at her throat. We are too late. She had suffered and tried to free herself of her bindings, but we had not been quick enough. I lurch to my feet. Chain and imprison both, I order quietly, the power rolling out full force, despite the low pitch of my voice. Adele is marched off immediately and the king is surrounded. Eve, you can't be serious, the king says with disbelief. This is my kingdom. You can't just order my guards to lock me away. I'm deadly serious. How long was she missing? Did you look for her at least? He swallows hard. A week, weeks, a month, longer. The king looks away. I feel my skin crawl. Over a month she suffered. Fuki me. You bastard. You will not fight the guards. I will be in to question you later. Be thankful I am taking the time to cool down before I deal with you. I motion for the guards to take him away and I turn to Garrett. I want a gurney to transport her. I will clean her and restore her dignity to her, if it is allowed for me to do so. I'm unsure of your death rights here. Angel, we can have others do that, he says carefully, sensing my conflicting emotions, building up like a bomb about to go off. He attempts to placate me with hands on my shoulders, but for once I do not want the safety of Garrett and shrug him off. You don't understand. I feel a kinship with her. She was helpless. She was forgotten. I could have been her. I was saved. She was not. I need to help. I was too late. This is all I have left to offer her. I need to do this. Garrett steps back and nods. He can see in my eyes and feel through our bond, my desperation, and the memories that her chained, defeated form has raised. Yes, you can do that much. It is allowed. He motions one of the remaining guards to scurry off, and then helps me lift her form onto the gurney when the guard returns. Garrett pushes the gurney down the halls, before opening a door, to a white sterile room with a sink, bench, and an embalming table that we transfer her onto. I shoo him out the door once she is positioned on her back. I grab a pair of scissors, and proceed to cut off her clothing and remove her jewelry carefully. I fill up a bucket with warm water and begin to sponge her down, taking note of the tribal paint on her face and body, so I can redo it when I'm done. Her body is still fresh. She has only recently secretly sped to the hell she was left in. Apart from being cold and pale, decay has yet to begin. I begin to talk to her as I work, apologizing for not being quick enough. I tell her I understand what she went through, that her abscess should have been noticed, that I will avenge her death. I soap her up gently, taking away the excrement from her legs and private areas, and hosing it away with the shower head attached to the table. Cold water only, and fortunately, I sanitize my hands thoroughly, before washing her hair carefully. Once I'm done, I crack open the door for the items I've requested from Garrett. They're sitting in a basket at the door and I drag it in. Above the table the oracle rests on is an industrial blower to dry the body. I fiddle around until I get it going, then begin fanning her hair out to help it dry faster. I carefully roll her to her side, giving the table a chance to dry, then lay her on her front again, fanning her hair out to dry the underside. Once dry, I find putting her traditional clothing on her to be an exasperating experience. I tell her she has the patience of a saint to deal with this type of outfit every day with all its buckles, chains, and ribbons. Finally, I add her jewelry and charms, place her hair back into a tedier version of the style I had found it in, and paint on her tribal markings with a black pottle Garrett has supplied with several brushes. I stand back and admire my work. I tell her she looks beautiful, regal, a true oracle the dragons are proud of. I place her hands on her chest and begin cleaning up the mess I've made. When I return, her hands have slipped back down to her sides, one almost off the table, fingers extended, like she was reaching for me. I sigh sadly and lift the reaching hand. I kiss it gently, her skin cool against my lips, before placing it back into position and doing the same with the other. I pat her hands and tell her that I will get some of her people in, so she can be handled with the traditions of the dragon clan, and her send-off. I tell her again that I am sorry, before I turn and step away, with a quivering lip. The sudden grabbing of my wrist from behind has me leaping in the air and letting loose a warrior's roar. Joking. I screamed like a little bitch. My knees buckled and I fell heavily on my bum, when the oracle suddenly shot upright, like a damn possessed jack-in-the-box, her bloodshot eyes popping open to look at me. This results in yet another very, very manly bellow falling from my lips. "Oh, good eve. You found me," she rasps. Then her eyes roll back in her head and she slumps, falling to the side in slow motion off the table. I am able to scuttle my bum forward in time to catch her and ease her fall. And that's how Garrett and Lysario found me when they raced through the hastily made portal to the morgue, battle ready. Me pancaked flat on the floor, with the oracle sprawled awkwardly on top of me, while I sob-laughed holding her to me. "Angel?" Garrett queried, head snake-eyed to the side with confusion. "She's alive." I grin through watery eyes. "Holy Fouquet, I don't know how, but she is. We need to get her to medical." Garrett scoops her off me without further question, and Lysario helps me to my feet while calling forth another portal. Once the oracle is back on her feet, she can clarify this prophecy as a mistake, and then we can bond together with a margarita and Pocadell with sharp pointy objects. After all, we both owed her 1 or 10.
Chapter to Lysario. It has been an entirely bizarre 24 hours. How I went from rallying the troops to being handfasted to a wolf that fairy deemed our queen, admittedly a gorgeous wolf, but still a wolf regardless, is absolutely beyond me. Then we arrived at the dragon's castle, and the king admitted to an affair with a woman who was betraying their kingdom and tried to make their oracle vanish permanently. Then there was the fact that my handfasted could order the dragons, including the king. I'm not sure what crazy train I jumped on, but boy was I having a blast. I was excited enough about the upcoming war, but Eve seemed to be my ticket to life being breathed back into me. Fairy was, for lack of a better word, it was a beautiful gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. When you don't venture out of your realm, and are essentially immortal and forever young, with only the occasional squabble, with the dark fight to break up the mundane, you're just reduced to going through the motions. As a royal, my daily ritual was to train our soldiers, then sit on my throne with my siblings listening to any petty complaints, or our people's suggestions to improve our way of life. Our very boring way of life. Then there was an attack, so now there are not as many siblings to sit with, and our father was dying. I think he is relieved, to be honest. Then Urinda was excitedly babbling about a girl who had given him orders, and how he was going to play with her a little, take her down a peg or two. I will be forever in his debt for bringing her to us. She brings forth emotions I thought had long left me, not only excitement but lust, confusion, jealousy towards other men, protectiveness, and so much more. It's a kaleidoscope of emotion inside me, and I am reveling in it. Currently, however, my emotion is concern. She is sitting slouched on a chair, holding the woman they rescued by the hand. She looks tired and defeated. We have spent the afternoon here, where Eve has whispered in the comatose woman's ear on and off with reassurances, promises, and occasional threats, before spinning around to stomp out, only to be stopped by her dragon. They have a whispered argument about how she can go and beat the king and his mate to a pulp, and then she stomps back to the chair to start the cycle again. She needs to rest, I tell her dragon. I know, but she will not leave. She wants to speak to the oracle or go and punch Adele, possibly my brother too. I don't think she's fussy at this stage, he says with frustration. She can hear you, Eve grumbles from her seat. Angel, the doc said he was knocking her out for at least a week. She is in a drug-induced coma. There will be no talking. Let's just go home. The guys are waiting for you. They were terrified when you disappeared into that portal. We can come straight back when she is due to wake. Her dragon promises her. I can portal you here anytime. I had to sweeten the deal. I still need to interrogate the king and the traitor. They have the information we need. I know he is your brother, but he knows more than he admitted. Why wasn't he tearing the place apart trying to find his precious oracle? He can stay chained in the cell for now. They both can. They can be tomorrow's problem. Now let's get you home, Garrett tells her, motioning her up. She groans in annoyance, but surprisingly gets to her feet and joins us by the door. I call forward a portal, concentrating on the training grounds on their pack lands. We step through smoothly and Garrett, taking Eve by her hand, takes the lead to their home. Within a few minutes, we are on the steps of a large, modern, 3-story house. Garrett leads us inside and into the kitchen, where a group of men sit at a breakfast bar deep in conversation. Eve is immediately whipped out of Garrett's grasp, and quickly checked over by a tall, strong-looking blonde male, and a dark-haired giant of a man that has muscles on muscles. They handle her gently as they make sure for themselves that she is in one piece, before they sandwich her between them, peppering her face and neck with kisses. She mutters reassurances, then gently extracts herself. She pauses briefly at another tall-built man covered in tattoos. She hugs his waist and presses a kiss to his lips, before beelining for the pot of coffee deeper in the kitchen. Their eyes all follow her as she puts together her drink. My eyes, however, have strayed to the last man, who is also watching her. She hasn't greeted him. He may as well be a figment of my imagination, for all the attention he has received. But then I notice her eyes slipping to his and flashing, before skittering away. This stirs my curiosity. They are clearly interested in each other. He is a vampire, but he puts her on edge. She is wary of him. She returns to the breakfast bar, and I see she has 3 cups of coffee. She passes one to Garrett and me, before claiming the only available seat between the vampire and the lichen. Hey, Luca, Eve murmurs. What are you doing here? She outwardly appears to be polite, but I can feel her tension. She is as skittish as an abused pup. Yeah, the vampire responds with a polite nod. They called me in when you disappeared. Then we got news on the team sent to the weapons factory. They were all killed. Someone tipped them off. The team was ambushed. Eve's eyes grow wide. Oh, Luca, I'm so sorry about your team. Her hand goes to his arm in sympathy. They both jolt at the contact, and she swiftly pulls her hand back. She clears her throat nervously. Can the bodies be recovered? He shakes his head at her. No, their bodies were burned on sight. Eve sighs and slumps. We need to find the mole here before we send any more. The risk is too high. They sit quietly in contemplation. Darius, Dev, call a meeting tomorrow. Say 1 p. All wolves and lichens only. The giant man stares her down. No. Yes, enough is enough. The mole or moles need to be ferreted out. We can't make a move until they are disposed of. I will tackle the dragons after Dev can do the lichens and wolves. Hopefully, they are in those 3 groups. No, Darius growls. Yes, she roars, her eyes flashing blue, her pupils expanding vertically, as aqua-colored scales erupt and race up her arms. I will not stand by and allow innocence to be hurt when I can do something about it. Vines that the clothing fairy gifted her elongate and whip around her in agitation. She looks the giant in the eye. Call the damn meeting, Hulk. His knees bend slowly and his neck tips to the side in submission. As he growls in frustration, she watches him kneel and submit and throws her hands up, angrily punching the wall while swearing like a sailor. As her hand crunches and re-breaks, this alarms us all, and the lichen swiftly grabs her hands to stop her. Her fangs and claws elongate. Fukashi's shifting. Luca, you're fastest. Get her to the training field. The lichen yells, shoving Eve at the vampire. The vampire throws her snarling form over his shoulder and blurs out of the house. Garrett hot on their heels. I help the giant to his feet as we trail after them. Bloody hell, I take it today was a bad day. He grumbles. Eve did not enjoy today. I reply politely. Hope she hasn't scared you off, he says wryly. Quite the opposite, I reply, flashing him a grin, before turning my attention to the giant disoriented aqua and white dragon, staggering on the training grounds like a newborn colt. I find her remarkably interesting, a far cry from the boring, simpering women of the Phi Court. Oh, Eve is definitely not boring. She will keep you on your toes. Darius laughs. My grin gets even wider. I'm very much counting on it.
Chapter 3 Eve. I rest my head on the cool bench top of the bar. Everything hurts. I would rather have gone against 10 Reeses, or shifted into my wolf for the first time again. When Luca placed me on the training field, he barely threw himself out of harm's way before I exploded into a giant dragon. I had literally exploded out of my skin, violently and painfully. I wondered if I would even have a human form to come back to. After staggering around like a drunk at closing time, trying to get the unfamiliar release bursome body to do my bidding, I had gotten agitated. This led to me flapping wings I did not know I had, which in turn led to panic when I was lifted off the ground, and a painful belly flop when I frowncy with fear. Embarrassed, I had hidden my face in the dirt, only to get my horn, yes you heard me, a freaking horn, stuck in the ground. I had roared in frustration and spat lightning, splitting an extensive line of 100-year-old oak trees in half. I always thought dragons breathed fire, but I guess I was mistaken. But it was clear I was not cut out to be a dragon. Luca and Lysario stood quietly, observing with interest. My other mates were more empathetic and supportive of the situation. Their hyena-like laughter really boosted my confidence. Note the sarcasm. They stopped laughing and scattered when the lightning shot out in their direction though. Thankfully, I was able to will myself back to human form before I could do further damage to myself, them, or our training grounds, and my vines immediately rolled out and covered me. I flipped my mates the bird before staggering off to the bar. I made it to a bar stool, downed a few shots, and ordered a bourbon on the rocks. Nothing wrong with self-medicating when you're feeling like bum. By the 5th or 6th glass, I've laying my aching head on the bar, and with the aid of a bendy straw and a generous bartender, who keeps me topped up without asking, I don't have to raise my head anymore. I'm feeling nicely best, my body relaxing, and the aches on the back burner but still feel almost feverish. A cold, damp towel is gently placed on my forehead, and a face lays on the bar top looking at me. The sensation of falling was immediate. Luca, are you okay? He asks gently. I push the straw out of my mouth with my tongue. Still hurts a bit, I admit, and realize my voice has a slur going on. Are you done drinking? I nod. I'm not sure how much I've had to drink now, but I'm guessing it's time to cut myself off. Luca motions to the bartender and a glass of water, takes my bourbon's place with a new stir that Lucas guides to my lips. I suck down the ice-cold water gratefully. I don't know if it's the alcohol rose-tinted glasses I've got going on or what, but Luca is looking mighty fine tonight. For a leech, if you're into that kind of thing, which I'm not. I sigh. Mate Bond suck. It's like the more I try and keep my distance from him, the more it tugs at me. On that note, it's time to try to haul my bum to bed. I move the cool cloth from my forehead to drape it over the back of my neck. Thanks for that, I say grudgingly. This post-dragon thing is kicking my bum. It helped. His lips ease up into a beautiful smile. Ferric. If only he wasn't a vampire. Lucas' smile disappears fast. Please tell me I didn't say that out loud. Yes, you did, he says frowning. Oops. I push up off the bar into a sitting position, averting my gaze, ashamed. I know I'm not being fair, keeping away from him because of the species. I'm going to head off. Thanks for the help. I scoot off the stool and immediately stagger. One of the vines shoots out of my top covering and wraps around Luca's arm, helping me keep my balance, and once steady-ish, it releases him. That's handy. I head outside on wobbly legs and plonk myself down on the grass. I'll just sleep here. The house seems too far. Eve, honestly, if I could change my species for you, I would, but I am what I am. I'm sorry for what some of my species did, but most of us aren't like that. What happened to you makes my blood boil, and I wish I could have prevented it so you didn't hate me so much, Luca says, looking down at me as he lights a smoke. When did he get here? I didn't notice him following me. But he's wrong. I don't hate you, Luca, I'm scared, I admit, taking a cigarette from his offered pack. I lean forward as he lights it for me. Tell me more about that. Explain why I scare you. Because Eve, our bond is tugging me something fierce. It literally hurts to be near you and have to stay away. Luca flops down on the ground, a good meter away, and lies on his back, staring at the stars deep in thought. When I was in captivity, there was this one vampire in particular, who would do terrible things to me. He would stand behind me so I couldn't see him, but I could smell him. His smell that caught to me as my mate was tantalizing, but underneath the scent was the base scent that told me he was a vampire. It would be stuck on me, soaked into my skin. Your scent, Luca, reminds me of dark chocolate and spice, but under it is the same base scent that tells me what you are. I smell that and suddenly I'm right there again. I sigh. There was this one time, he was, and he bit me, but it was different. It didn't hurt. It was, and they loved the way my body reacted to the bite. It was humiliating to react that way, to betray myself and my mates. Luca sits up, watching my face, eyes blazing as his mind goes over what I'm saying. I don't want to go back there in my head. I was there long enough living it. I don't want to relive it, nor do I want to be bitten again, either version of the bite. I'm scared that being with you will be constant flashbacks, but if I give in to the bond, I won't be able to walk away. I'll just be stuck in this loop in my head, craving you and being terrified at the same time, or I'll freak out on you, and then you will be just as stuck as me hating me for it. I flop on my back exhausted, taking a drag on my smoke. Now he knows the truth of why it can't happen. I have an idea, Luca says slowly. Say my what now? If my scent is the biggest hurdle, I can get one of the witches to make a scent masking charm. I'll wear it until you are comfortable around me. Then we can get the effects gradually reduced. He holds up his hand as I prop myself up to protest. I'm not saying I'll mask my scent and we can fall in bed together. I'm suggesting we talk more, have meals together, and get to know each other. As for the issue of biting, I won't. Not unless you ask me, and only then if I think you're ready. A vampire's bite can be both the things you mentioned, but it can also just be pleasant and pain-free, giving you a happy buzz. We won't do anything but get to know each other until you're ready. Well, why does he have to be so reasonable and patient? It's a better idea than the avoidance and denial I was trying to do. But would I be able to get past what he is even without the scent? I look at Luca's eyes and see the pleading in them. He wants to try desperately. Okay, just like that. His eyebrows raise. Why not? We have to work together and the bond is going to keep tugging. It's the best idea so far, I say with a shrug. I sure hope you're sober enough to remember this conversation tomorrow. Luca mumbles, rubbing his hand down his face. Pretty sure I am, I think. Luca laughs at me as I flick my cigarette away. Right, now that we have a plan, let's get you home. Garrett's lurking, waiting for you. He offers me a hand. I stare dumbly at it. My vines reach out and haul me up using his offered hand. I swat at them. Rude much. I was still deciding. You needed to wait. I chastise them. One nuzzles up to me in apology, while another one sneakily slips down Luca's shirt. That's it. You lot need to stop. Go back. The vine retreats from Luca's top and turns to me in silent observation before it suddenly surges around the tattooed vine on my wrist, melding with it. The coverings are all on the move following the vine's melding, until it is just a tattoo again. Luca clears his throat awkwardly. Would you like my jacket? He asks. I glance up from my wrist to his face, where he is looking off to the left. Why would I need your motherfucker? The coverings are completely gone. Garrett strides out from the shadows of the forest and shrugs off his t-shirt, pulling it over me in one quick motion. I put my arms through the holes and flick my offending tattooed wrist with my other hand. And I thought I was the unreasonable one. I grumble at it. Fucking diva vine. Garrett kisses my forehead with a chuckle. Are you coming with us? He asks Luca. No, I need to go and visit with a witch. I'll pop by in the morning. He inclines his head and walks away. Garrett takes my hand and leads me in the opposite direction. My mind is sobering up fast and my aches are returning. I just want to sleep. I can't help glancing behind me in Luca's direction. The bond tugs and I let my eyes linger on Luca's tall defined shadow as he strides further away and a small tendril of hope begins to unfurl in my chest.
Chapter 4 Luca. I stand at the breakfast bar, sucking away on Garrett's wrist while he sucks away on a coffee, unperturbed. Eve's mates have all been good at making sure I feed regularly, discreetly of course. I pull away and prick my finger on my thong, dabbing the blood onto the bite and watch as it heals in front of my eyes before I release his wrist. Garrett flexes his hand a few times, before wrapping it around his hot cup with the other. Good timing. I can feel her stirring in the bond, Garrett informs me. I dab my lips with a napkin and grab up my coffee, using a mouthful to swish around my mouth and remove the residue, before I swallow it. Garrett heads off to make more coffee, I presume for Eve, as I know she's a bit of a fiend without it in the morning. He places it on the counter just as she staggers down the steps, her mates trailing behind her. She plops down on the stool opposite me and reaches for the cup. Before she can grab it, Darius scoops her up and sits with her on his lap, handing her the cup. She sniffs the cup and sips, before snuggling into her giant mate. My heart clenches, wishing we had the same relaxed relationship she has with her claimed men. Even Devlin, who had a rocky introduction, seems to have slotted in well, and she doesn't seem fazed by the newest addition, Lisario, either. I haven't experienced envy for a very long time, yet here I am drowning in it. So, what are the plans for today? I ask tentatively. Eve jumps at the sound of my voice, yelping as she spills her coffee down her front. She jumps off Darius, hopping around like a demented chicken and cursing as she pulls the t-shirt off and fans her scalded skin. Thankfully she has a bra on underneath, so I don't have to avert my eyes. I wet a towel and throw it to Darius, who immediately places it on her reddened skin. Fu asterisk K. I'm sorry, Amor. I thought you realized I was here. I apologize. No, it's fine. I didn't smell you. Threw me off my game. She waves the apology away. You don't have any game until coffee number 2. Reese quips. Eve gives him the middle finger and starts to settle as her healing kicks in. Plans for the day. Devlin muses. Well, Eve wants to hunt down our leak, and if that bears fruit, then we have a busy afternoon of interrogation ahead. I need to go back to the castle too, Eve puts in, climbing back into Darius's lap. Do that after we find the leak, Garrett tells her. I take it Lysario will go with you? She glances at the Fae, who smiles and nods. You sound like you're not coming? She asks Garrett with a frown. Depends on what happens this morning. You said you think my brother knows more than he's letting on. If I am present and he reveals his treachery, I may kill him. As much as I want to be there, I don't think it's a good idea. Eve pats his hand in understanding before her eyes slide to me. Did you want to come with me? I splutter on my coffee, caught off guard. Garrett helpfully thumps my back. Sure, I say, my voice slightly strangled from my choking fit. I'm surprised at the olive branch she's offered me so soon, and I'm beginning to wish I had sat down and talked to her sooner if this is all it took to get her to try. Garrett slides her over a fresh coffee. If Devlin holds a meeting for the wolves and Leekins, he can give the order to make the mole or moles reveal themselves. I can do the dragons. The Fae only just arrived yesterday, so we don't have to worry there yet. The vampires and witches though, we don't have anyone of authority here to give the order. She huffs in frustration. Let's just see if we get anything from the 3 we can get answers from before we worry further, Darius says, running a hand through her hair. She nods and both Devlin and Garrett's eyes glaze as they summon their people to meet. You have 30 minutes, Angel, Garrett tells her. Devlin's going first. She drains her cup and shoots off upstairs, returning with 5 minutes to spare, showered and dressed in a black crop top, cargo pants and boots, hair in a ponytail, and her thigh knife holster strapped on. She looks every inch the lethal woman I know her to be. We head off to the training grounds where the lichens and wolves stand waiting. Sit, Devlin orders. They do. If you are feeding information to the enemy, I order you to stand. His words are infused with power as we scan the gathered men and women. A few are looking very uncomfortable, sweating, and shifting their weight. Now, Devlin roars, his anger and impatience on display, as he sees what we do. They pop up like bottles bobbing in the water. Faces pale. All 9 of them. Fu asterisk K. Eve curses under her breath and then growls. Her family's beta, Charles, stands among the traitors. Devlin motions to his guards to seize them and they are swiftly marched away. Reese hugs her. Don't worry, we will deal with them. I'll see to Charles personally, he whispers to her, kissing her temple. Darius and Devlin give her a quick squeeze each before heading off after the guards. The rest of you can go, Garrett calls out, dispersing those still sitting, looking shocked, as the dragons begin to trickle in, curiosity obvious on their faces. There are roughly 540 dragon warriors from memory. Take a knee, Garrett requests. His dragons kneel to the ground in a fluid synchronized motion. I feel Eve's power unfurl from her, prickling at my skin with its strength. Stand if you have betrayed us, she demands. There is no hesitation like there was with the Leekin King's order. 2 stand instantly, surprise clear on their faces at their unplanned revelation. Garrett growls angrily, eyeing them with disgust. They are seized by high-ranking warriors. I will make this right, Garrett tells her, pulling her to him in a fierce hug. They will pay dearly for their betrayal. Eve kisses him and cups his face, as she looks into his eyes. Intel first, then payback, she reminds him. He grumbles but places his forehead to hers in silent agreement before he kisses her so passionately. Even I am breathless when he pulls away. Behave, he tells her. Stay with Lysario and Luca. His eyes flick to me and the Fae. Keep her safe, he orders before pecking her lips one last time. He turns and strides away, dismissing the remaining dragons as he speeds toward the holding cells. Right, Lysario says, clapping his hands together. Let's get this show on the road. He motions to the side of him as a swirling portal appears. Eve grins evilly. Playtime, she chortles before walking through, with us hot on her heels. We appear on the other side, directly in front of the king's cell. Eve nods approvingly as she unfurls her power again, eyes gleaming at the king. Now Hamish, it's time to tell me all about what a bad boy you have been. The king swallows hard before his mouth opens of its own accord and the words begin to tumble out.
Chapter 5 Eve. I stand glaring at the so-called king, as Lysario wraps the hand I just broke on the wall by Hamish's head. Luca paces behind me angrily. What a clusterfuck of tangled bullshit. Hamish knew what Adele was doing the whole time and tried to cover things up, hiding that he knew of her betrayal from her, and trying to prevent others from discovering it. Why? I had no idea. It was an unnecessary mess. In desperation, he had recently begun negotiations with the Vampire King to dismiss her from their service. But the Vampire King had instead threatened to reveal the truth about their mate bond and their roles in this deception if Hamish didn't begin the negotiations for the peaceful surrender of the Dragon Kingdom to the vampires. Negotiations, which Hamish confirmed, were well underway. The only reason I punched the wall instead of his face was that he wasn't aware of what Adele had done to the Oracle, just that she had done something. Besides, I was reserving the privilege for Garrett. Adele, however, got a solid punch from yours truly. The king's bellow of rage from striking his mate allowed me to kill a rather upset two birds with one stone. Garrett was going to murder him. I had no idea how I was going to tell him the extent of his brother's betrayal. Adele had admitted to the two spies we were already aware of, but said they were all she knew. Hopefully, this was the end of the dragon side of the deceit, and it would be smooth sailing for the rest. What else could I do, Eve? I love her. She's my other half. If she was found out, she would be put to death. I would give up everything for her, Hamish says mournfully. Good old mate bond, screwing with people wherever it went. Please stop talking, I growl out, pinching the bridge of my nose in frustration. Your wish has been granted. You will lose everything for her. If you had just spoken to your brother, Fouquet, anyone of your family, this could have been avoided. Your wife, Davina, could have solved this shit when it started with just her pinky finger. Now Garrett will decide your fate, and I promise you, he will be less kind than I have been, although I do believe your wife wants to work out some of her anger with you. I wipe the sweat from my face. The normally cool dungeon feels muggy. My head is throbbing again, and that feverish feeling I had last night has returned. Was my body at war with my dragon side? Was the dragon making me feverish with the anger I felt? Hey, are you okay? Lysario asks, cupping my cheek as his brows furrow at me, his intense eyes trying to penetrate my soul. I had a better idea of something he could penetrate. Wink, wink. I quickly pull away from his touch. Geez, down girl. My libido was nuts today. Just hot, a bit of a headache. I shrug, trying to act like I didn't, just mentally Fouquet him senseless in my head. If you have all you need, maybe we should head home, Luca suggests, watching me warily. I nod. A cold shower and painkillers were high on the agenda. Maybe a nap too. Lord knows why my body wasn't behaving. There was no need to check on the Oracle. The doctor had already popped down and told me she was still sleeping and healing nicely. Lysario waves a portal into existence and I head toward it. A loud sudden crack had me freezing and turning. Luca had punched the king and broken his jaw. That's for making her break her hand. You traitorous bastard. She may have hit the wall instead of you for Garrett's sake, but I have no qualms about hating you, he growls, before striding through the portal. That was actually kind of sweet and hot. Those tight pants he is wearing are really doing it for me too. The way they mold to his type I shake my head free of the thought and follow Luca through the portal. I really need that nap. My head is all sorts of Fouquet-y up today. I'm like a damn bitch in heat. We arrive on the training field, and I stride to the building with the holding cells. I can already sense my mates aren't present. I approach the two guards. Did they have any luck? I ask. Yes, the wolves gave up many more that had turned on us in other packs. Our Alpha, the Prince, and Reese have gone with a team to start rounding them up. The king has gone to arrest. A council member also revealed to be part of it. He is taken to guards with him. The older wolf says as he scents the air and eyes me strangely. Weirdo. Good. Maybe we can wrap the shit up in a pretty bow and make some progress. I turn on my heel and head back to where Lysario and Luca are talking while keeping a watchful eye on me. The ground tilts for a moment and I pause to regain my bearings. Weird. The world rights itself and I head to the guys. I'm going to grab a shower and a nap. Think that dragon thing yesterday is still fucking with me. I informed them. Your face is flushed, Luca says, looking at me thoughtfully. Lysario places a hand on my forehead, which I swat away. You're hot, he states. I know, I say, winking at him, causing Luca to chuckle. The ground moves on me again, and my hand lashes onto Lysario's forearm. I let go as soon as I'm able, ignoring the worried look in his eye as I head for the house. I head upstairs and strip, flicking the shower to cold and letting it pound my flushed skin. I stand there for a long time, reveling in the icy stream, until it's no longer effective and I feel hot again. My head is pounding, my brain feels foggy, and my skin feels like it's crawling. I turn off the shower and half-ass dry myself off, before grabbing a sports bra and boy short underwear. It's too hot for anything more. I stagger down the steps to the kitchen and fumble around for the Tylenol. Hands appear in front of me, popping out of the pill packet and handing me a glass of water. I swallow them down and guzzle the water. My throat is parched. One of the hands touches my cheek, and where it touches feels amazing. It tingles and soothes my skin, and I nuzzle into it and move closer to the body it's attached to. The scent of spices and dark chocolate wrap around me like a comfortable blanket. My arms slide under the material to find the skin contact my body suddenly craves. I can hear hurried talking, but it makes no sense. My only thought is to get closer to the source of my relief. I rip the offending material away from the skin, scattering buttons. My hands slide over the exposed skin as I wrap my arms around the waist and press my chest against the one in front of me. The soothing is instant. Arms slide around me from behind and a bare chest plasters itself to my back. I sigh with relief. The body at my front wiggles from my grasp, but swiftly returns without any material barriers. A strange sound comes from my throat in approval as I press my face into the chest, rubbing against it. There is more fast talking before the one in front lifts me. My legs wrap around their waist and they begin walking. With each step, a firm, solid nudge bumps the juncture of my thighs, doing delicious things to my insides. My brain feels like it's short-circuiting and the world falls away. All that exists is this sensation of soothing skin against mine and this building need inside me. I'm handed over to the other bare chest that now also has bare hips. I am vaguely aware of the room, tipping as I'm laid down onto all of that lovely bare skin, and a very hard, large rod against my pubic region. A part of me knows I need that rod. That rod means everything to me right now. Hands swiftly remove my bra and panties. My naked body rubs against the hardness under me, sliding delectably. There is the sound of the voices again, urgent garbled noises. Then drawers are opening and closing and I'm nudged aside. I nearly cry at the loss of my salvation. Then I'm pushed back in place. I angle my hips and slide myself down onto it, slowly impaling myself. I groan as it fills me to the brim, and an answering deeper groan comes from the body below me. The rod begins to move of its own accord and my body dances against it. Harry Potter's wand has nothing on the magical instrument thrusting inside me. I feel like I'm racing towards the highest peak, and then I shatter suddenly, falling over the edge in a wave of pleasure. My canines extend and tingle and I latch onto the skin below me. There is a muffled yell and then the body beneath me tenses and shudders. Hands stroke and soothe my skin. In the haze of my mind, I know something is wrong with me, but I'm too tired to try and figure out what. My eyes slip closed, exhaustion taking over as my heated skin cools, and my mind relaxes into the darkness of sleep.
Chapter 6 Lysario. My heart beats fast in my chest, my breath's mere pants, as I tried to recover from the sudden unexpected coupling and claiming. My neck hurts from where she marked me, but I can feel her calm, relaxed state in the new bond. Our kind had fastened our fated. This merging of souls and the link that I could sense her through was foreign territory and I was loving it. 5 couples were missing out. This was a true mating of souls. We need to call the others, Luca says suddenly from beside me. They need to be here for her. I nod, still catching my breath. It all happened so fast. 1 minute we were in the kitchen and I was wondering if wolves caught human illnesses because something was seriously not right with Eve, and I was getting worried, and the next thing Eve was wrapped around Luca like a boa constrictor. Then Luca was ordering me to undress and press against her, saying she had gone into heat and skin contact would help. I had never heard of a heat. I generally weren't interested in the ways of the other races. Once we reached the bedroom, he was quick to hand her off to me, keeping his distance, only interfering to roll a condom on me. When Eve decided I had something she needed pronto, She was on me and I was in her, and it was all so fucking intense. Then she was released Ming. She bit me and my snake exploded like a geyser. She's alright now though, isn't she? Her skin is cooler and she's resting, I say as I slide a hand down slowly to pull my snake from her tight wet heat, careful to keep the condom on my softening length. But Luca shakes his head at me. No, a werewolf heat averages 3 days, he explains, his eyes running longingly over her sprawled form. Eve has 3 shifters in her, which is why I suspect it's come on so hard and fast. I don't know how long it's going to last either with the mix of breeds. She's highly fertile now, so keep your snake wrapped. The heat will surface strongly after short periods of rest. When the rest periods get longer, her heat will be on its retreat, but we need to get the others here. She's going to be insatiable and too much for just you. She will exhaust you fast. Her body knows she has multiple mates and will crave them all. Now that she's claimed you completely, her heat will call to you more strongly. It will be more intense next time for you both. Can't we just take turns until the others get here, so we get a longer rest period? I ask, and what did you mean too much for me alone? You're here too, I ask, perplexed. Eve and I are complicated. Shit from her past is getting in our way. We are working on it, but we aren't at an intimate level by a long shot. She would never forgive me if I took her when she wasn't in her right mind. As much as I want to be with her, I would not betray her trust or jeopardize the little progress I have made with her. I'll help soothe her with skin contact and whatever else I can, but I will not mate her until she is herself again and tells me I can. He pats my shoulder. I'll make the calls and get you a Gatorade, you're going to need it. He scoots off the bed and pulls on his boxer briefs, heading off downstairs. I lay there stroking my fingers down Eve's back and close my eyes to rest. My mind plays back to the moment our souls merged completely and I feel complete for the first time in my life. I smile as I feel the wandering hands of my Anon stirring my body awake. Her scent blankets me strong and alluring, calling me to soak my skin with her essence. She pulls herself upright and looks down at me with glazed eyes and flushed features, her heat riding her again. Luca approaches, helping me sit up without throwing her off, and hands me a Gatorade. He uncaps a second one and places a straw in it, taking it to Eve. Eve's hand bats it away and smooths over his chest instead. He quickly backs away out of reach. You can touch if you drink, only for as long as you drink, Luca negotiated. She pouts, but lets him slip the straw between her lips and slowly drinks as her hands roam his chest. He steps back again when she lets go of the straw, but she manages to grasp his hand and nuzzles it against her face, like a kitten rolling in a scent she loves. Luca gives a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and lust. I would hate to be in the position he's in. Have you managed to get hold of the others? I ask, hoping to distract him. Garrett and Devlin are on their way. The wolves have encountered some resistance, but will be here as soon as they can, he responds, his eyes never leaving Eve's face. When Eve's hands start to travel lower, he grasps them. You need to distract her now, he says with his jaw clenched. I lean forward and take one of her nipples in my mouth, rolling and nipping it. She arches and tugs her hands free from Luca to bury in my hair. Her scent ramps up in strength and her soul calls to mine. I slip my hand between us and brush my fingers against the wetness of her arousal. She's soaked. I look up but see her eyes are still fastened on Luca, like a hunter watching prey. Sit behind her. Hold her for me. She wants you close too. Luca blenches. I hold my hand up to stop his protests. Just rub yourself off against her back. She needs us both with her. His eyes slip shut and his hands tighten into fists as he battles with himself. Before making his way to us, climbing up on the bed, he tosses me a condom and leans her back against his front, while I hurry to roll the protective layer onto my snake. He lifts her by her waist as I position myself and he slides her onto me. I groan as her tightness surrounds and squeezes me. Don't let her mark me, or me mark her. Okay, he requests. I nod. Eve grabs his hands from her hips and puts them over her breasts. He squeezes them in reflex and groans, plastering himself to her back. I reach around and pull his boxers down, so he can pop free of his confinement. I soak my hand in her arousal and smear it on her lower back and his snake. I pull his hips closer and begin to move myself inside of Eve. I smirk as I feel Luca's hips twitch before his hips begin to thrust, his hands rolling her nipples. Eve throws her head back to rest on Luca's shoulder as she rides me hard. The picture of the two of them together does something to me, and I can feel the tingling in my balls of my swift approaching release. I plunge harder and faster into her, feeling my soul brush hers as we chase our release, feeling her overwhelming need through our new bond. Luca is right. It's so much more now we are properly bonded. I can feel Eve's cat start to tremble and pulse before she clamps down hard, crying out her release, setting me off into my own, and Luca's hips stutter with a cross between a moan and a primal growl falling from his lips. I'm just able to gather my wits in time and shove my wrist in the way as her wolf's fangs dart for Luca's throat. I hiss as they hit the bone. Luca's eyes dilate with the knowledge she was trying to mark him. I can see the satisfaction in his eyes, knowing her base instincts are intent on claiming him. His own fangs peek out and he looks away, reining himself in. Even though he hasn't been able to claim her body the way he craves, what he has just done has sated him for now. He looks more relaxed as he gently prizes Eve's jaw from my wrist. Her eyes are already half-masked with satisfaction and the heat is again receding for now. We maneuver Eve's boneless form gently to lay between us. We have maybe 20 minutes before she rouses again, 30 if we are lucky. Luca's eyes are closed, his fingers stroking her hair as he begins to downsy, while mine draw circles on her hip as I head into a power nap. Part of me hopes the guys take their time returning so I can indulge myself more, learning her body, memorizing her curves. The other part of me can't wait to watch her with them.
Chapter 7 Luca. My earlier interaction has my mind playing the most erotic dream as I sleep. This time I'm balls deep in her cat. It's so tight, gripping me like a vice as she moves. Her high tight breasts a beautiful vision above me. Her look of ecstasy is simply magnificent. My eyes flutter open again as my balls tighten. Losario sleeps beside me as Eve rides me with soft *NS. If I could wake up to this for the rest of my life, I would be a happy man. As her cat clamps around me as she releases, it suddenly dawns on me, I'm not dreaming. I swiftly pull out, releasing hard on her abdomen with a shout and gripping her jaw as she tries to lunge at me. Losario startles awake at my shout. As I hold Eve back from marking me, he's swift to gather his wits and pulls her over to his chest. She gives a growl of frustration, but the Fae is quick to roll on a rubber and impale himself inside her, gaining her attention and making her *N. Her eyes move back to me and never leave my face as I watch her fall apart on Losario. Watching her shatter is one of the single most beautiful, erotic things I have ever seen, especially with her eyes calling to me, like she wishes it was me under her. Because I am an unclaimed mate, her heat and our bond will ride her to complete our mating. The more I withhold myself, the harder it will hit. I have made us both forbidden fruit that we both want to consume with every fiber of our being. However, I still have enough of my wits about me to hold myself back, and I have to be strong for us both. I will mate her only when she is ready, heart, body, mind, and soul. If Eve could see herself, I know she would be resenting her heat. She's proud, strong, and independent. Being reduced to base instincts and needs without her control and consent would plain piss her off. I truly hope for her sake when it's over. Her heat is nothing but a blur in her memory. Once the guys get here, I will leave and remove the temptation for us both. This is the wisest move, as my need to mark her and make her mine is growing. For now, I need to be with Lothario. Eve's body is primed for multiple mates. The Fae will not be enough, even now as he holds her to his chest, speaking softly in his native tongue to her. Her sleepy eyes remain on me, wanting me, needing me. I hear the door bang open and heavy footsteps pound up the stairs. Garrett throws the door open and grinds to a halt. Devlin right behind him is both scent the air and groan, pupils blown wide. As shifters, the call to be with her will be overwhelming. Heats are for female shifters only. Her scent will be strongest to them, drowning them with her need. Eve's eyes flick to the new bearers of pleasure and a strange noise comes from her throat, almost a trilling purr. Garrett's eyes roll back in his head. Jesus, she using the dragon's call, hottest shit I ever heard. His eyes come back into position but are those of his dragon. I look at Eve, hers have bled into blue dragon eyes. Garrett strides across the room, lifting her from Lothario, and smashing his lips onto hers like he will devour her, as her legs wrap around his waist. Lothario and I step forward and help him remove his clothing so he can hold her close. He won't be letting her go anytime soon. I press a foil package into his hand and retreat to a chair in the corner. Garrett maneuvers himself onto the bed, rolling on a condom. He sits her on top of him and pushes himself inside her. Devlin strips and grabs lube from the bedside drawer, smearing it on his shaft and then her rear entrance. Garrett pulls her tight against his chest to give Devlin a better angle. I see Devlin prime her with his fingers while Garrett thrusts. Make sure you keep your knot out, Garrett cautions the Leakin King, who nods as he lines himself up and starts working his way in. Lothario, take her mouth. The more or us taking her body, the more she will rest in between, Garrett orders. Lothario scrambles onto the bed and lifts her jaw. Her lips immediately part and the Fae hisses as she devours him. The sounds of pure carnal S*X fill the room. The MO*NS, the slapping of skin, the sounds of sucking. My snake aches, harder than steel. I can't help but fist myself and pump it a few times. Luca, make sure you release on her. Your seed on her skin will help and her body will recognize it and its scent. Well, Foo*K. I will be lucky if Eve will ever speak to me again if she remembers the events of this heat. Still, I make my way over to her and kneel on the bed opposite Lothario. Eve takes me in her hand before I get the chance to. I look at the ceiling trying to get myself under control so I don't spurt into her hand in a couple of pumps. I hear Lothario give a sudden noise of protest before lips suddenly engulf my snake and swallow me down, startling me. I look down. Her nose presses against my abdomen and my hand covers her throat, feeling my snake moving under the skin of her throat as she sucks me, her eyes on mine with a fierce intensity. My breath catches. She has no gag reflex. She has literally swallowed me. Fark. Her throat muscles encase me squeezing and rippling and I shoot my load with a yell of surprise. I never stood a chance to hold back once she swallowed me. Once I stop twitching, she pulls free and licks my tip before pulling her eyes from me and turning her attention back to Lothario. He groans as she sucks him back into her mouth. I hear her MO*NS as she comes several times, with the men joining her on the third, while I sit kneeling in a dazed stupor. I'm vaguely aware of them pulling free and getting her comfortable. Garrett's hand lands on my shoulder, refocusing me. We need to talk, he says quietly, motioning to the door. I find my boxers and slip them on, following him out the door and down to the kitchen. He grabs a Gatorade and tosses it to me, before grabbing one for himself and gulping it down in one hit. Are you and Eve sorted yet? He asks. I shake my head. More of a delicate agreement to try. I promised her I wouldn't do anything but get to know her till she was ready. Then this happened. I know she wouldn't want me here for this. She would be mortified if she knew what she had already done. I don't want her stepping back from me. I rub my hands over my eyes tiredly. Being in there, the temptation to claim her is too high. I'm going to go and wait it out. Garrett shakes his head. You're a recognized soulmate. The heat will make her seek you out and finish the claim. It may take longer to abate if you remove yourself. I will not break my word to her. I will not betray her. I grind out. Also a heads up would have been nice. Hey, by the way, Eve's heat is due soon. That would have been handy. You may not have a choice. She will be desperate to complete the bond. It won't just run its course and flitter away with an unclaimed mate within spitting distance, it will ride her hard. He sighs. Look, we thought we still had 4 days. We were going to talk to her, prep her for what's to come and some of the bumps that might arise. But that ship has sailed and we have to adjust to the hand we've been dealt. I'll explain it to her after. Tell her the truth. So, you want me to mark her and Hermie? You think she will accept that I violated my promise because of her heat? I scoff. And have S*X. The heat won't accept anything less. It has to be a true mating. The heat should lessen to a standard heat once all her identified mates are bonded to her. He confirms. Fu*K. She'll kill me. I grumble. I'll be lucky to survive once she learns what I've done already. She will kill you too for suggesting it. No, she won't. I promise. I'll tie her to the bed until she understands all of it if necessary. What she wouldn't want is to be stuck in this state of incoherent need longer than necessary. N comes from upstairs and Garrett's eyes glance at the clock. He curses under his breath. 25 minutes with 4 of us. It's ramping up. He snatches a phone off the breakfast bar and flicks off a text before grabbing more bottles of Gatorade from the fridge. The phone chirps and a message flashes up. What does it say? Garrett asks. 45 minutes out. I reply. Garrett mutters something that sounds like thank Fu*K. When the wolves get here, other than making sure their pricks are covered, stay out of their way. With Wolf being her dominant side, she's going to call to them the hardest. Let them get it out of their system. It's going to be a frenzy for a bit, especially with Darius and Reese bonded too, he says as he heads upstairs. Get your head sorted and let me know when you're ready to help out. I groan and throw myself on a nearby couch. What the hell am I going to do? I want to be with her so badly. I'm already walking the line. I'm damned if I do, and damned if I don't.
Chapter 8 Reese. We break through the line of the forest, panting heavily. The rest of the team left for dust with the prisoners we had taken. Even with the house in the distance, we can smell her, intoxicating in its intensity, filling our exhausted bodies with renewed vitality in every breath. Darius growls, his eyes narrow and glowing with anger. I follow his line of sight and snarl at the growing number of men gathered around our house. Her scent is like a siren's call to the unmated wolves. This shouldn't be happening. She's been claimed fully by 3 of us. He grits out through the link. Her heat should only call to us. Deaf, lie, and Luca haven't mated her yet, and she has others out there still. I grumble, eyeing up the hopeful Moras pacing on the doorstep. Fu*K, let's deal with this lot, so we can go help our girl. I take off towards them, Darius hard on my heels. Our wolf forms balancing a path to the door of the house, snapping teeth at any limbs that get in our way. Darius transforms mid-stride, spinning on his heel, and punching a large dark-haired man, and laying him out cold with his right hook. Unless you wish to challenge me for alpha and my already claimed mate, I suggest you all Fu*K off. Darius roars. Necks are bared in submission, bar a few that I realize are dragon and lichen. Not good. Darius' eyes glaze as he calls for mated warriors to protect the house, and sends another link to Dev and Garrett to do the same. Darius Beta Max pulls up in a car and jumps out. I got this, he says, cracking his knuckles and shooing us away. The others are on their way. Then he gets a whiff. His pupils grow large, and his body trembles. Holy Fu*K. Max, Darius warns. Shit, sorry D. I've been around other heats without affecting me, but Fu*K, sorry man, I gotta go. I look at Darius questioningly as Max jumps back in the car and takes off. His mate passed away about 5 years back. He's guarded and helped other she-wolves get to their mates without flinching. That was weird. So we stand guard watching and growling until some of the mated men arrive. After checking they are unaffected, Darius opens the door and locks it behind me and I transform, shaking the adrenaline from my body. I'm quick to grab water bottles from the fridge, tossing one to D and gulping my own down. That was strange with Max, I say. Eve's not exactly normal. She seems to operate outside the rules. Do you know what to expect when we get in there? He asks me, tossing his now empty bottle in the recycle bin. I shake my head, tossing my bottle. When she's awake, her scent will call you even more. Your base instincts will awake, and you will want to Fu*K yourself stupid. At first, it will be a frenzy. Any hole will do, and sometimes if you are attracted to her enough, and someone smells like her enough, they will do too. My brows raise in surprise. Tell me you're kidding. I gape. Nope, you will gain some control during her naps, and as the heat starts, wetting down, otherwise you're going to be blinded by the heat. Don't worry about Eve either. She can take it in this state. She took the 4 of us fine. Lucas says hoarsely from the direction of the couch. You alright? I ask. His hand pops up over the top of the couch, shooting us the thumbs up. Lysario stumbles down the steps, bleary-eyed and naked. Damn guys, you're late. She's out again, but I'm happy to know I can tap out and rest for a bit, he says with relief, although a little warning next time that her heat is to him what to expect would have been nice. Did she wear you out already? Darius laughs. You have no idea, man. She's taking all of us, and Devlin marked her last round, and she was still only out for 20 minutes. She's insatiable and she's getting worse. Wake me up when you need to take me in. He grabs a water and flops on the couch opposite Luca. Grinning, I make my way upstairs to our girl and push open the door. Her delicious scent wraps around me and I groan, instantly hard. Meat courses through me and I fight myself not to go over and wake her up with my snake, knowing she needs the rest. Garrett stirs and growls but nods back off once. He realizes it's just us. I suggest you take your clothes off now. Darius links, coming up behind me and beginning to undress. I look at the bed where Eve lies naked, sandwiched contentedly between her dragon and lichen as I disrobe. Dev stirs and feels Eve's forehead. She's warming up again, he whispers. Garrett cracks an eye open, scents her neck, and motions us over. Devlin slips off the bed and grabs a Gatorade, swiftly drinking it. He hands another to Garrett and perhaps a third for Eve. She stirs and her scent blossoms out, nearly making me double over with the need to mount her. Darius grabs my arm, holding me in place, while they coax her to drink. I notice the giant's hand on my arm has a tremor running through it as it battles his own need. He hands me a condom, then tears a second packet open, sheathing himself in it. I swiftly follow suit. Eve stops drinking and sits there, her head swiftly turning to lock eyes with ours, her pupils dilating. Time stops for a moment as I drink in the need showing in her eyes. Eve kneels on the bed and turning away from us, moves and presents herself to us on all fours, her pretty cat glistening and on full display to me. I break free of Darius and am on her instantly, thrusting home in one swift movement. Her sin and need take me over and my brain fogs into a lust-induced haze. My body hums with pleasure. I thrust and thrust, grabbing and touching any and every part of her. There is sudden pain, then even more pleasure, and I'm released mean as I'd never come before. Hands are on my hips holding them still so my knot frustratingly stays out. I collapse onto her back and gasp for air. Hands pull me away from her as another takes my place. I realize Garrett has taken over and it's hot as Fouquet watching him take her, watching her fall apart as she peaks with pleasure. I need to give her more of that too. She needs me. I rip the condom off and realizing I'm getting hard again, I take over her mouth, letting her gobble me down. God, she feels amazing. I watch Garrett pummel her and his roar bellows out as he releases, setting my own off. Devlin shoves me out of the way, taking my place, and Darius is now plowing her cat, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy. Garrett climbs partially under her, attacking her breasts with his mouth, using his hands to hold her in position, as she grabs his snake in one of her own. I find myself swelling again and mount her lower back, using my legs to brace myself as I scuttle back and push into her ass, not caring that my bum is now in Darius' face. I feel Darius' snake sliding against my own, separated only by the thin skin of her vaginal wall, the sensation overwhelming me. Darius thrusts in hard suddenly and locks her with his knot, grabbing my hips at the same time to stop me mid-thrust, pulling me out and finishing me with his hand, till I spur my seed on her bum cheeks. I lean against the giant, suddenly exhausted. The urge to bring Eve pleasure dulls down. Dev helps drag me off. Garrett helps Darius maneuver a now passed out Eve carefully to her side so he can lay with her. While still knotted, I'm leaning heavily against Dev, struggling to pull air into my lungs and stay awake. I'm actually glad Eve's passed out now, as I think I literally would have Fouquet'd myself to death. Feeling my pulse and breathing slow to a manageable level, I take a tentative step toward the bed and flinch. Why the Fouquet does my bum hurt? I grumble under my breath. Darius freezes and Garrett chuckles. You know the talk we had downstairs about any hole and those that smell like her, Darius says, looking at Eve as he trails off. I'm not confused. Darius meets my eyes defiantly. You smelled like her and were in my way. My eyebrows shoot up as I look to Garrett, who nods and grins, before I look back at Darius in disbelief. Sorry, man, he shrugs. You Fouquet'd my ass. We are bonded and with her scent, instinct just took over. Think about it though. Are you really angry? I kick my sluggish brain in gear. Was I angry? Upset? Nah man, just use lube next time. Now I know Why Eve walks bow-legged after you have had her, because by God was a snake in proportion with his build. Next time, Darius Lynx, smirking at me and I blush, actually freaking blush. Never came so hard in my life, I admit before I scurry out the door.
Chapter 9 Eve. I am warm, floating, and relaxed. Hands gently massage my muscles, while a cloth glides over my body. My eyes flutter open to review the dimly lit bathroom. Garrett gently washing my body, while Darius holds me safely in the water, and Reese gently massages me. Beyond them, Dev and Lysario stand waiting with towels. Why was I in the bath? What was going on? What did I miss? I croak. My throat is dry and slightly sore. Hey, baby. Reese greets me, kissing my temple. Welcome back. Where did I go? I ask, confused. Your heat hit, Angel, Garrett answered. 5 days worth. My brain triggered foggy visions of hands, lips, and snake-s all over my body, of releases and multiple men at once. Holy fouquet, I squeak, mortified, pushing myself upright into a sitting position, sloshing water over the sides of the giant sunken tub. Easy, kitten, Darius soothes me, hands on my shoulders to steady me. Let's get you dried and dressed. Luca is downstairs cooking up a storm for you. My stomach growls loudly at the thought of food, and I realize I am starving. I stand on wobbly legs, intimate body parts aching but in a good way, guided out of the bath with the guy's help. Dev lifts me out. I am swiftly wrapped in a towel. Lysario gently dries my hair and Dev my body, as my eyes dart around my mates. They look exhausted, dark rings around their tired eyes, facial hair growing. Are you guys okay? I ask tentatively. Garrett moves to the edge of the bath and folds his arms, resting his chin as he gazes at me lovingly. Yeah, Angel, you just wore us out a little. We will be fine after a decent meal and a good long uninterrupted sleep. I step into the satin underwear Devlin holds out for me and pop my hands through the holes of the large Metallica t-shirt Lysario sticks over my head. I briefly pull the material to my nose, taking in a strong whiff of Garrett's scent. The guys haul themselves out of the bath and grab towels, quickly drying themselves and shoving on boxers. Lysario and Dev grab an arm each and guide me downstairs, where Lucas sits at the big dining table with a massive feast laid out. He too looks exhausted, and I find myself looking at him wondering how involved he got if he looks as bad as the guys. Luca must see the questions in my eyes, and shakes his head slightly and nods later to me. I nod and take a seat. Then we are all dishing food onto our plates, and there is dead silence as we hungrily devour the food. I find myself blushing throughout dinner, as bits and pieces of memory pop into my head, and I'm glad the guys are too focused on eating and too tired to notice how embarrassed I am by these memories. Eventually, as appetites are sated, I notice a lot of heavy eyelids. I shoo them off to bed and they all stumble up and kiss my cheek, or hug me before they go upstairs. I however feel re-energized now that I have eaten. I stand to start gathering dishes and realize Luca is still sitting at the table. We need to talk before I go and rest, he says. I need you to know what happened. I look at him expectantly. I need you to know, I take my promise to you seriously. When your heat first hit, it was just me and Lysario here. I did let you use my skin contact to help ease your heat, but I handed you to Lightimate when it got too much to ease you through it with touch alone. When we napped after, I thought I was having a dream about you. Then I woke and realized the sensations were real. You were riding me. I was able to pull out before I came and handed you to Lysario again. There were 2 other instances, one where I held you for him and came on your back, and the other where you suddenly took me in your mouth. I sit with my jaw dropped open, mortified. I had essentially raped my vampire. Oh my God, I am so sorry. No, nothing like that, Emmer. I wanted you like you wouldn't believe. But I made a promise, and I was trying so hard to keep it. When you kept trying to mark me, I removed myself from the bedroom. I knew you wouldn't want that if you had been lucid. Garrett thought the reason the heat rode you so hard was that I was your unclaimed mate. He said you would understand, and that by mating, it might turn your heat back to a normal pace one. That I couldn't risk the progress we had made. Your heat was super intense and longer than it should have been, and I am truly sorry if staying away attributed to that. But it seemed like the right thing to do. Wow, I say, sitting back dumbfounded. You still got those smokes. He pulls them from his pocket and I motion for him to follow me. We light up on the porch and lean against the railing. So how come you look as exhausted as the rest of them, if you didn't take part? I ask after I stub out my smoke. Amber, each time you awoke, the bond pulled at me. Your beautiful moans would reach my ears and I would fight not to go to you. He smiles wryly. I've never jerked off so much in my life. My snake is literally chafed from overuse. The laugh falls from my lips before I can stop it and he chuckles beside me. Shit, Luca, I'm sorry, I say between giggles. I promise, one day I'll make it up to you. Holding your promise shows you're a good guy, which I already knew. It's just my brain that needs to get over itself. Don't give up on me, I'll get there, I pledge. I have zero intention of giving up. I'm not going anywhere. So are we okay? He asks, smiling hopefully. As long as you can pretend I didn't just turn into an embarrassing, needy mess of a hussy for 5 days, we will just put this in the what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas category. We are all good, don't stress, I say, blushing. What about you? How are you feeling after going through your first heat? He says, running his eyes over me. Embarrassed mostly. I can remember little flashes. It's all pretty foggy. Part of me is glad, as I don't like the idea of being out of control, and possibly doing things I wouldn't normally do. The other side thinks it's a shame though. I've just been having mind-blowing orgies for the last 5 days, and can't remember it for the most part. What's the point of turning into a SX machine, when you can't remember it? I'd essentially had you two and I can't remember it, I say, annoyed at the whole thing. When I mark you and take your willing body as mine, I will make sure you remember it. I will ensure it is unforgettable, he says, eyes flaming with raw lust, causing me to blush and press my thighs together. Holy hell, maybe next time if every one of us is claimed, you will be more lucid and be able to remember it. Luke muses. Maybe, I shrug. Anyway, you should get some sleep. He nods and we head back to the front door. I pause outside my room and look at the vampire. Luca, thank you. Really, I'm glad out of all the vamps, I got you. You're one of a kind. I kiss his cheek softly and open my bedroom door. Glancing at him as I close the door, I see a huge grin lighting up his face as he heads off to his own room. I disrobe and climb up the foot of the bed, carefully making my way to Reese. Once I have buried myself in amongst my mates, I downsee off, dreaming of Luca erotically taking me in every way he can, branding my body and soul as his. Not once did I feel scared of him in my dreams. When morning comes, I go downstairs, finding Luca bare-chested cooking breakfast, and I find myself fighting not to throw myself into his arms, or make it obvious I was fucking him. Flickers of hazy memories flutter through, of looking into his eyes as I took him in my mouth, riding him and feeling him fill me. I feel myself dampen. I hurry to the bar stool and thank him as he places a coffee in front of me. He smiles lovingly at me, making my heart pit-pat a little faster, before turning back to his cooking. My mouth waters as my eyes watch him, taking in the way he moves, the muscles in his arms tensing as he plates the food, the intensity in his eyes when he looks up and catches me looking, the lusty knowing smile that follows. The pull to him is more intense than before. It is almost overwhelming. I know without a doubt I want to mate Luca. With the way my libido is behaving in his smoldering glances, I'm guessing sooner rather than later, if my brain will just allow what my body so clearly craves.
Chapter 10. Garrett. I go to tell Eve the Oracle is awake, only I can't find Eve anywhere. Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen her since I left this morning. I look internally and tug at our bond. I can sense her startle. I can also sense her distance from the Packlands. Bit busy right now, Garrett. She grunts, cutting the link. Foo *K. What has she done now that she shouldn't have? Where the hell was she? Eve, I growl, forcing back our link. I'm okay, just heading back. I have some of the guys with me as promised. I'm fine. She links back hurriedly. As promised? What the Foo *K is she talking about? A portal appears and some of our warriors march through, looking a bit roughed up. More appear, bleeding and propped up by a fellow warrior. My eyes narrow, not liking what I see. After 30-odd men have come through, Luca, Lisario and Eve arrive, bruised, bleeding and laughing among themselves, followed by more men leading 6 prisoners. I zero in on Eve's bruised cheek, split lip, a gash on her arm, and see red. I have her up and over my shoulder, before she knows what's happened, leaving her stunned and silent. Not for long though. She explodes, a hissing, kicking, punching ball of energy. cursing me at the top of her lungs. A swift slap to her lush balm stops her in her tracks, as she splutters in disbelief. I dump her onto our couch once we arrive home. Darius, Reese, and Dev are already here. Lisario and Luca arrive shortly after us, all looking at me confused. Eve is off the couch like a shot. What the actual foo asterisk K Garrett? How dare you? Her finger jabs me in my chest. My snake twitches. I love feisty Eve, but angry S asterisk X will have to wait. I don't know where you went, or what you did, but you came back injured Eve, and that's not okay. I growl at her. Garrett, you seem to have forgotten somewhere in the mix that I am a head warrior, that I am essentially coordinating this war, managing soldiers, intel, and missions. I know this may be hard to believe, but I'm actually qualified for the job and good at it. Sometimes I also get my hands dirty. I'm not going to send my men in to do something I wouldn't do. We work as a team. She is red in the face and clearly very pissed at me. Her eyes are also glowing silver. That's new. Where was I? Well, I was with my team, taking out the weapons plant finally, in a surprise attack. 0 fatalities, minor injuries, plant destroyed. Enemies dead bar the 6 we identified as the higher-ups with possible intel. You're welcome, Your Majesty. She finishes sarcastically. How hard was it to tell us you were doing this? I bite out, struggling to rein in my own temper. I don't want to tip her temper over too far. And why weren't the others up growling with me? It wasn't a secret. You stopped coming to the war room. She huffs. I've been dealing with my brother and the mess he left our kingdom in. I grind out. I also left a note on the fridge. She hurls back. Well, I haven't been here to see it. I yell. This is my fault. How? She snarks. I glance at the others watching us like a ping pong match. Did you all know? I ask. There were nods and yes. I groan. Why would you let her endanger herself like that? I explode. Eve explodes too. Up and out into a leakin that knocks me on my bum so fast I don't have time to react before her sharp teeth are in my face and her threatening growl vibrates through my bones. Because we negotiated she take 2 of us and a team of 30 men. Reese says crouching beside me. Because she included us in her planning and preparation. Because Eve is good at what she does. Because we trust her and her skills and those she took with her. For her to come back safe. You should too. I sigh and scrub at my face. He's right on all accounts. My overprotective instincts have gone into overdrive. I acted without thinking and seeing Eve injured threw me over the edge. I don't know how I ended up so out of the loop. The mess in the kingdom was taking up a lot of my time. My brother has left me a hell of a mess to clean up. Eve, sensing me cooling down, does the same and backs off, turning back into her dark-haired gorgeous self. Her vine tattoo comes to life and covers her nakedness. I've really got to get control of my anger issues, she mutters. Darius makes himself busy whipping up a fresh pot of coffee. Reese helps me to my feet. Dev grasps a fistful of Eve's hair and kisses her deeply while mumbling about her being the hottest leakin he's ever seen. Lisario drags her away from him and gets her sitting on the bar stool so he can patch her wounds, but Dev follows, wrapping arms around her waist and burying his nose in her hair. One of her vines fends off Lee's hand holding the needle and thread while another one elongates, becoming super thin, and stitches her arm up itself, snapping itself free when it's done and returning to her chest covering. Lisario chuckles and kisses the vine holding his wrist with thanks. It canoodles up to caress his cheek, before retreating. Those vines are foo asterisk king weird. Handy but weird. Lisario cleans the graze on her cheek and her split lip instead. She leans over and kisses the bruise on his jaw and thanks him. Luca cruises over and holding her chin gently, checks out the marks on her face. Should heal up after you shift a few more times. He murmurs. You were amazing out there. She blushes prettily and her hand rises up and holds the one touching her chin. Unseen words pass between them. Looks like Luca's making headway with her. She didn't even flinch when he touched her. Eve, I am so sorry about how I reacted. You were hurt and well. It was a knee-jerk reaction. I link. You humiliated me in front of my team. You smacked my bum like a naughty child. I am a warrior and I will take knocks and injuries. You damn well better get your head around it fast. She responds. I don't like seeing you hurt. I want to keep you safe. I sigh. I will try to do better. What can I do to apologize for my outburst? I don't think there's anything you can say. She glares at me, then pauses and contemplates me silently. Maybe that forked tongue of yours can apologize for you. Her eyes gleam with mischief. That's all the encouragement I need. I have her whipped away from Lai and Dev. Ignoring the leaking snarl, I fly up the steps, have her on the bed, her pants and boots off and my forked tongue ravaging her cat, before she realizes I have accepted her terms of surrender. Her mind is still a hot mess of anger, and I know that she will soon be unleashing it on me. Feisty, angry, passionate S*X with Eve is the perfect way to end the day.
Chapter 11 Cyrus. I sidestep the body parts hurled my way, as my father dismembers the unfortunate messenger in a temper tantrum, when there is nothing left but limbs and a barely there torso surrounded by internal organs. He stops and catches his breath. Your daughter took out our weapons planned. He sees. I keep my face blank, while internally laughing at her fucking up his plan some more. That's my girl. I've also heard that Luca Constantina is one of her mates, and the Dragon King and his whore have been found out. He starts pacing, muttering angrily, and I fight to keep the smile off my face. I have never seen my father so off his game. Eve has achieved what no one has before. She scares him. She is a true threat to his kingdom. He is suddenly in front of me. Fan speared angrily. Either imprison her, get her on our side, or kill the bitch. He snarls. She cannot continue to rise to power. You know the prophecy the whore told us. She's already claimed 5 of them and has control of the dragons, the lichens, and the wolves. You know what happens if she claims the rest. I stare at him, giving away nothing. He looks at me in disgust and stomps to his throne. Someone bring me the dark-eyed general. One of the guards scurries off. As my father glares at me silently, he is weighing my worth and is clearly finding me lacking, the same as he always has. I don't give a shit. I will never harm my daughter again. I'll take my own father route if I need to. My father diverts his eyes as the throne room door opens, and a dark-eyed general strides in and bows mockingly. You summon me, the hulking man sneers. I would like you to put together a team. The best of the best. Take out either Eviva, Sonato, or at the very least, her mates. The more the better. It's time to halt this prophecy in its tracks. My heart drops at his words. Fouquet. The general lets out a bellow of laughter, his giant shoulders shaking with mirth. Is the king scared of a little girl? He chuckles. That little girl is rising to power and will end up ruling over us all. You imbecile. My father roars. Do you think your king would be happy knowing his general did nothing to prevent his fall from grace? If I am not mistaken, the king is currently being assassinated by his sons. The general shrugs. My father's eyes widen. Why on earth would they do that? He asks, perplexed. It was time. They were ready. It's just the way we do things. The general's eyes slide to mine, and I give a barely perceptible nod. It's in motion. I was worried the princes wouldn't go for it. When I had first gone to them, they had laughed when I suggested changing sides in the war. Until I presented my case and my daughter's, chances were high one of them would be mated to my daughter. Even the demented dark held their handfasted in high regard. I still wasn't sure they would go for it. Alcazas especially was unimpressed to find he would be sharing his potential bonded with a slew of other men. He said he only shared his things with his brother and only then sometimes. Mikhaida, however, had been silent, thoughtful. We would need to remove father from the throne, Mikhaida said at last. He won't switch sides. Alcazas looked at his brother surprised. You're truly thinking about this. We can't just take her without changing sides. Hell, this vampire might be full of crap and the girl is nothing to us. Alcazas snapped. What if she is and we're the enemy? Then she would deny us. If we just took her, she would never love us, Mikhaida reasoned. Alcazas had scoffed at the word love and called his brother an idiot empath. The brothers were so different from each other. Alcazas is a possessive, domineering hellhound, and Mikhaida is a weaponized empath, able to drown and kill people with emotion. Both were dark-featured with almost Native American looks, as opposed to the ethereal looks of the light fae. At least they looked human. A lot of the dark fae were misshapen, twisted, evil-looking things, the stuff of nightmares. I was grateful at least that if my hunch was correct, My daughter had one of them rather than one of the others currently roaming our halls. Although if I was honest, I would rather it be Mikhaida than the terrifying hellhound. I had taken my leave and left them to their glary match, hoping the seed I had planted bore fruit. With the general's words, I knew it had. Well, at least they would be more active than the current king, my father mused. While I have had a long friendship with Avara, he was essentially a lazy king. A portal made its way into existence, and the two princes stepped through covered head to toe in blood. Father sent his apologies. He is no longer available to serve you. Akasa states, withdrawing a sack tied to his belt and appending it onto the floor. Alvara's head rose around like a macabre ball before coming to a stop at the steps to the throne, sightless eyes directed at the man he was pledged to. Mikhaida kicked the head away and snake at his head looking at my father. The alliance you made died with him. As the new kings, we choose to not continue on this path with you. My father laughed at Mikhaida's words. You can't just sit out the war. This includes all of us. Those who sit it out will be treated the same as the enemy, he roared. An evil grin took over Mikhaida's face, and I realized for the first time he was actually more dangerous and a bigger threat than his brother. Though we have no intention of sitting out the war. Mikhaida laughed lowly. He turned to the general, who immediately bowed with deep respect. Tell our men we march now. The general bowed lower still and immediately exited through a self-made portal. My father spluttered indignantly from his throne. They will never accept you. The light fi has never worked with the dark. You are sworn enemies. The others will recoil from you nightmare creatures. He laughed at them. You will come crawling back, and I will cast you aside. You will not survive turning your back on me. Akasas ignores him and strides to me. You're coming too, he states, his huge hand grabbing my arm and shoving me toward a new portal. Hand on, this wasn't part of the plan. I pull back, trying to free my arm. His eyes glow red as he snarls a warning. You can't take my son. Guards, stop them. My father orders. But I am thrown through the portal and land on foreign soil before the guards have taken a step. A pair of large feet appear in my field of vision, and I look up to better view the giant before me. Fouquet. Well, the giant mused. What do we have here? I swallow, knowing it is time to face the music. Hello, Darius, Mikhaida says, placing a restraining hand on my shoulder. My brother and I have a proposition for you. Darius eyes me gleefully. Really? I can't wait to hear it, Eve's maid replies, cracking his knuckles.
Chapter 12 Darius. I look away from the nightmare creatures still trooping through the portals, while my stomach churns uncomfortably. You think Eve is one of your bonded, I repeat back to them, hoping they are joking. I had heard stories of the Dark Fi, none of it good. I was hoping we were wrong about the Dark Fi potentially being hers, too. I do. Her father seems to think so, Mikhaida says. I glance at the man who was the cause of Eve's suffering, still sprawled on the ground, kept in place by a behemoth paw of what Mikhaida claimed to be a hellhound, who was also his brother and fellow king. Akasis was a giant black dog-like monstrosity, with glowing red eyes, smoke curling from its nose, fire showing through its cracked skin, and knife-like teeth on display. The damn thing was the size of a Clydesdale. And you brought him with you because? I asked, gesturing to Cyrus. In case he lied, we don't tolerate rats in our camp. Mikhaida grins. I motion four of my strongest guards forward. Take him to the cells, for guards with him at all times. The hellhound steps back and Cyrus' eyes meet mine. Is she okay? He asks me quietly. That is none of your goddamn business. I smile. After everything you did to her, you have no rights here. My fist crashes into his jaw, snapping his head back, and I rejoice at the sound of his jaw snapping. I motion for the guards to take him from my sight. Bloody hell, This was going to be a mess once Eve learned he was here. Mikhaida looks at me questioningly. What did he do to her? That we will discuss if and when I know you are trustworthy. The hellhound growled and I flicked at the bird. Same goes for you, Smokey. Fine, Mikhaida agreed. Let us meet this woman collecting men like chums on a bracelet. Depends if she is willing to meet you. If she is, you will both be restrained for it. No way am I risking her walking into a trap. I flip out my phone and text Lai. He will know better how to deal with them. He portals in instantly. Bullshit, he smiles, getting in Mikhaida's face. Hello to you too, Lysario, Mikhaida says, bored. There is no way either of you monstrosities belongs to Eve. You sick fuckers will not get near her. The hellhound makes a huffing noise, his version of a laugh. We may not be as pretty as the Golden Court, but I assure you, despite our appearances, we are still beings of thought, feeling, and reasoning. Mikhaida replies calmly. Lysario scoffs in disbelief. There is not a moral bone in you or any of the Dark Five's bodies. He turns to me. Iron will weaken them and restrain them. I nod and fire orders through the link to Max to grab what we need. I also fire off a text to the witches' camp, requesting a way to block their portals and contain the army that's just arrived and is currently lounging all over my training field. Even if this all turns out to be a mind Fouquet, I had Cyrus in custody and I couldn't wait to get my hands on that prick. I planned to get to him before Garrett did, or that greedy Fouquet would leave nothing for me. I was glad Eve was currently with Garrett and Dev, sorting out the Dragon Kingdom and the now ex-king, and talking to the Oracle about this damn prophecy. They had been there for hours and had their walls up high. I had zero ideas what was going on, but I trusted them, even though the silence made me nervous. I turned to Mikhaida. So, if she is not yours, I suppose you plan on going back to the vampires? I asked. We haven't decided yet. He shrugs noncommittedly. Bloody hell, we could do a lot of damage if we had them on our side. Lysario's phone pings. They are ready to portal home, he says, glancing worriedly at the dark Phi. I pinch the bridge of my nose frustrated. Max rushes over with manacles swinging from his grasp. Thank God. We quickly secure a surprisingly willing Mikhaida, then turn to the hellhound. Its tongue lolls out in a doggy grin, daring us to try it. The manacles will not fit on his huge ankles. Arcases, be helpful and let the paranoid idiots restrain you, Mikhaida says, rolling his eyes. The hound grumbles and soon begins to shrink in on itself, transforming into a man, remarkably similar to Mikhaida, and holds his hands out so we can attach the manacles. Get them to portal into the meeting hall. Explain what's going on. We will join you there, I tell I, who nods and disappears into a hastily formed portal. I really hope Eve's had a good day, because I don't want to be pouring more shit onto an already crap day if I can help it. The poor woman has enough on her shoulders. I grab the hellhound by the arm and steer him forward. He glances at me appraisingly. So, this woman you all share, she got a nice rack. His brother swats his head with his bound hands before I can. Forgive my idiot brother. His manners take a while to recover after being in beast form, Mikhaida says. Oh, I believe he's just an idiot period, I say, glaring at the pissed off man I'm towing along. I'm just glad he's moving under his own steam. He rivals me in size. Mikhaida is also willingly walking alongside Max. We open the door to Eve swearing up a storm in a sports bra and cargo pants, angrily tearing strips off the guys. They are all there, even Luca and Reese. I don't give a Fouquet if they are. This is turning into an actual damn harem. This has to be a joke. The fates are all having a damn laugh up there at my expense. I'm sure of it. Eve rents. Reese says something to her that I don't catch. The wind goes out of her sails and she floats on a chair. 10 Reese. The oracle said fucking 10 of them. Can you believe that? She laughs bitterly. Reese again says something softly to her. No, of course not, she says, grabbing his hand. He smiles and kisses her temple and directs her attention our way. The hellhound shuffles his feet and leans into me. No wonder you're all okay with sharing, he whispers. She has a great rack, he laughs as I growl at him. Fucking mutt.
Chapter 13 Eve. My tired is tired. Yep, that's how tired I am. Garrett has to become king, which will make me queen of the Dragon Empire. I was trying to figure out how I was able to control the dragons without Garrett being king, but I'm guessing it doesn't matter who's king. He was supposed to be king before Hamish took the crown, and now he's going to be. Oh, and to top off the fun of the new responsibilities heading our way, Hamish and his mate have disappeared from their cells. This happened before his chosen mate, Davina, could have her day of reckoning with her husband. Davina went ballistic after being denied her pound of flesh. Then there's the Oracle, who I was hoping to bond with and share a laugh and a drink with. At the time she was finished making my head spin, she said she was keen on a drinking sesh anytime. I responded, I doubt I would offer you a tampon during your period at present, let alone a drink. She thought that was hilarious. Me, not so much. The prophecy she repeated to me made my jaw drop. In among the poetic mumbo-jumbo, she essentially told me I would have 10 maids. 2 would fall and 1 would rise. 2 kingdoms, 2 maids. I wasn't sure. The oracle also clarified as I collected men from each realm. I would control their people if the mate was a ruler, but if not, I wouldn't gain control until I had bonded all my men to me. Only then would I rule over all. Just what I wanted, to be the fucking Wizard of Oz. Currently, I had no control of the firelight or dark, as the king still lingered in the light, and I have yet to meet the dark. I had no which side. Luca was of the opposing royal line. That had never succeeded in taking the throne and was not in power, so no vampy control there even if we did mate, until the rest of the mates arrive. I had 6 men, 1 still unbonded. If I just had the witch and dark fire left to go, what creature existed that I didn't know about to make the last 2? I had asked the oracle, but she said she could only tell me what was told to her. She wasn't allowed to interface further than that. Stupid rule if you ask me. I decide to head home, hand the prophecy to the guys to puzzle over, and go punch my frustration out in the gym. Portaling into the meeting hall, however, confuses me, especially when life starts telling me we have visitors who want to meet me of the dark 5 variety. I groan. I don't want to add more mates right the second. I am still trying to navigate my budding relationship with Luca. How am I supposed to satisfy this many men and keep them happy? Am I supposed to be kept in the bedroom 24/7? Do we run a schedule to keep everything fair? Draw names out of a hat? Rock, paper, scissors? Reese has suggested that maybe one of these visitors is my dark fi mate. I shock him by repeating what the oracle said, that there will be 10 mates in total. He asks me if I regret being with them, which is stupid, of course. I don't regret being with any of them. I love them. He kisses me and says it would be the same with the rest. It will just work out however it is supposed to work. Then Darius arrives with Max and 2 men, 2 very shackled, large, attractive men, covered in blood. One watches me curiously and the other looks like he wants to eat me, possibly using his teeth. They look nothing like what I had heard of the dark fi. I look at like confused. They look normal. I whisper, well, besides all the blood. Some do. Doesn't mean they are though, he whispers back. If one of them is mine, is the claiming like ours was, with the vines. It hurts more, bound by the body, not just by hand fasting. The vines will bleed all of you, he says wearily. Great, sounds like fun. I grumble, let's get this shit done. There's a bottle of bourbon calling my name. I push off the chair and stride down to the waiting men. There's no point in delaying the inevitable. They either are or they aren't. I extend a hand to each, which they immediately seize. The curious one's wrist tattoo comes to life immediately, encasing my wrist and surging up my arm. Okay, mate found. I go to withdraw my hand from the other man's hand, only to find his also coming to life, slowly, almost sneakily wrapping around my arm. I glance at both men in alarm. They look at each other, grinning widely. Ours, they murmur in wonder. Fouquet, I squeak, look into life for help. Double bond, try not to pass out, this won't be pleasant, he warns me, looking worried. They shuffle closer and their vines surge around me. thorns shredding my clothing, my own vines, moving in to cover me and offshoots darting over to explore these new men. One vine dives down into the scarier of the two's pants. I roll my eyes. Damn vines are a bunch of traitorous hussies. Soon the vines begin to tighten, pressing the three of us against each other. I flinch as the thorns begin to press into my skin. The eyes of the men against me soften, each pressing lips to either side of my temples. It won't take too long, Mr. Curious reassures me. The vines dig deeper and my blood pours down my body. I can feel the blood drain from my face and my head starts to spin. I can hear my mates arguing and a scuffle breaks out. You can't interface, Lysario yells. Her blood will be returned once the vines have satisfied their thirst and returned to their dormant form, sharing the spilled blood with their hosts. The vines start to withdraw and my knees buckle. The two dark fi sandwich me as my head flops back. Nearly there. One whispers in my ear. I'm sitting in the lap of one, leaning back into the chest of the other. The vines finally settle and my own return to base, covering me. I feel blood returning to my body as the vines pump what they have stolen from the men into me, and much needed energy eases back into my limp limbs. My head slowly stops spinning, and my eyes refocus as I sit wrapped in the safety of the newcomer's arms. Well, that explains two of the outstanding four, Death says. You reckon the witches are siblings too? No idea, Garrett says. I let my eyes move from the handsome fi in front of me, and my eyes move to look to my side. Lysario stands barely keeping his shit in check. His fists clench as he glares at the man. Lie, I ask. His eyes dart to mine. There is something in his eyes I don't understand. It's almost disgust. Without a word, he spins on his heel and stomps out of the room. It almost feels like rejection and stabs at my heart. The look in his eyes hurts far more than any words could. Garrett immediately grabs me up, wrapping my legs around his waist and tucking my nose into the crook of his neck, soothing me with his rumble purr. Did I do something wrong? I'd ask him. Nothing, Angel. Not a damn thing. He just needs to get his head around some shit by the looks, Garrett says, hugging me to him. I'll go talk to him, Amber, Luca offers, with an understanding smile, striding out of the hall. Feel free to physically knock some sense into him, Reese calls out after him. Luca laughs and waves at us as he goes out the door. Don't suppose we can get these restraints off now? Mr. Curious asks. My eyes slowly gravitate to the fi. Hello, Eve. My name is Makita, and this is my brother Akasis. A pleasure to have finally found you. Chapter 14 Eve. Lysario has been avoiding me like the plague. Luca said he has some hang-ups about the dark fi being with me. Something to do with a long-standing feud between the light and the dark and what they're taught from birth. Personally, he needs to get over it, whatever it is. That came out wrong. I think they need to sit down with a bottle of tequila and hash it out. Two sides to every story and Lai needs to hear theirs. Akasis and Makita don't seem to be bothered in the least about Lysario being my mate too. The Dark Fi race has been surprisingly lovely to deal with. They are a fun-loving, hard-working group. Makita is actually hilarious once he gets talking and is so mischievous. Akasis bots around in his hellhound form quite a bit. He's quite terrifying, until he flips on his back demanding a belly rub, laughing with his huffing noises as Makita berates him for using his hound form to gain skin contact with me. I'm currently working out in the gym. Akasa sits in the corner, watching alertly like a good monstrosity of a guard dog should. The gym door swings open. 3 men, Thanes, walk in. One man is covered in scales like a snake, with no nose, just holes. He has wicked-looking claws and spiked horns running over his shoulders and back. Number 2 has bluish skin. Half his head warps out to the side to form a second head. He has 3 arms and 4 legs and tentacles that scramble out of his back, touching and exploring as he moves. The third one's face is a moving fluid mass, where facial features form and disappear just as fast. His arms and legs are longer than they should be, then short. They are quite the attention-grabbing trio. Also, very obviously, Dark Fi. The horned snake guy comes to a halt and crosses his arms when he spots me. I notice Akasis melting back into the shadows, observing and giving the illusion I'm alone. Well, go on with you, lass. Scream, panic, whatever it is you're going to do, so we can all move on and get our sweat running. His Irish brogue is musical to my ears. I grin and grab a towel, wipe off my face and dismount from the treadmill. I walk over and extend my hand. Hi, I'm Eve. He looks at me shocked. as one of the blue man's tentacles intercepts my hand and shakes it. My vines peek out of their tattoos and extend to shake the other tentacles. "Ah, you're that Eve," Snake Man says, eyeing my vines. Thought you would be taller, maybe a little scary." "Sometimes I am," I say with a shrug. "Right now, I'm just normal, Eve." "You're clearly not normal, Eve," says the side head on the blue man. "No one talks to Dark Fi, unless they are Dark Fi too." "Clearly they are all idiots," I respond. The liquid man burbles a laugh like water running over rocks, a pleasant sound, and pops a solidish arm over my shoulder. "I like her," he gurgles. "So what were you guys going to do here? Weights, sparring, running, weapons training. How about sparring with this little girl?" Blue man's main head offers. "Don't accept that," his other head scoffs. "I would hate to see a lovely thing like you broken and bleeding on the floor." "No, it's fine. I have some things I've been wanting to try," I assure them, positioning myself in the circle on the ground, mentally calling forward the different parts of me, and hoping they will fight together as seamlessly as I wish. The men spread out in the circle, and when I look up to meet their eyes, my dragon peers out at them. My lichen claws lengthen and the start of my fangs peek out as I grin at them. My vines dance out from my 3 tattoos at the ready. Human-sized dragon wings unfold from my back. Snake Man loosens his stance and gapes at me. You're a tricky one, aren't you? A little devil in disguise." He laughs. "All right, lass. Let's see what you can do then." They leap at me at the same time. I jump and land behind them. A swift flap of my wings allows me the extra height I need. My vines surge to attack the blue man's tentacles. A wing shoots out to knock over the snake and I slash at the fluid man. The fluid man reforms immediately, lips coming forward to grin, before disappearing again. I blow out a quick gust of lightning, and he literally explodes. Snake Man rushes me, yanking one of the sharp horns out from his shoulders and throwing it while kicking out at me. I catch his missile and stab it into his incoming leg, before shoving him backward. My vines have happily tangled the blue man up into a tight net, and the water boy is slowly drawing his petals together and reshaping himself. "Bloody hell, lass. Remind me to stay on your good side," Snake Man says, grunting as he extracts his horn from his thigh and tosses it away. Akasa's huff laughs, easing out from his shadowed corner, as I fold my wings away and retract my teeth, claws, and vines. I pat his head as he nuzzles my hair. "My kin," the blue man bows. The still-forming water boy bows the larger part that is together, while the snake man glares. "You didn't think to warn us, your grace, that your bonded is more monster than we?" Akasa's transforms smoothly and pops an arm over my shoulders. "Why would I spoil her fun, Ray?" He chuckles. "I think we should take her back to camp. I think she deserves a drink. Don't you?" Blue man offers. "Oh yes please," I say, grinning. "Are you not scared of us perverted monsters, lass?" Ray asks. "Sometimes the real monsters are the ones that wear the prettiest faces. So, I guess you 3 are safe to be with." I grin. "Are you implying we aren't pretty?" Waterboy gurgles, finally back in shape. "Beauty is everywhere when you look for it. Your laugh is beautiful. His scales are beautiful and his tentacles are iridescent like a rainbow and are beautiful. So yes, you are pretty. But I was more implying you aren't safe with me." I laugh. "Can't say I've ever been called pretty before," Blue Man's second head mutters, as they lead me out of the gym to their camp. This thing I'm unfortunately attached to is Kelbut, the puddle of goo over there, is Wardner, and I'm Scully. "It's a pleasure to officially meet you all," I beam, excited to be taken into their fold. "So tell me, do you guys know many drinking games?" "Does a griffin piss?" Wardner gurgles. "Wait, griffins are real?" I ask. "Oh boy, we have a lot to teach you," Kelbut laughs.
Chapter 15 Devlin. While we follow Mikita to his camp to find our wayward mate, I notice Lysario, again absent from us. Damn fool. The sounds of fast Celtic music on ancient instruments reach my ears, growing louder as we approach, as does the sound of laughter. Feet stomping and hands clapping along to the music. We reach a giant tent full of dancing, singing monstrosities, having a grand old time. On the huge trestle tables, Eve dances a jig, with a circle of 5 men. Head thrown back laughing as she moves and twirls, hair flying free. Magnificent as always. The song ends and she is handed an old tankard, which she hastily downs the contents of. Her eyes meet mine. She tosses the empty vessel to one of her dance partners, dismounts from the table, and makes her way to me. I catch her as she leaps into my arms and wraps her legs around my waist, kissing me briefly. She is a little buzzed from drinking but certainly not hammered. Her eyes dance with happiness. Holy hell. These guys know how to party. She laughs. I'm glad you're having fun. We can stay as long as you like. I offer. I would stay. But training starts with the dark fae mingling into the ranks early tomorrow morning. If they aren't too hungover. She chuckles. Did you know griffins are real? And something called a hippogriffin sprites and oh my gosh so much more. She waves to the rest of the guys behind me excitedly and then frowns, drooping a little when she realizes Lysario isn't with us. I'd like to kick the asshat in the gonads for putting that look on our girl's face. Just because he has issues with the dark fae doesn't mean he has to take it out on Eve too. Garrett is quick to come up behind her, sandwiching her between us as he kisses her temple. Portal or walk? Mikita asks. A Cassis pops up beside us. Or ride? He suggests, waggling his eyebrows before he dashes out the door. Eve's face lights up as she wiggles out from between us and excitedly runs off, leaping up onto the now hellhound. She secures her thighs around his neck and flops onto her back looking at the stars. He's good with her, Mikita says as we trail after them. A Cassis strolls smoothly, so he doesn't jostle her. He seems much more level-headed and less like a bull in a china shop. It's handy having him follow her everywhere like a besotted pup, Garrett admits. Frees me up as I know I can be too overbearing for her sometimes. I know she's safe with him. He's a good fit. You are too. Your people as well, I say. They have clearly welcomed her with open arms. It's the most excited I've seen her in ages. So Griffins, huh? Reese says. You know she's going to want to see one now? Mikita nods. We have every intention of showing our queen the lands she will control. You guys too, just when things are more settled. Mikita informs us. What are we going to do about Lee? I ask. This shit he's pulling has got to stop. He's not even trying to talk to her or us about it. Do you know what his issue is with you guys? The Golden Court is supposedly the superior of the two courts. The imperfect, the wicked, the deformed, and so on are all thrown to the dark court, to keep their side pure and beautiful. They teach their children that we do vile things, when really, we behave for the most part better than them. They sit on golden chairs, looking pretty and bored out of their skulls. We have fun. We keep busy. We can be evil when we need to. Don't get me wrong. But on the whole, we are a peaceful, fun-loving people. Mikita explained. You should see some of the underhanded shit they pull. A bunch of beautiful murderers and backstabbers over there. How did you end up in the vampire's army? Garrett asks. Well, our father owed him a favor. The vamps called that favor in. But the deal was between them, not us. To protect our suspected bonded, we removed our father from power and came here. Removed him how? I ask, already suspecting the answer. Ripped his head off his shoulders. Mikita shrugs. Seemed to do the job well enough. He grins, the hint of evil glinting in his eyes, which shows him as a true dark fae. Dark fae will always protect their bonded. It made sense if she was ours. To fight with her instead of against her. She was worth the gamble. A Cassis said she walked over and introduced herself to 3 of our men at the gym. Then sparred and kicked their asses. Before heading off to party with them. He laughed loudly. No one willingly befriends the dark fae. She's a gem. We arrive home and Eve sits up, her nose starting to twitch. She slides down a Cassis's side and takes off into the house. I hear a door slam upstairs, then there is a deadly silence. My nose tells me Lee's home. The burning fury I feel through the bond tells me Eve's about to explode. I shoot up the stairs and stand outside the closed door of the guest room, ready to barge through if needed. Then the yelling starts. Eve is really giving it to him. You self-absorbed hole. How hard is it to talk to me about whatever the fouquet is going on? You don't like them. I get it. But they are mine and I am theirs. Even if I wanted to. Which I don't. I couldn't walk away from them because of this damn prophecy. So, speak up and get whatever it is off your chest, because as far as mates go you are currently the shittiest excuse of one. 0 communication. No intimacy. And apparently no interest in me. You give 0 fouquets about the damage you are causing. Of course, I care. He says quietly. But Eve, they are disgusting. Evil beings that will hurt you. They don't know how to love you. How to touch you with care. They won't be gentle when they take you. They will bleed you, and the more you bleed, the higher their lust. They are showing you their prettier forms. Their true forms are grotesque. The stuff of nightmares. You will want to gauge out your eyes. It makes my stomach churn, thinking of them corrupting and damaging your beautiful soul. I look at Mikita and Akasis, who are both frowning. Mikita shakes his head at me, telling me it's not true. Do you actually know this? Have you seen it yourself? Or is this horseshit your people have spoon-fed to you? Lee, they are gentle, thoughtful, and protective. Most importantly, they have been present. They are interested in learning about me. I spent time in their camp tonight and their people are amazing. I call bullshit. You are blinded by misplaced hate. Hot meat kettle. Lee snarks. What do you mean? She asks confused. Luca for one. Poor bastard has been nothing but patient. Putting up with you segregating him from the rest of your mates. So don't you tell me about misplaced hate. He growls. I don't hate Luca and we are working on it. Our situation has nothing to do with yours, Lysario. Eve fires back. It's all a trap, Eve. Fuck. Open your eyes. Your father sent them to you and they turned on him and gave Cirrus to Darius to gain favor. They will turn on you too. Why do you think Cirrus sent them? Think, Eve. What do you mean they gave Cirrus to Darius? Her voice is deadly calm. Fuck. Darius mutters, palming his face. What's he talking about, Darius? Garrett asks in a deadly tone. We all look at Darius confused. Don't worry about him, he's in the cells now, but see how quickly they change sides. You can't trust them and the idea of them touching you. I just can't. Lysario says, sounding torn. Cirrus is here. In our cells? Eve prompts. She's no longer worried about Lysario. She's firmly focused on the bigger issue that's been brought to light. Lysario seems to have realized his mistake and is silent. While we now glare at the idiot Alpha, Eve is clearly ropeable. You have him here, and no one thought it would be a good idea to tell me. Eve snarls. They didn't know. Darius says quietly. I beg your pardon? Not one of them knew he was here. I didn't tell them. He finally looks her in the eyes. Why? Her control is breaking. Because I wanted first shot at the prick. He took you from me, Eve. Right when I found you. He broke you. Damaged you. Changed you. He has to pay for that. You think I'm damaged? I think the woman I saw at the bar is not exactly like the one in front of me now. He let your own uncle defile you. Jesus, Eve. Luca can't even fouquet you because of him. Eve flinches like she has been slapped. Luca punches Darius square in the nose. Pisty's being used against Eve. I think we all should have been informed. All decide things together. This, what we have here, doesn't work without communication. It doesn't work with secrets, hidden agendas, or without respect. I say, looking at each member of our group. I'm going for a run. Eve tells us, striding off. But not before I've seen her eyes shine with unshed tears. Snake move. Reese snaps, shoving Darius and following after our girl. What the fouquet were you thinking? I growl at the Alpha. Right. Everyone in the lounge now. We are sorting out our shit before Eve gets back. She deserves better than this. I glance back at Lee sitting on the bed in the guest room. You too, Lysario. It all gets sorted and this shit ends now. Otherwise, I might have to take a leaf out of the Fay Brothers book and start tearing off heads.
Chapter 16 Eve. By the time I've run off my anger, I am just left with the hurt. Reese has followed me but has kept a respectful distance, until I slow down and sit at a babbling creek, with my head resting on my paws. I watch the moon's reflected image ripple on the water. One of my mates thinks I am damaged and another thinks I am becoming contaminated. I huff out a breath. Am I not improving? Is Darius right? An involuntary whine falls from my muzzle. Reese steps forward and lies beside me, resting his head over my neck. He whines back with understanding. I don't want to go home tonight, I admit. Then we can sleep under the stars, or hole up somewhere, Reese offers. Is your old place still standing? I'd ask. Yeah. Can we go to yours and just pretend for tonight? My life is normal and easy like it used to be. Reese huff laughs. Race you there. And he was off. I shoot off after him and neck. We plow up the steps and transform, grinning and chests heaving. Reese pushes open the door, and we step into his modest one-bedroom. It is a little dusty from neglect, but otherwise, as it always was. I wander into his room and flop on the bed. My eyes move to the collection of framed photos on his dresser. My parents and I. Me with the elite team. Me with Reese. Reese with my brother Reese and me. Training photos. God, I wanted a time machine, to go back to when things made sense and I knew which way was up. To have 10 minutes with my parents and brother again. Fouquet, I miss them. Reese wipes away an escaped tear from my cheek. I can put them away if you want, but I shake my head. No, it's nice to see them again. I just miss them still. Dev linked me before, and said he's getting the guys to all sit down together and sort out their shit. I let him know where we are tonight. Told him you were taking a time out. He reckons he will have their heads on straight by morning. He doesn't care if it takes all night to knock sense into them. Reese tells me, wrapping his arms around me. Do you reckon Darius is right? Am I so different? Am I damaged? I croak. Baby, you went through some horrific shit and came out the other side. You and Luca are making good progress too. You were always going to change as you adapted to each mate, and each dormant part of you that activated. We are about to go to war. Darius had no right to say what he did. None. He should have told all of us about Cyrus. It wasn't his call to make. He tucks his nose into the crook of my neck, scenting me. For what it's worth, I love you for who you are, before, now, and forever. My heart melts at his words and I relax in his arms. That means everything to me, I say, tipping my head back and kissing him. The kiss quickly deepens and our hands start roaming. Reese rolls me over, covering me with his strong body, and kissing me like his life depends on it. His lips make their way down my body until he's settled between my legs, with my legs thrown over his shoulders, licking and sucking at my already drenched center. I start to feel the coil in my lower abdomen tighten as my release approaches. Just as I'm about to explode, he withdraws his lips and kisses my inner thigh, down to my knee, before doing the same to the other side. So very sweet of him. So very fucking frustrating. My release backs away. Reese makes his way back up and once again buries his face, working me back up. This time he works 2 fingers inside me, pushing against my G-spot as he slowly thrusts. I feel myself approaching the edge fast. Again Reese backs off, this time going up to my breasts and giving them a lovely round of attention, before kissing me again, letting me taste myself on his tongue before he again ventures down south. This time when my release approaches, he removes his mouth, watching me, his thrusting fingers suddenly, painfully slow. He reaches over to his drawer and pulls out a foil packet, and tears it open with his teeth. I groan. Jesus, I want to release so damn bad. Reese grins and I realize he's edging me on purpose. I grin back and reach down to rub my own clit. One way or another, I'm going to get this damn release. Reese chuckles, grabbing my hands and pinning them to my sides. He leans forward, nibbling a nipple. Reese, please, you're killing me here, I beg. He leans forward, sliding his rock-hard organ through my dripping folds. I rub against him. I try to angle my hips to take him, but he's always just out of reach. I'm so close. I just need that final pressure to tip me over. He flips me onto my stomach and hauls my hips up, impaling himself in one sudden thrust. I scream and release so hard I gush and see stars. Reese groans in my ear as my muscles spasm in ecstasy around him. He pulls me up back to his chest as he begins to thrust into me fast, drawing out the first release and throwing me into the next. His hand tweaks my nipple and another holds my neck with just the right pressure. His hips piston into me faster and faster, and the noises coming from me are borderline feral. My breath saws in and out of my chest in sharp gasps. I feel his knot begin to swell and he thrusts forward hard, locking us together, as he roars his release, setting off my own again. Holy fuck, I just died and went to heaven. He guides us carefully into a side-stooning position, his arms wrapped around me as he peppers my neck with kisses. Reese, that was, I gasp out. Fucking incredible. Yeah, every time with you blows my socks off. You're amazing. I think full credit goes to you this round. I laugh. He squeezes me tight. I love you, Eve. I'm so glad you're mine. I'm always yours. I love you too. I give his lips a gentle kiss and snuggle deeper into his arms, suddenly sleepy. One of his hands strokes my hair soothingly as I drift off, thinking of how Reese was always beside me from a young age as my protector and best friend, before our hearts realized we wanted more. I thank the powers every day that he is part of my life, that he is forever mine.
Chapter 17 Acasis. I stood guard all night, making sure they weren't disturbed, and that they were safe. I owed her that at least. If I had known about her father sooner, I never would have brought him with us, even when Darius had ordered him locked away. It never dawned on me that her father had put her through so much hell. I just thought Darius had an axe to grind about some transgression. I have never apologized so much in my life as when Garrett filled us in. I had only grabbed him because he seemed to be helping her. I presumed they were close and he could help ease our way with her. I would have killed him myself if I knew better. I never thought of mentioning Cyrus to Eve. He was forgotten the moment I laid eyes on her and we bonded. My infatuation for her ran deep and Cyrus was out of sight, out of mind. At the very least I presumed Darius or Lysario would alert her. My brother was in much the same boat but hid his fascination with her much better than I did. But he was always watching her, discreetly, of course, patiently biding his time and waiting for key moments to interact with her, wooing her a little more. That little prick Lysario was a hindrance, distracting her from us. Hopefully, the others made some headway with him tonight. Those stuck-up golden pansies always thought they were better than us. I lie and watch the moon move across the sky and listen to the sounds of relaxed breathing coming from inside the house. I continue to lie there as the sun begins to rise and I can hear the sounds of Eve being woken intimately by Reese. I listen to them make love and marvel at the way he drives her to completion while telling her words of love and promises of the future. They are true mates in every sense of the word. One day, if I am lucky, I too will be the same. Eve eventually stumbles out in an oversized t-shirt to the porch and sits on the step resting her back against my side. Reese comes out shortly after in boxers, carrying 3 cups of coffee. I return to my human form and place my legs on either side of Eve's, hugging her to me and drinking the coffee Reese has given me. I thought she may have been standoffish with me, knowing we were here because of Cyrus, but she seems to accept my touch fine. Reese has glazed eyes and I know he is linking with the others. He turns to us. Sounds like they got their shit sorted. Garrett said he threw a few fists before they made progress and there are a few bruises and cuts. Of course he did. Eve chuckled. Regardless, I enjoyed being here with you last night, Reese. It was lovely to have some normalcy for a night. I did too. We should escape here every now and again. I think it was good for us both. Reese agrees, sipping his coffee. Are you feeling up to training today still? Or would you like to postpone and head home? I ask her. Oh shit, I forgot. She groans. Yep, I'll do it. I'll just down another coffee and I'll be good to go. We head back inside and make the second round of coffees, black like the first since Reese has no milk here. Garrett waltzes in with Eve's workout gear and hugs her to him, pressing his forehead to hers. It was extremely unpleasant not having you home with me last night, but you look well rested and relaxed, so it was worth it. He grumbles. She lightly kisses his nose. How's your punching hand? She asks, inspecting the knuckles on his right fist. Didn't hurt me. They definitely felt it though. She laughs and grabs the clothes he brought with him and steps away, but he quickly pulls her back and kisses her thoroughly, before allowing her to escape. She's back 15 minutes later, curves showcased in her tight-fitting workout clothing and her hair up in a ponytail. That rack of hers drives me wild and I have to readjust my growing limb. We head off to the training ground where warriors mingle and Maikida stands to the side with the first large group of his men. The warriors fall into their lines as they notice Eve and stand silently waiting. Eve waves Maikida's group over to her. As most of you know by now, the Dark Fae have joined our ranks. Today we start to integrate them into the units. This is a quarter of their warriors present. They will bring with them new ways of fighting and will be great additions. There are some grumbles among the Light Fae and Eve's eyes narrow. Yes, I'm aware of the rumors around the Dark Fae, because some look less human and act less human. She points to a Light Fae close to the front. Tell me, what do you enjoy doing in your downtime? The Fae shrugs. I hunt and spend time with beautiful women like yourself. He answers smoothly. Garrett growls at the idiot. Eve nods and points to a huge Dark Fae by her side. He has the wicked jaws of a praying mantis, 5 eyes, and a scorpion's tail, but otherwise, the rest is relatively human-like. What do you like doing? She asks him. I quite enjoy playing the harp and fishing when the weather's nice, he says in a highly educated voice. Don't let looks deceive you all. Some of these guys are quite lovable rogues and they know how to throw one hell of a party. I suggest you all make nice so you can attend the next lot of festivities. She motions them forward and tells them to find spots among the rest. Then she starts running them through their paces. Some are sent off to run, some are off doing weights and some are sparring. There are defense groups and weapons training. Eve and her team have them sorted and organized quickly and efficiently. Eve cruises around the groups, offering pointers, and showing moves in slow motion so they see how her body reacts before they attempt it themselves. Not once does anyone give her any shit, fully aware of the lethal weapon she is, but I do notice some of the Light Fae giving her a bit of an evil eye. Eve smiles brightly at me and walks over to where I stand with Maikida. Then looking me in the eye she reaches up. I bend to get closer to her height and she wraps her arms around my neck. Without hesitation she kisses me, nipping at my lips and tangling her tongue with mine. I groan into her mouth as her kiss lights up my body and I cradle her against me. She slowly withdraws and surprises Maikida, doing the same to him. She looks over to the Fae who were glaring and smiles. Eat shit and die. Fuckers, she says under her breath as she chuckles at them. Now they have something to glare about. She kisses us both again and saunters off to another group. We are so fucked, Maikida says, watching her walk away. Not yet, brother, but certainly moving in the right direction. I agree, my eyes never leaving the sway of Eve's bum as she walks away.
Chapter 18 Eve. Grant's pack is under attack. Max yells out to me. Fu King, Fu Kitty, Fu K. I take a deep breath and center myself. Everyone, ready up. Get the ones back at the camps. Grab your weapons. Call your loved ones and we meet back here in 5. The training field is emptied in seconds. I race to the war room and quickly snatch the map off the table and my weapons out of the vault. I strap on the thigh sheath, already full of knives, and take a curved sword in each hand. Before I race back to the training field, Max is still on his phone talking to whoever made the call. His eyes look alarmed. Update, I bark. Estimate is over 2,000 vampires, wolves, and witches. It's another massacre in progress. The training field refills quickly and my mind races. Phi, those of you who can make portals, front and center, the lines ripple as they move to the front. Firstly, we will portal our army into the woods, on the east side of the pack's boundary. I point to the map. Once we are in and the bulk of our army is engaged, you first 10 on my right, portal to the bunker here on the map and move those that made it there to our pack. The rest of you spread out, find survivors, and bring the injured and the dead back here. Max have medical waiting. Everyone else, I'm taking half of you with me. Engage the enemy immediately. Take no prisoners. Stay in your squads and watch each other's asses. Everyone comes home, alive, or I'll kick your undead asses. Do I make myself clear? The warriors roar back in agreement. The other half will remain on site in case it's a distraction to attack here. Be on your guard until I return. Max is in charge. I point to the middle of the field and sweep to my left. Before pointing to myself, they move forward, ready to begin, while those on the right head off to hunt our own woods. My mates come towards me and I nod to the Phi to open the portals. I raise one of my swords. Kill them all, no mercy. I roar and throw myself through the portal closest, my men on my heels. We dash through the trees, silent, as we listen to the screams getting louder the further we run. We break through the tree line and swarm over the battle in progress. My mates follow my every step in a wheel formation. We lob heads and rip out hearts, rotating our circle as we move. Encircle, I yell. My men encircle me while Rhys steps in with me, cupping his hand and boosting me up. I look around and see on the knoll the vampire king on his horse, with Garrett's brother, some other dragons, that bastard Marcus and another man I presume to be the lead dark witch. Garrett's brother Hamish nods to me in greeting and begins to transform. Garrett, take the dragons and make sure you lead your brother away. They will crush us if they fight here. Garrett's head snaps to where I point and he lets loose a deep guttural growl. Command them, he growls at me. Tell the enemy to take a knee, because I will not leave your side. Yep, that works too. Enemy wolves and dragons, I order you to halt and take a knee. I roar. They drop like dominoes. The king drops in mid-shift, stuck in a grotesque in-between form. We turn our attention back to the vampires and witches still in play. Our own witch is shielding us from the dark spells. This is our massacre now, not theirs. It's easier to take the vamps down than it was the last time we fought them. We have stronger suits on our side this round. We outnumber them 3-1. The enemy changes gears and swarms towards me suddenly. The dark witches direct all their spells our way. Fu King Hos, I didn't see that coming. Portal out now. I roar. Lai's eyes start to mine with alarm, but bless him, he does open a portal and shoves my mates in. Akasis and Makai to help him. My warriors are doing the same, dashing through the portals opened by the Fays and their team. I transform as soon as my mates are safe. My dragon roars in fury, and I stomp and sweep my tail around. Portals close behind my teams as they rush to safety. I let loose my lightning, letting it roll through the enemies, slashing the stunned bodies to pieces. My massive feet pulverize those dying beneath me. I turn my head towards the Vampire King, only to see his horse disappearing into a portal. The dark witch is holding open while trying to grab the Dragon King. Since when can witches portal? I spit a lightning bolt at them, but the warlock has already scurried through, abandoning the ex-king and his cronies. I growl frustrated. The surviving vampires have scattered and a few get caught by a familiar hellhound lurking in the woods. I don't know if I want to cheer at the sight or be pissed that he's still here. At least he was far enough away from my murderous beast. Only the dragons and wolves kneeling on the edges of my murderous circle remain. I shrink back to my human form. Are any of you here against your will? I call out, empowering my words. A few wolves call out that they are. You may stand. Does anyone know the king's plans? Next moves. Anything of importance? Hamish makes a strange noise in his deformed state. I do. Marcus also calls out from behind a kneeling dragon. Marcus, Hamish, and those who are standing, stay where you are. You are exempt from my next order. The rest of you, if you are my enemy in truth and intend to do me and mine harm, take your own lives by whatever means necessary. I turn away as they slit their own throats, ash their heads in, fall on swords, or plunge fists into their chests. I don't want to watch the carnage. What I have done is not something I'm proud of, or that has made me feel empowered. This is a necessary evil, using the tools at my disposal to lower the enemy's numbers and lessen the threat to us. I walk into the Alpha's office. Akasa's falling in beside me, nuzzling my neck with his snout, and see blood on the floor. I skirt around it and pick up the phone, dialing Max's number. He answers straight away. Clean up on A4, I say into the phone and hang up, heading back outside. Garrett's one of the first through the incoming portals. Oh, he's also super pissed. I can literally feel the rage rolling off him in waves. I contemplate making a run for it. He sees my flight instinct kick in. Don't you dare. His voice is gravelly. He has me pinned against the building wall, by my throat in an instant. It's just pressure though. It doesn't hurt. My dragon would never hurt me. What part of you will not leave your side? Did you not understand? His voice is just a whisper. As he runs his nose over my cheek, scenting me, his body trembles as he tries to hold back his temper. I didn't want to squish anyone when I went dragon. One of those knee-jerk decision moments. I try to reason. You make it impossible for me to protect you, constantly putting yourself in harm's way, choosing to push me away, making decisions for me. His voice rises with each word. I am sorry. It was just instinct when they rushed us. I didn't mean to make you angry. The oracle said two would fall. I didn't want it to be my mates. I gulp. He fists my hair, yanking my head back to peer into my eyes. You're a fucking idiot, Angel. I'm not angry. I'm fucking terrified. My eyes widen and he releases his grip, stepping away. The oracle said two of you will fall, not two of them. You. That means you're potentially on a hit list too. I can't lose you, Eve. I can't. It would fucking destroy me. He kneels in front of me and wraps his arms around my thighs and leans his head against my abdomen. I wouldn't survive it. I seem to have missed that bullet point in the prophecy, and I'm feeling a little bad right now that I've upset my dragon with the decision to keep them safe. Only a little though, because the reality is I would have made the same choices. I would do anything to know they are safe. I wouldn't survive losing them either.
Chapter 19 Mikida. It's next to impossible to progress my relationship with Eve at present. Garrett stuck to her like shit since the battle with Grant's pack. I also think he enjoys snake blocking me since we refused to take him immediately back after Lysario threw us all in the portal. Although Akasa's, the shit, took off back there. But I trusted our girl's instincts. I knew she had a reason and a plan. Not one that I liked, but she was an independent woman and she didn't get this high up the food chain making dumb decisions. Also, I really didn't want to be on her ass-kicking list. I think Garrett was surprised when I sided with the light fae. Lysario had done what Eve had asked of him without question, even if it had destroyed him a little to put her at risk and leave her behind. I'd had to physically restrain Akasus, who was frothing at the mouth in desperation to get back to the woman he was determined to protect once he realized she wasn't with us. Surprisingly, Lai and Luca had helped me restrain the pissed-off hellhound, but he shot off as soon as we were focused on Garrett's rampage. Now I'm sitting on the deck of the pack house talking to our general about how to better fight with the other supes and what potential team reshuffles are needed. As Akasus sprawls in hound form in front of the door, Garrett comes out of the house, jumping over Akasus fluidly, before striding off. My eyebrows raise. He isn't with Eve. My eyes shift to my brother, who sits up with interest, tongue lolling out in a doggy grin. He gets to his feet and eases back into his human form. Walking off into the house, I quickly excuse myself from the general, to swiftly follow. As I head up the stairs, I can hear a shower running. Akasus stands in the middle of the bedroom, eyes glued to the direction of the bathroom. I go to his side and follow his gaze. There stands our girl in all her naked glory, head tilted back, washing the shampoo from her hair in the spacious shower. My snake stands to attention, hard and fast. I go to clear my throat, to let her know we are present, but before I can, Eve grins. Are you two going to stand out there all day, or are you going to actually make a move? She asks. She didn't need to ask me twice. I strip my clothes off as I stalk towards her. Akasus pulls off his shorts and throws them over his shoulder as he matches me step for step. We step into the shower swiftly, sandwiching her between us. I press my throbbing snake against her back and turn her head back to me, claiming her lips with bruising force. My hands pluck at her nipples as Akasus drops to his knees and devours her cat, making her legs buckle. We hold her up between us and make her ride out several releases. As we ravage her body, her ns of excitement drive me to reach for the coconut oil, slathering my snake and prepping her back entrance. One chance only to back out Eve. Dark Fae are demanding lovers. We are not the softest of people, I warn her, hoping she won't back out. She nods cautiously. Akasa stops his assault to roll on a rubber from a basket conveniently located in the shower. He lifts her and fights his way inside her, her long legs wrapping around his waist as I prod the hole I was going to claim with my raging boner. She tenses as I begin to breach the tight ring of muscle guarding her entrance. I push some of my own emotional lust into her and she groans and starts to push back onto me. Once I breach the muscle ring, I slide home and wait, marveling at the feel of her as we give her time to adjust to being stuffed full. I feed her more of my lust and she clenches us both, as her head falls back onto my shoulder. Akasas gives me a nod and pulls himself back, then surges back in as I pull myself back. Eve's eyes roll back in her head as we alternate our brutal thrusts, our hands roaming her body and bringing her to an explosive release. Her internal walls squeeze us hard and we begin to lose our rhythm. I lose my load first when he pulls my head forward and bites me hard on my neck. The most wonderful feeling of rolling myself in her essence takes over, and I feel my soul and hers merge. This is the fabled mate bond. The other Fae were missing out. This is so much more than the hand-fasting we do. This is so pure and primal, so intimate. I withdraw myself from her heat with a shudder. Overcome with emotion, I help Eve shift her arms to lock around my brother's neck, before sitting on the built-in bench seat to watch them finish together. Without having to be mindful of my movements, Akasas blows into her S*X like a jackhammer and Eve begins Mo*ing incoherently. She grabs a fistful of his hair, yanking his head to the side, slipping her wolf's fangs into the skin of his neck. He shudders, hip stuttering, and a feral growl rises up from his chest as he comes before he was ready. Naughty Eve, he growls, eyes glowing red. I wasn't done with you yet. Her eyes widen in surprise when he begins to move again. I suppress a snigger. That's hounds for you, a never-ending supply of stamina. I stand up and wash myself off, before offering my services again. Akasas repositions them so that she is riding him while he sits on the bench seat I vacated. While he attacks her breasts, I stride over and stand beside her, turning her head towards my growing erection. She takes me between her lips without hesitation. Akasas takes over their motion so each thrust pushes my snake into her delectable mouth. I realize on the third thrust her nose touched my navel and she wasn't gagging. My eyes widen with surprise. Akasas, catching on, puts his hand to her throat and feels me sliding down. His eyes roll and he groans with lust. Swap, he demands. Fu*K off. I laugh at him. No way was I giving this up. He can try the next round. He continues holding her throat as his thrusts become harder and faster, speeding up my release as her mouth takes me quicker. By the gods, I am ready to blow my load again. I try to hold off, just to piss Akasas off, knowing he wants my spot. He sees me begin to struggle and goes even faster, making Eve Mo*N as her release approaches. The vibrations set me off and I pour myself down her throat. Her release tips Akasas over, making him swear at his lack of control. He is quick to lift her off and get her on all fours, ripping off the condom and rinsing himself, before guiding himself into her mouth, selfishly wanting the piece of heaven I just had. I drop to my knees and begin to devour Eve's exposed cat, determined to bring her pleasure while my brother takes his. Akasas does not last long this time and I manage to bring Eve to climax twice before he does, her limbs trembling with fatigue. Akasas withdraws himself, grinning widely, and reaches for the condom basket. Eve however has crawled over to the water and lies down, letting warm heat soothe her muscles. Akasas pouts, realizing she is exhausted. Her eyes flick open. Don't give me that puppy look. You got plenty. Sheesh. The guys are going to love you with my next heat. They may get some rest next round. She groans and tries to push herself upright. A little help? She asks, quickly shooing Akasas away. Not you. You'll poke my eye out with that thing. I haul her up to her feet, but then change gears and pick her up. Eve is now more than ever our world. With the mating bond completed on both ends, she has become my everything. By the adoring looks my hard-hearted brother is giving her as I tuck her into bed, I know he is in the same boat. Eve now owns our hearts, bodies, and souls.
Chapter 20 Eve. It's the middle of the night when I sneak out of bed, hoping everyone is asleep. I listen carefully at the doorway to the even, deep breathing. Before gently checking the bonds, I do a silent celebration dance and tiptoe downstairs, making a quick pit stop at the laundry, grabbing a crop top and cargo pants out of the dryer, and quietly pulling them on. I go to the back door, which I know is squeak-free, and slink out of the house barefoot. For once in my life, I want answers. I want to look my nightmares in the eye and laugh at them. I want to punish and get revenge. I want something. I didn't really have a plan. I was going to play this one by ear and let my gut guide me. My only concern was I was either going to get caught in the act or found out after. My mates were going to be super pissed, but it was like there was a gun to my head, a pressure telling me this was what I needed to do. I stop in front of the men guarding the entrance. Let me pass. One stands aside immediately. The other is one that likes to drink with Garrett. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Do the guys know you're here? He asks. Let me pass and tell no one of my visits. I let the slightest bit of power out to nudge him, cringing that I was taking away his free will. He growls at me and I mutter an apology, as he steps aside and I sweep past him. I descend the steps and take a lantern off the hook at the bottom. I bypass the room swiftly, my nose sorting and dismissing the scents as I move. Finally, I step up to the one I want. I hook the lantern to the wall, illuminating my surroundings, and sit on the hard rock ground, taking in the contents of the room: an empty bed, a toilet, a sink, a single bar of soap, a small towel, and a roll of toilet paper. I snort, thinking how different it had been when roles were reversed. The sound rouses the occupant inside the cell. The head lifts up, squinting in the light. Who's there? A voice rasps. Are you going to show me what a man you are and beat me to a pulp too? Personally, I think women are way worse than men, a little more vindictive, and they hold grudges. We may forgive sometimes, but we never ever forget, I say with a shrug. He sits bolt upright. Eve. Bingo. Hey Daddy-o, I believe we need to have a chat, I say, eyeing him with disgust. Oh, thank God, they wouldn't tell me a thing about you. I'm so glad you're okay. I snake my head to the side, looking at his frantic face, before I laugh. I will not take part in your twisted plans. Your kingdom will fall and your king is fighting a losing battle. You do not need to worry about the well-being of your little pawn. You had your fun, now your toy has been taken away. I scoff. I didn't know. I had no idea you were my daughter. Sabine never told me she was pregnant. My father wanted to take over the dragon's rule, and then eventually hand the reins to me. But I needed to have a queen. I chose you as one last fouquet to your mother, and that imposter Reuben. It killed two birds with one stone. I got my revenge and acquired a potential queen. What could my parents have possibly done that was so horrendous you had to destroy not only them but their pack and children? Nothing can justify what you have done, I hiss. Then he told me the whole story of my mother being his mate, the betrayal of his mate and best friend, and his entombment that nearly destroyed his mind from the pain and isolation. I found myself shuffling through my memories of my parents, imagining a life where I had both my fathers, where my beautiful kind mother had been kind to him. I could not imagine my mother, who wouldn't raise a hand to anyone plotting to kill her soulmate, manipulating the love of another and using it against his friend, draining the blood from the body of the man she had made love to the day before, creating me. I found myself sympathizing with the madness he encountered in his entombment, having been there myself. So many regrets and missed opportunities. Every word he spoke I could sense was true, a side effect I had gained from mating with Mikhaida. I didn't want to empathize with him or understand him, but damn it to hell, I did. You still chose to torture an innocent party in all this. You chose to do what you did. You took your revenge when you killed them, yet you let your brother break me down anyway. Your actions destroyed more innocent lives, including a baby still in the womb, until your brother ripped it out. I remind him, fighting to keep him on the hook. Eve, if I had just known, things would have been so much different. I can't take it back, no matter how badly I want to. I used to dream about my mate loving me back, carrying my child. You would have been most treasured. Once I knew who you were to me, I was more horrified than you will ever know. It broke me more than what my mate ever did to me. Cyrus said with shoulders slumped. Mates, plural. Reuben was hers too. He was silent for a moment, before he let loose a stream of curses. Regardless, what is done, is done. I have since worked hard to get the dark fight to you. Once I heard of the prophecy. The brothers seemed to be prime candidates, and it got their army away from my idiot father. I've also turned many vampires away from my father's way of thinking and fed spies false information. He sighs. I know you will not forgive or forget what I have done. I have given what information I can to Darius. I would ask for the small mercy of ending my life. I am tired and I am of no use to you rotting here, so I would rather finish it. I look at him in silent contemplation. I would neither forgive nor forget, but after listening to him, I could to a degree understand. I will think about it. I will not make any decisions or promises here and now. I am also not sorry your brother was killed. He deserved what he got, so there will be no apologies or condolences. Nor will I apologize for your parents, but I will for your brother, his child, his mate, and your pack members. But I do apologize the most for what was done to you. You have no idea how much I wish things were different, that I could undo it all. I am truly sorry. His voice breaks and he looks away. Least your accommodations are better than mine were. I snark, uncomfortable with the feelings he's creating in me. Are you recovered fully? No after effects? He asks with his voice hopeful. I shrug. There is no answer to give him. I will always be haunted by it, but I'm alive and functioning, so that must count for something. Bonding time's over. I need to go. He nods and I gather my lantern and stride away. Eve, he calls. I pause and look at him. Thank you for coming to see me, letting me talk to you. It has been an honor. I wish I could have seen you grow up. You are truly magnificent. He bows to me as I carry on silently. I don't look back and I don't let him see the tears pouring. Dad always told me I needed to be more ladylike and have female friends, less training and more hunting down my mate. He was always disappointed. I was so very unlike my mother and more like one of the boys. He wasn't a bad father, just not very understanding, possibly a little resentful of the power he knew I had over him. Dad never called me magnificent. His proudest moment was probably the moment he realized Darius was my mate. But Cyrus thought I was. Glad one of us thinks so. I'm not feeling very magnificent, confused and lots of other emotions, but not that.
Chapter 21 Lysario. Eve has begun to make female friends among some of the other races, soldiers. They have taken to getting together at the end of the day for a drink, and they are just as crazy as her. Today they are at their usual table, and the girls have decided to finally grill Eve on her group of men. There are lots of giggles and blushing, as Eve discreetly admits, often there is more than one of us with her at a time, and a few sigh with envy when she explains how we all puppy pile in bed at night and watch Star Trek, that she now has us all hooked on the damn show. We sometimes even turn it into a drinking game. She is careful not to mention us by name, or give personal nitty-gritty information about us out, keeping it general. Akasis and Mikhaida waltz in, kissing her temples before they carry on to the bar. Have you, been with them yet? The golden-haired Phi asks. Eve nods grinning. Yep. They officially have the My Northeast stamp on their necks. She laughs. I can't help the slight cringe. I'm getting better, but it's a work in progress. Did they make you bleed and lick your blood? Did it hurt? The Phi asks with worry. Eve cracks up with deep belly laughs. Forget that crap the light Phi have been feeding you. It's all a load of rubbish. They are very young, vigorous, satisfying lovers, and no blood was shed, except theirs when I marked them, Eve explains, trying to hold her chuckles in. So, no extra appendages. Sake as normal. They didn't transform into beasts mid-Fuke. Eve loses it again. I'll take that as a no. The Phi laughs, taking deep breaths to center herself. Eve grins. Maybe you should try one of the dark yourself. I think you would find yourself most satisfied, Ralan. The Phi bites her bottom lip thinking, before I watch her gaze skittle over to one of the dark Phi at the bar talking to Mikhaida. Eve glances over. Yip, he'd be good. She winks at Ralan. The Phi they are eyeing up is human-like, with red hair, and his forked tongue darts out to lick his lips after he sips his drink. He has black curved horns on either side of his head, and he is large and muscular. If he's anything like Garrett, they know how to put those forked tongues to good use, Eve says conspiringly, while Ann shifts in her seat, clearly turned on by the idea. Maybe I will, Ralan says, taking a drink. Light Phi are boring lovers. Bouquet it, wish me luck. She takes her drink and saunters over to her mark, while Eve and the remaining woman laugh. I sit there going over what they said and wonder if Eve thought I was a boring lover. Then I realized she wouldn't know. We haven't been together since her heat, and she wasn't exactly coherent for that. That meant I could up my game before she could make that conclusion. I continued to earwig on the conversation, as the other for women grill Eve on her harem of men. I learned dragons have to snakes and wolves and lichens not sometimes, and she loves all of it. She loves that they dominate her in the bedroom most of the time, but she refuses to let them dominate her outside of it. She loves having one-on-one time with them, but she admits sometimes she would like it not to always be about sex. She knows they have needs, but she wishes sometimes it could be going out for a walk, going to dinner, the kind of stuff she and Luca are doing to ease into their relationship more. It is very enlightening, to say the least. I know then how I am going to one-up the others. I'm going to be her Romeo. I will date her and let her see she is the most important person in my life. A couple of dark fire walk in. One is snake-like with spikes, and the other is blue-skinned, two-faced, with tentacles. He spots them and grins, waving to them. Moray, Calbert, Scully. She greets them as they approach. How was training? She stands and hugs the blue man and kisses the cheek of his second face, while she fist bumps the snake man. The blue man wraps a tentacle around her waist, hugging her back. Alas, that Max put us through our paces for sure, but I'm still standing, unlike when you run it, the snake man says with a laugh. Calbert, Akasis growls, as the blue man's tentacles start to slip toward Eve's pert bum. Calbert swiftly removes them. Sorry, Scully controls them, he says meekly, while his other face laughs. Akasis hots angrily. Well, you and your secondary can stay away until he learns to behave. Calbert bows. Of course, my lord, Calbert says, backing away, while Vilray and Eve laugh at him. A tentacle thumps Vilray and playfully swats Eve's bum as Enid turns and rushes out the door with Akasis right on his heels. A chuckle slips past my lips and Eve's head turns my way. Lie, what are you doing hiding in the corner alone? Come and join us, she says smiling. Mikita comes up behind her, cuddling into her and placing a kiss on her neck. My eyes narrow at his possessive action, and I get to my feet and go over to them. I didn't want to disturb your girl time, I say, placing a gentle kiss on her lips despite his presence. I was going to grab you later though and see if you wanted to go out to dinner, off base, somewhere different. I thought it would be nice to get to know each other better. Eve grins at me and I know I have her. She nods eagerly. Yes please, that would be lovely. Shall we leave in say an hour's time? I ask. Wait, I better go and get ready. Magda give me a hand. She asks one of the dark fire women, who nods excitedly, downing her beer and jumping up. The poor woman looks like she ran into a brick wall, with her smooshed up face and floppy ears. I do not have high hopes for Eve looking her best if the fire is helping. She kisses my cheek and Mikita's before the two women scurry out of the bar. Where are you taking her? Mikita asks. There is a lovely human restaurant in London I think she would like. Don't worry, I'll have her back before she turns into a pumpkin. I tease. Be good for you both. Clear the air. Get you both on the right track. He says, surprising me. He looks at my raised eyebrows. I care about Eve. She cares about you. It's important all of us are on the same page with her well-being and happiness. Don't you agree? I nod, surprised at his insight and understanding. The brothers have been slowly turning my opinion on the dark fi. We even had a very drunken question and answer session to rule out fact from fiction on what we were taught about the other. It was Eve's idea, of course. Let's get ready for our girl then. Treat her nice or I'll knock your head off if you upset her, Mikita says. nudging me towards the door. And there it is, the end of our bonding session for today. I laugh and head out. I smirk when I see a Cassus in hound form, taking a nap on top of the blue man, whose tentacles are wriggling angrily. That will teach him for touching our girl. I duck through a portal and enter my room back in my realm, then start going through my clothes. I pull off my traditional garb and switch out to a white shirt, leather jacket, and black jeans and boots. Tidy casual, but my looks make it look upper class. I check in with my siblings and also with my father, who is still hanging in there before I leave. I portal back to base and wait outside the house for Eve. You look good, she coos in my ear. I spin to face her and my mouth waters. You look delicious, I say, running my eyes over her. Thanks. Magda picked the dress and did my hair. I can take credit, she shrugs. I know just by looking at her that it's going to be a struggle to keep this as a romantic date and not a dive into her pants. Magda does not play fair. I suck in a breath and steel myself for the night ahead. Opening a portal, I offer her my arm and we step through. Let the romancing begin.
Chapter 22 Eve. When Lysario guides me into the high-end human restaurant, I am taken aback by the way humans treat him. They bend over backward to accommodate him like he is royalty, which he is, but they don't know that. The humans already dining whisper among themselves and steal glances as we are seated. Our waitress pours us wine and hands us menus. Before leaving us to it, I take a sip of the wine and hum happily. As the flavor bursts on my tongue, Lai extends his hand to me and I slip mine into it. This is lovely, Lai. I must admit I was surprised when you asked me to come out. I didn't think any of you were interested in dates as such, since we all live together. Lysario shrugs and smiles. I have a lot of groundwork to make up and I have struggled to see where I fit in the mix at times. I heard you talking to your friends and realized I could be the one that was softer, gentler, and more patient, one that could romance you. So, I figured I should make a start. It's a good way to get to know you better, rather than just know your body, he says honestly. I find you fascinating, and I want to know everything about you. This guy just earned himself massive brownie points. I see movement behind him, and notice an overdone human heading our way. You know, the fake ones with the oversized boobs, hair extensions, caked on makeup, and revealing clothes. Excuse me, she says excitedly. Are you Lysario Furtz? Lys eyes and turns. Yes, Bo. OMG. Will you sign my menu? She jumps excitedly and I'm worried those balloons on her chest are going to escape the meager confines of her dress. I'm sorry, not tonight. I'm here to have dinner with my lovely wife, and I just want to enjoy the night uninterrupted. I will sign one and leave it at the front for you when I go, he offers. Plastic Barbie's eyes narrow and her eyes flick to me. She sizes me up, before leaning into Ly's ear and whispering, "When you're ready for a real woman, call me." She smirks at me, as she withdraws her hands that have made their way to his chest. My eyes narrow at the contact, and I'm about ready to jump up and yank her extensions off her head, or pop those beach balls on her chest. Lysario stands swiftly, causing her to stumble with her close proximity. He waves over a waiter while smiling at me apologetically. I was under the impression this was a place we could come and eat without being harassed. Please do something with that, he says, pointing to the now red-faced woman. Oh, and here. He hands her a folded-up napkin. She grins triumphantly and allows the waiter to lead her away. I raise an eyebrow. It's her number she slipped in my pocket, folded in a napkin, he says, sitting and retaking my hand while I laugh. I do apologize. I did a stint of modeling a few years back and did quite well. Unfortunately, I'm still recognized. I chose this restaurant as all the higher-ups go here, so there's no fangirling. Well, normally, he grimaces. I could see you modeling. You have the look they love. Why did you choose to get into that? Boredom mostly, he grins. Our realm is incredibly boring when you have lived in it as long as some of us have. How old are you exactly? I ask him curiously, sipping my wine. Roughly 7,000 and something. I choke on my wine. He swiftly gets up and pats my back. You all right? Talk about an age gap. I gasp out between splutters. He chuckles at me. Worried, he asks. No, just surprised, I admit. You must have done and seen some amazing things. We order our food and spend 2 hours trading stories of our lives. He has me in fits of laughter with some of the things he has done to alleviate his boredom. He is attentive and a great listener. Neither of us wants the night to end, and we stroll along the bank of the River Thames hand in hand. I learn he can speak in many different languages, and he begins to whisper sweet nothings in my ear in French, then Italian, and lastly Spanish. Boy, does that do things to my lady parts. He kisses me sweetly when we stop and sit at a bench and hands me a beautiful bunch of sunflowers from a florist we passed just before. So if you have been around so long, what will you do when you bore of me? I ask him, grinning. I sincerely doubt that will ever happen. You are the single most fascinating person I have ever met. The way you think, the way you move, the way you always sniff your coffee before you drink it, the way you look, the way you smell, the way you touch. You are an obsession there is no end to. I love your fire and your passion, the way you challenge me. I love you utterly and completely. He takes my hand and pulls me to stand up. I look into his eyes and see the sincerity in them. I love you too, I admit as we continue our stroll, this time with his arm around my shoulders. Sometimes I think there's no way I can love anymore. Then another mate comes along and my heart manages to take the leap. I worry a lot that there's only one of me and so many men. I worry if there is enough of me to go around, and if they are all happy and satisfied. We're all madly in love with you. We are all learning to communicate better, adjust and read each other's cues. Believe me, you are more than enough. We struggle to handle you. That's why you need so many of us, I think. He laughs. How are things going with Mikhaida and Akasis? I ask. Better. I understand things more. It's a work in progress. I still have a knee-jerk reaction when they are near you and touching you, but it's only a quick lapse. We had a hilarious tell-all drinking session one night. It was good. Thank you for suggesting it. He smiles. I'm glad. It makes life a lot easier when we all get along and have each other's backs. Lie. Did you mean what you said about being the gentle one for me? I query. Of course, I did. I want to be what you need, and if you ever need me to be not soft, I can change gears too. What about what you need, though? Lie. I don't want you to be what I need. I want you to be happy. With you, I am always happy. I slide my arms around his neck and graze my lips over my mark on his neck, making him shudder. I want you to show me how happy you are with me. I feel him swelling in his jeans as he looks up at the dark sky, taking in a slow breath. Eve, I wanted tonight to be about getting to know each other and solidifying our relationship. I wanted you to see I don't see you as just my bad partner. That I saw there was more to our relationship. Sex was not something I planned to have tonight, but I do have an idea. He opens a portal and leads me through to a luxurious bedroom. I raise an eyebrow questioningly. How about a relaxing massage? He offers. I grin and undo my dress, crawling onto the bed. He mutters something about temptation and being Fukaidi as he grabs a dainty jar of oil, making me smirk. Oh, he'll be Fukaidi all right. It may not have been part of his plan, but it's definitely become part of mine.
Chapter 23 Reese. Eve and Lai arrive home relaxed, smiling, and clearly freshly Fukaidi. Have a good time, baby, I ask her as she climbs onto my lap to cuddle. I love this side of Eve outside the training grounds. The troops think she's a hard ass, which she is, but she's also the sweetest cuddle bug off the field. Such a good time. We had this amazing dinner and we talked a lot. Then we went for a beautiful walk and it brought me flowers. Then we went back to his room and I got a relaxing massage. A full-bodied one, and then yeah, it was great. She smiles, blushing. Good as sex, I tease. Yep, it was, she mutters, burying her face in my neck, while I laugh. Glad you had a good time, baby. She yawns and nods her head. Right, clearly it's bedtime. I stand up, tucking her legs around my waist, and head up the stairs. We now have the giant beds pushed together to accommodate everyone. I help her out of her dress and her bra, knowing she hates sleeping in them, and we jump into the center of the bed. Eve is in her usual position, practically on top of me. The others start trickling in, stripping down to their boxers. Luca comes in awkwardly as always. He's just started sleeping in with us, but sticks to the edge of the bed. The TV flicks on as everyone finds their spots and the Star Trek theme music starts up. Garrett cuddles up to our left, hand tracing circles on her back. Dev behind him has a hand flopped onto her butt, just holding the emblem cheek. He's a but man and quite possessive of Eve's. The 5 brothers are behind him talking quietly. Darius is on my right and has his fingers stroking her hair. Lai is behind Darius and has taken one of Eve's hands, linking his fingers with hers and rubbing her knuckles with his thumb. Luca is tucked in behind him, watching TV, and Eve is already out cold. The guys on the ends don't mind not being next to her. Eve's a restless sleeper and gets up and down a lot, changing who she sleeps on each time she returns. Everyone gets a turn throughout the night usually. Well, everyone but Luca. One by one we drift off to sleep. Sometime much later, I feel Eve stir in my arms and help her untangle herself from the various limbs as she trots off to do whatever she does at these odd hours. Once she's out the door, I roll over facing the wall where the lead clock sits to ensure she isn't gone too long. 30 minutes pass and I realize I can't hear her moving around downstairs anymore. I wonder if she's parked up in the window seat having a drink, or if she's snuck out to check in with the patrols, or even hit the gym. I climb down to the foot of the bed and head out, following her scent out the back door and towards the gym. When I get to the gym, I realize her scent trail continues on. I furrow my brow and follow until I stand in front of the very nervous guards. I growl angrily. Why haven't you told anyone she's been coming here? I demand. Their mouths flap without sound. Fouquet, she commanded them, not Eve. I shove past them, expecting to find Cyrus beaten to a pulp. Instead, as I sneak closer, I hear them talking quietly. I hunker down in the shadows listening. He's helping her make a detailed map of the castle and outlining the soldiers' numbers. She's actually in the cell and he's drawing and explaining weak points while she makes notes on the map. You should probably get going now, Eve. They will miss you soon, Cyrus says, patting her arm. Your color is getting worse. You need to feed. He shakes his head. Fouquet, you're stubborn. She picks up a tin cup and slashes her hand with a knife. Slowly filling the cup, she places it on the ground. Your move, Daddy-o, she says, gathering up the maps and pencils and walking out of the cell and locking it behind her. I shoot off back to the entrance and wade off to the side. Eve strides out, tossing the older guard the keys. See you tomorrow, Terence, she calls as she heads off towards the war room. Terence clears his throat, and she pivots just in time for her to see him glance at me. Dump ass. Her breath catches in her throat as she takes in my form leaning against the wall. I sigh and drag her off to the war room, flicking on the lights when we get there and motioning her to sit. She flops on the chair she normally claims and groans. Go on then, have at it, yell, she snarks. I crouch down to her level, making sure I stay calm and collected. I need to understand things from her side, rather than scream at her right off the bat. I cup her chin and make her look at me. Baby girl, why didn't you tell anyone you were seeing Cyrus? I ask. I did ask Darius and Garrett if I could. They respectfully declined, saying it would be too dramatic. But you went anyway, I state. She nods. Not at first. A few weeks later, but I needed to confront him, put a face to the nightmare and destroy it. She tells me, her eyes pleading for me to understand. And I do understand. I'm all for her confronting her fears and healing further. I nod and gesture for her to continue. But when I got there and we started talking, it wasn't how I thought. She told me what her parents had done to him and the long time he had spent trapped, lonely and in pain, slowly going insane. After her time imprisoned, to a degree, she could understand. How she was surprised to find she empathized with him. How he apologized and pled for her to win his life. The things he had done to help them move against his father. She explained how with Mikaida's gift of empathy she had gained. She could sense the truth of his words. I thought about his request for death for 3 days, Reese, but I found I didn't want to end him. I want to know him. He's the only blood relative I have left. When I wake up during the night, I go to him and we talk. I tell him all the things he missed as I grew up, and he tells me about his life before it turned to shit. We bounce ideas off each other on how to take out his father, ways to better our men, all sorts. I find I enjoy being in his company. She sniffles. Dumb, huh? I hug her to me. Not dumb, baby. You do what's right for you. If you want to get to know him, that's fine. I respect you can tell when he's being truthful. I get that he was horrified and called a halt to everything when he realized you were his daughter. But I want you to also realize if you weren't his daughter, that he would have gone through with it. I just need to make sure you're being clear-headed in this. She looks at me with big sad eyes. I know the heartless man he's capable of being. I lived it. I'm also learning about the man he should have been. Believe me, my guard is still up, but I can't help but be drawn to him. I'm sorry, Reese. I'm so sorry I snuck around behind everyone's back. He's the only family I have left, and I'm reluctant to lose the last piece, even if he is a little crazy, but it is eating at me hiding this from everyone. Okay, new plan, I say. Tomorrow I'm going to sit the other guys down and talk them through it. Once they understand, no more sneaking around. Tell us if you're going to visit him. Even take one of us with you sometimes. We can support you in this. Okay, what are you thinking? I ask. I'm thinking I'm glad it was you and not Darius for Garrett that caught me. That I'm glad you get me. That I'm not sure what I did to deserve someone as amazing as you. She says, I shine name. I kiss her forehead. Love you to baby. Right. Let's get you back to bed if you have finished your nightly wanderings. I say, offering her a hand up as I stand. She takes it and we walk back to our room, climbing over the foot of the bed and back to where we started. She falls asleep pretty quickly and I follow soon after. In the morning, I wake to empty arms. I lift my head and see most of the guys are awake, looking at the side of the bed smiling. There at the end lays Luca grinning ear to ear, as he strokes Eve's hair with one hand and holds her close with the other. Eve's fast asleep, but tucked in her hand is Lucas' in charm. She had taken it off him.
Chapter 20 for Darius. It was a sweet start to the morning, seeing Eve sleeping cuddled up with Luca. More so, when we saw she had removed the charm hiding his base vampire scent, and had her nose tucked into the crook of his neck. This was massive progress, and showed she was finally becoming comfortable with him and exercising her demons. Come to think of it, she hadn't had a night terror for a while either. We all slowly migrated out of bed to the kitchen and caffeinated, talking over our plans for the day. Actually, I was wondering if once Eve is up and off at training, if we could all have a chat. Reese pipes up. I look at him and tug our bond, crying to get a read on what's up, but he's shielding tighter than a motherfucker. I frown at him and nod along with the others. Now I'm curious. I sense Eve stirring awake and hold tight to the link, ready to shoot upstairs if she freaks out finding herself so close to Luca. But I only feel contentment. So I relax and notice the others doing the same as they start prepping their next coffees. Shouldn't be too much longer till he joins the club properly. Dev comments, I'm glad for him. That man has the patience of a saint. How did the date go? Mikhaida asks Lai. Really good. She's a fascinating woman. I feel like I really got to know her better. Lots of laughs and lots of talking. She's a good listener too, Lai says, his eyes sparkling with happiness. So is he, Eve says, climbing into his lap, kissing his cheek, and accepting the coffee cup from me. As always, Eve sniffs her coffee first, before taking a sip and snuggling up. I love it when it's my lap she picks in the morning. Sleepy, cuddly Eve is super cute, judging by the adoration in Lai's eyes as he looks at her. He agrees. What are your plans for today, Angel? Karat asks. War room to go over new intel. Training at 12. Gym at 4 if all goes to plan. And then drinks with my girls at 6. I'm all yours after that, Eve says with a smile. I need to borrow Luca before he joins you in the war room, Reese tells her. She looks up at him and nods, face serious again. Guess I better get ready before I'm late, Eve says with false enthusiasm. I realize she knows what Reese is going to talk to us about by the way she hurries off to get organized. I know damn well I'm not going to like it. Garrett's eyes meet mine and I can tell he's thinking the same. Eve's back downstairs pretty quickly, dressed in one of her usual training outfits. She gives us each a hug and kiss, Luca included, much to his dumbfounded delight. Before shooting out the door, I turn back to Reese. All right, what's going on? I demand. I need to tell you all a little story. Then I need to fill you in on what I discovered last night. But I need you all to remain calm and hear me out. No taking off, losing your shit. Just sit and listen to the end. Then we can calmly discuss it. Can you all do that? Okay, Karat grumbles, shifting uncomfortably, immediately on edge, his dragon peeking into his eyes already. I'll try. This is about Eve, isn't it? I clarify. Reese nods and I sigh, bracing myself. The others murmur agreements that they too will do their best to stay composed. Reese tells us his story about Eve's parents betraying Cyrus and his entombment. I've got to admit, that would throw anyone over the edge. He also tells us the things Cyrus has done to move against his father since learning who Eve is. While I'm glad someone is messing with the enemy, it doesn't excuse what he did to Eve and her pack. I'm not going to release the prick because he woke up and grew a conscience. Reese blows out her breath. Everyone with me so far, does it help you understand his motives better? We all nod slowly. We are not turning him loose if that's the angle you're going for. Carrot growls. Thank goodness someone else is writing the same way as me. Not the angle I'm coming from. Reese agrees. Then he starts telling us about his late night walk last night. And I see red. You are telling me I start, but Reese interrupts me. I will wait till you are calm before I go further. You need to hear the whole thing before we discuss it. I close my eyes and try and rein myself in. I can't believe she's been sneaking out to Cyrus after I told her no. Sitting in the cell with him. Does she have a damn death wish? I nod to Reese for him to continue, and he patiently waits for Garrett's scales to retract before he tells us about the talk he had with Eve after. I feel my anger die back to a simmer. I know how much she misses her family. I can understand her latching onto her last link, but that monster, I don't care how remorseful he is. No way was I okay with her being with him. How long has she been going to him? Devlin asks. She said since a couple of weeks after she was denied permission. Reese replies. Clearly visiting him has helped her. Lysario muses. She's much better with Luca, and she hasn't had any nightmares in that time frame. She's been happier too. A few of the guys nod in agreement. And she's got all that intel out of him. He hasn't harmed her either. Luca adds. What if he's playing the long game? Lysario asks. She has acquired my gift though. She can tell if he's being truthful. Mikhaida interjects. She may not want to grant his request for death, but I have no qualms about doing it. I say angrily, how can she put aside everything he's done? If she wasn't his daughter, he would have forcefully mated her. Then we would have all been Fukaid. You can't just kill her father, no matter how much we would all want to. Carrot growls. If you take him from her, she would not forgive you. You would become the bad guy. I throw my coffee mug across the room in frustration. So, what? We just let her counsel up to the enemy and pretend everything is okay. This is bullshit. I rage. I told her it was too dangerous. What the fuck is she thinking? You pissed she's spending time with him or pissed she disobeyed you? Arcasis drawls. Both. I roar. Have you met Eve? Eve does what Eve wants when push comes to shove. You're lucky she complied for 2 weeks. Luca laughs. Look, she wants to know him. He's helping her lay her demons to rest, and she's getting a ton of intel from him. We also know he's being truthful and behaving genuinely. I say if it makes our girl happy, as long as we keep an eye on things, we let her do it. Mikhaida says gently. You don't understand. You weren't there. You didn't see her. What they had done. How broken she was. Fouquet. She flatlined on the operating table more than once. That monster nearly took her from us permanently. I'm pacing angrily now, barely keeping my wolf at bay. I was there too. Reese says. I read the reports. The orders were that Cyrus' brother breaks her. Cyrus himself did not take part in it, nor choose his brother's methods. I'm not saying he gets a free pass by any means. I just wanted to remind everyone of the facts. I look to Garrett. Surely, he's not going to buy into this bullshit. He saw her. He must see the danger I see. He appears deep in thought, which surprises me that he's even contemplating letting her near him. He meets my eyes and sighs. I would give her the world. You know that. If this is what she truly wants, I would like Mikhaida to feel him out. just to double check. If he deems Cyrus safe for her and for us, I will agree to allow the visits to continue, Carrot says at last. The others murmur in agreement. I can't hold back my transformation this time. My wolf tears through me as I roar in anger. Carrot sighs and goes to the front door. Go run it off. He tells me, we will talk more when you are calmer and have given it some thought. Just remember, at the end of the day, we don't control Eve. Eve controls Eve. I am ashamed she felt she had to hide this from us. You should be too. I snarl at him and race out the door as he opens it, and stay the Fouquet away from Cyrus and her until we have finished talking this through. He calls after me, goddamn scaly hole.
Chapter 25 Eve. I have been politely requested to steer clear of Cyrus tonight. Makita is spending some time talking to him in detail, and if all goes well I will have their blessing, without having to sneak out anymore, or outright go against them. Darius skulks around like he has sucked a lemon. He is the only one not on board. He sits out on the back deck drinking beer, refusing to talk to us. He isn't just angry, he is furious. By the time we go to bed, and the men's breathing has evened out with sleep, he still hasn't joined us. I watch the lead clock switch through the minutes. Then when the minutes turn to hours, I decide enough is enough and sneak out of bed. He is still sitting on the back deck. His back stiffens as he senses my approach. I don't want to talk about it, he says, voice rough with his wolf sitting so close to the surface. Good, neither do I reply and plant myself in his lap, snuggling into him. Let's see him try and ignore me now. He gives a loud sigh, but wraps his arms around me and tucks his nose to my neck, scenting me. I commandeer his drink and take several gulps. His shoulders shake and I grin, pleased I can make him laugh. But then the scent of salt hits me and I realize he isn't laughing. I quickly place the drink down on the side table and swivel to straddle him, cradling his head to my chest. His arms reposition around my waist and he pulls me tightly to him, his shoulders shaking harder, and then the sobs start. I had broken my giant and I didn't know how. I hug him tighter with one arm and start stroking his broad back slowly, in what I hope is a soothing manner. With the other, I'm not sure how long we sit like that, but eventually, the sobs subside and his face moves from my chest back up to tuck his nose into the crook of my neck. I let him stay there for a while, before I pull back to look at his sad eyes. I wipe his tears away with my thumbs, in awe that this man who terrified so many with his size and demeanor, had allowed me to see him so raw and emotional, so vulnerable. I press my forehead to his. I love you, Darius, and I'll always love you. You know that, right? He nods slightly, his eyes not leaving mine. Did you want to talk about what has you so upset? Soon, he says, I just want to hold you some more first. I nod and pop back into my original snuggle position and hand him back his beer. We sit there in silence, staring out at the shadowed forest in the distance. We share the beer, and he strokes my hair in a relaxing manner with his free hand, while I draw circles on his ribs. I'm just about to downsee off when he starts to finally speak. When you were taken, I had dreams about you, bad ones. My mind kept coming up with all the different ways they could hurt you. As time passed, I began to wonder if I would ever find you, if you would still be alive, especially when Reese felt the rest of your family's links die. It felt like we were on borrowed time. When we did find you, I realized the things my mind had been imagining didn't even come close to what they had done. You were so fragile, so broken, hanging to life by a thread. Did you know Cyrus' brother kept a diary? He Doralease entered everything he did in it. I stiffen and he holds me closer. I didn't tell the others. It would have destroyed them, but I did read it. Eve, my dreams got worse after that. I would be standing there frouncing, unable to move, while they did terrible things to you, and there wasn't a thing I could do to stop it. The day we rescued you, we saw Cyrus race out of that cave and vomit before he took off. I'm guessing that's when he found out the truth about who you were. But the real truth is if you weren't his and he saw you in that broken state, he would have still gone through with it and he would have taken you from us forever. He may not have been there through it all, but it was his order that took you away from us. It was on his order your family is gone and your pack suffered. He is the cause of everything that happened to you. If we had been there 1 hour longer, we would have lost you for real. You died on that operating table several times. Your body struggled to support itself. Your will to live was gone. He was the cause of that. Please, I am begging you, do not make me let you return to him. It's tearing me apart. Darius had never really spoken about it before. I didn't realize how badly it had affected him, or how it haunted him still. He had kept all of this bottled up and boiling inside him. I was ashamed. It had never occurred to me to check on them about everything that had happened. Once I got Darius the help he needed, I would need to have a chat with the other two. I didn't know about the diary, or that he knew absolutely everything in sickening detail. The thought made me nauseous, and for a moment, I imagined Fang Boy gleefully scribbling his sickening thoughts and actions into his diary. But he was long dead. He couldn't hurt me anymore. Instead, I told him what wouldn't have been in the diary, what it did to my mind, how it felt being trapped, having the hallucinations, and how hard it was to distinguish friend from foe, even when I was safe. The hopelessness, the despair, the loneliness, the hate, how hard it was to refine myself, how warped my mind became, how close to true madness I had been, how desperately I wanted to have back control over my life. I bared my soul to him, and told him everything that would never be found in a diary, the true battles in my mind, including the battles I still fought, while Darius held me tight. Darius, I want you to know what you are feeling is valid. It is real, and yes, those things happened to me and affected all of us. It was a horrible, shitty thing that we all went through, and we all suffered in different ways. But that happened to me over just a few months. During that time, I was trapped in my own personal hell. I never thought I would be free of it. Now imagine if it was 2.5 decades. What shape would you have found me in then? What state would my mind have been in? My giant shivers at the thought and shakes his head. He has no words, because, my love, that is what Cyrus went through. But he didn't have 3 amazing people looking for him. He didn't have stubborn, loving people who fought to ground him and patiently brought him back from the brink. He had no one to soothe him when his nightmares woke him screaming. He came back to a world where no one cared he was missing, where he returned to just being used by his father as an angry, twisted weapon to help start a war. He was nothing but a pawn. I'm not asking you to forget what he's done or forgive him. All I'm asking is for you to understand why he is the way he is, and understand that he is trying to come back from the brink. I get him and where he's at. I need you to understand that, as my father by blood, I am curious about him, and despite everything, I want to know him. Do you think maybe you could maybe understand him? Could you maybe understand why I want to talk to him? Can I reserve making a decision until after Mikhaila finishes with him? Give me a little time to process everything and then get his take on it too, he says tiredly. Of course, you can. There is no pressure, no time limit, right? Bedtime. You're exhausted. Darius slowly stands and takes my hand. Kitten, you are going to continue seeing him regardless of what we said and the guys. Well, majority rules. They are all for it. What does it matter what I think? He asks curiously. Because you matter. Your opinion matters. Everything about you matters to me. I just wanted you to stop a moment and look at things from all sides, and make sure you had all the information to make a calm, rational choice. If you still choose to not agree with what I'm doing, then that's okay. That's your choice to make, and I will understand. Because I do. I get where you're coming from and I can respect your decision. But I love you and I would rather have your blessing and understanding. If it came down to it and you told me him or you, it would always be you. I want you to know that. I just hope you don't choose to do that to me. I tug his hand and lead him inside, but detour to a guest room. He raises his eyebrow. Just you and me tonight, Hulk. No one else. I think we could both use it. I'd like that, he says, a genuine smile greasing his face. I tow him into the guest room, strip him down and myself, and then snuggle up with him in the bed. He lets out a sigh of contentment. The circles he's making with his fingers on my back slow down and stop as he goes under. I allow myself to drift off to and hope his nightmares let him have this night of peace.
Chapter 26 Devlin. Come on, sweet cheeks. Move your fine ass. Time's getting away from us, I say, slapping Eve's firm rump as I walk past, causing her to yelp. I'm coming. I just wanted to finish this cheesecake before we go. She groans, stuffing another forkful quickly in her mouth. Portal's already open and waiting. Darius has already gone. I warn. She pouts and looks longingly at her dessert. Then steeling herself, she lovingly strokes her obsession gently with her fork. I'll be back as soon as I can. She promises it in a whisper before she grudgingly puts it in the fridge and glares daggers at me. I roll my eyes. God forbid I get between her and her one true love. I mean, I love cheesecake too. But Eve's on a whole different playing field. She walks towards me scowling. Jesus, if I don't calm her down, she's going to go off like a rocket at the meeting. I need her calm, at least for the beginning. I'll buy you another one when we get back. I promise. I swear she would live off cheesecake if the others weren't making sure she was eating right. Boysenberry please, she says, a smile lighting up her face, and takes my offered hand. Instantly happy. I nod and we go out the front door to where one of the Fae has kindly opened a portal. We arrive in the hallway outside the conference center in my land. I can hear loud chatter already, as the alpha wolves and the lichen blue blood all reacquaint themselves. I hope they enjoy the camaraderie. Heads will be rolling before this is over. Literally. This is a calculated move to take down more of the enemy lines. Ready? I ask. She bites her bottom lip and nods hesitantly. I pull her to me in a demanding kiss, thrusting my tongue into her and mating it with her own. When I pull back, she is breathless and flushed, eyes alive with lust. You are the single most important person here. You are beautiful, strong, and smart. You own their asses. You are their queen. Remember that. You bow to no one. She straightens her shoulders and lifts her chin. Good girl. I push open the door and lead her to the thrones at the end of the room. The gathered men stand as we enter, bowing and staying in that position until we turn and take our seats. Be seated. I boom through the room. They sit in one smooth movement. Thank you all for coming. I have called you here to meet in the flesh. The woman I'm sure you have all by now heard rumors about. May I present to you Aviva Sonata, the sole survivor of the Lightning Ridge reigning family. Head warrior, my mate, and your queen. You are here to pledge your allegiance to her as you did me. You expect us to kneel to a wolf? My sister asks appalled. Well, no. You I now expect to grovel, I say, smirking at her. Eve is no wolf. She is a hybrid. Actually, that's not quite right either. She is a chimera. That's just a polite way to call her a mutt. My sister sniffs, then blanches when she sees Eve smiling evilly at her. I'm pretty sure Eve's imagining using her intestines as a scarf right now. Stupidly she soldiers on. Mutt or chimera if you prefer. She's not strong enough to rule the lichens. She's not of blue bloodlines. She's not good enough for you. I'm expecting Eve to lose her shit. But instead, she starts chuckling softly as though my sister told a joke. Eve is an alpha. I start. My sister dismisses my claim with a wave of her hand. There are no female alphas. She scoffs. Eve is also soon to be the Light Fae Queen. Not to mention the dragons as well, and she recently became the Dark Fae Queen. Although the coronation hasn't happened yet. Let's not forget too, that she is also the Vampire King's granddaughter. I say watching her eyes widen. That's preposterous. The Dragon King has a wife, she exclaims, ignoring the rest of what I said. The Dragon King is a traitor to his people. Eve growls, her eyes blue as her dragon rises to show its claim. Garrett was to be king but handed it to Hamish. Hamish is currently in my cells as my new chew toy. Garrett will be king. My phone pings and it's of course Garrett. Is Eve okay? I can sense her agitation. Garrett. Yip. She's holding her own. She may eat my sister soon though. Me. Do you want us there? Garrett. Not yet. Maybe soon. Me. I know Garrett will be getting pissy. He doesn't like being away from her. Except when he knows Akassis is there. Theirs is a strange bromance. But Akassis isn't here either. So he's even more on edge. So, you're sharing her then? My sister states. I nod. She stares at me in disgust. You have mentioned 3 other kingdoms she's apparently the queen of. So now you're saying we will have a whore for a queen. Enough. You go too far. Celeste. Eve is the one who has been keeping us all safe. She is in charge of this war. You idiot. You speak down to your queen and your savior. I've risen from my seat now, ready to tear her from her own. But Eve reaches out and places a hand on my arm. Eve. Grant calls from his seat, eyes dancing with humor. Stop playing with her and deal with her. Please. Celeste snaps at him. She's weak. As a royal line lichen I could knock her over with my pinky finger. Darius starts laughing from his own seat and my sister preens thinking he is agreeing with her. His laughter stops suddenly, his eyes zeroing in on the woman who has insulted our mate. My Luna, please end this before I do so myself. He growls. Eve sighs and gets to her feet walking over to my now weary sister. Believe it or not, I don't want to be your queen. I just want to be me. But that man up there on the throne, she says gesturing to me. I love him and he happens to be king. It is what it is. But I will do my best to do right by you all. So, I suggest you drop to a knee and pledge so we can all get on with our lives. She speaks politely but firmly. My sister glares at her. I will not bow to you. You're not strong enough to kneel. Eve breathes out, letting her power loose. My sister hits the floor so fast. I wince at the sound her knees make as they land. Celeste's eyes go wide as the power pushes through her and her neck tips to the side in submission. Eyes lowering, I smile at the sight. There is no love lost between us. She was spoiled by our mother and grew to become a grade A self-centered bitch. Pledge to your queen, I demand, raising my eyes to the rest of the room's occupants, my voice echoing through the room. There is the sound of knees hitting the floor, not as instant as when Eve gives orders, but still effective. 50 alphas and 21 blue bloods. Submit and acknowledge her as queen. I flick a message off through my phone and look at Eve. It's time. She sighs, hating forcing her will onto others, but knowing it's necessary to find the rats, so she reluctantly unfurls her power further, letting it slip over her kneeling subjects, as a portal shimmers into existence. I want you to stand if you have also pledged yourself to the vampire's side and betrayed us, she requests. 17 alphas stand out of the 50. Shocked they have shown their intentions without thought. I shake my head with disappointment. It's more than we thought. Then my eyes glide over the 4 bloods also standing. A growl trickles past my lips. Traitors all of them, and I know there will be others among the common folk not present. But the ones here and now, I can deal with. With the guys now through the portal, I let my lichen free and with a nod to the men, we descend on the ones who have betrayed us, tearing heads and taking hearts. None are left standing, nor alive. I walk back to my throne and motion for Eve to come back to me. She moves gracefully over, looking regal, despite the blood now covering her, because of course she had to get in on the action. Cassis stalks forward in hound form and nuzzles her when she is seated, beginning to lick the blood from her while she strokes his head. Those still kneeling watch them in awe. A hellhound is not something many see in their lifetime. They are the stuff of myths, legends, and nightmares. Seeing one acting like a doting pup is something they are struggling to comprehend. Eve seems calm, but I can sense her inner turmoil. What's troubling you, sweet cheeks? I ask. Her eyes flick to mine, and she seems to have an internal debate before she links back. I know we are trying to cut off the heads of the groups betraying us so as to deter the bodies, but I can't help but wonder by forcing their will and killing without mercy. Yet I can't help but worry if we are becoming as bad as the enemy. Isn't that what they want? To turn those they can to their way of thinking and kill the rest? I don't want to be that. She worries her lip. I will gladly fight for us against attacks. But this, what we are doing, isn't fighting fair. It's just a slaughter. There is no honor in it. No, there is no honor in it. But it certainly levels the playing field, I tell her. But in the back of my mind, her words niggle at me and I can't help but wonder if she is right.
Chapter 27 Eve. Cyrus is running me through different secret passageways, for easy moving around the vampire castle, but my mind is drifting. Today has not Saturday right with me. There is no honor in what we did. As a warrior, honor is everything. We fight to defend our beliefs and our people. To die on the battlefield defending those things is the highest honor. To die outside it, weaponless in a cowardly attack, is not. Eve. Cyrus asks, his hand on my shoulder bringing me back. Sorry, I apologize. You are saying, Cyrus sighs, eyes studying mine. Eve, something is bothering you. Maybe a problem shared is a problem halved, he offers. I look at him, weighing up if I should unload myself onto him. Cyrus' eyes take on a pleading tone. While he knows we will never have what I had with my parents, we have a respectful tentative friendship forming. I know he wants to atone for his mistakes in any way he can. Our blood calls to each other, craving the family bond, but I still am cautious. This time, however, I throw him a bone. He is desperate to play problem-solving daddy-o and carry my burdens. So for once, I let him. Hell, he might surprise me, and he is a good listener. So, I tell him the events of today, and how I'm not feeling right about it. He listens intently, nodding as I speak. What would you prefer? What would be the honorable thing to do that would sit better on your conscience? He asks. Honestly, I would rather they just choose their sides, and we all duke it out on the battlefield. We have the numbers. Now that the Dark Fae have joined us, we would win, but it would be more honorable. I tell him. Cyrus nods. Maybe you should share these thoughts with your mates. Get them all on the same page. But Eve, I also want you to think, if the prophecy said you would have 10 mates, to unite the races and gain control overall to win the battle, there must be something about this battle that we haven't taken into account to deem that necessary. Cyrus cautions. My brow furrows, as I mull over what I haven't thought of prior to now. This is a valid point. What could King Fukeface have up his sleeve? Do you remember him hinting at anything? I ask. Cyrus contemplates for a moment, before shaking his head. Maybe it's just necessary to soothe the unrest then, I say hopefully. I doubt it, he says chuckling, but it would be nice if that was all it was. Now how are things going with your mates? Everyone getting along? Yeah, for the most part, we are good, I tell him. I'm sensing a bit in here. Cyrus queries. But, Luca, I say grimacing. Ah yes, the vampire mate. I thought you said you were making progress. We are, and I think I'm ready, but the whole biting thing puts me off. I know he will feed from me when we, a blush crawls over my face. I'm worried I will freak out and ruin it. He said there were 3 different bites, one that hurts, one that gives pleasure, and one that's just pleasant. He's promised me the pleasant one, but still. Maybe you could have one of your other mates there when you claim him. That way they could direct him based on the feelings you feed through the link, he suggests. It's actually a decent idea, and my mind instantly settles on Reese. He's most in tune with me. I'll think about it, maybe suggest it to Luca. Thanks. Cyrus is smiling, looking a little proud of himself for being able to come up with a solution. I do have a favor to ask though. Hit me with it, he says. Chuffed, I need him for something. I would like you to bite me. His jaw drops and I see the incoming protest gathering in his eyes. So I rush on. Please, just on my wrist, while I'm lucid and not under duress. I just want to see if I can handle it. Eve, I really don't think. Please do this for me. If I can handle it, feed on me a little too and I can call it done on my prep list. I need to do this, to see if I'm truly ready. Cyrus runs his hand through his hair, agitated, jaw clenching. I take his hand in mine, as he takes stock of where my head is at, watching me, seeing my resolve. He nods. We will do this slowly. The moment I see anything I don't like on your face, it's finished. I swallow hard and nod. I let out a shaky breath slowly and squaring my shoulders. I offer him my wrist. Cyrus takes it in his hands carefully. He parts his lips so I can see his fangs lengthen, and I quell the shiver of apprehension threatening to roll through me. He keeps his eyes on me as he raises my wrist to his mouth. I brace myself for the bite, and feel his sharp fangs slide into the skin as though it were butter. He raises his eyebrow in question and I nod. He takes his first suck and I feel my blood being pulled out of me. But it doesn't hurt, just feels odd. With the second suck, I relax, and by the third, I feel like I have a slight buzz going, similar to the effects of having a few drinks. I smile happily at him. I did it. I can do it. I nod for him to continue. Part 2 of my agenda here now in play. To feed the stubborn Fouquet, who's been refusing to feed, as some sort of self-punishment. I can see his skin become less tight over his cheekbones, his dark eye bags fade. His eyes sparkle and a healthy color blooms into his skin with every draw of my blood. He pulls back and pushes his fingertip to one of his fangs, dropping blood drops to the puncture marks on my wrist and rubbing it in, the indents disappearing in front of my eyes. They're all done. You did well. You should be fine. But take one of the others with you just in case when you decide to claim him, he tells me. I nod and grin. Thank you. You look much better too, I say smugly. I see the penny drop. You little shit, he grins, realizing I have made him end whatever the Fouquet was he was trying to do to himself. You helped me. I helped you, I say, shrugging. It's a fair trade. He laughs, deep belly laughs. You're definitely mine, he chortles. I'm going to have to keep my eye on you. With this whole mate stuff, do you reckon the last 2 are brother witches like the 5 brothers? Or is there something else out there I don't know about? I'd ask him. I mean, he's been alive longer than me. He might be able to solve the mystery. I would presume brothers. You would then have one of every type of soup. Unless it's a hybrid like you for the 10th, but then why the rest of the mates? If you could have all your eggs in one basket. He shakes his head, dismissing it. No, I'm going to say brothers. Or maybe sisters. Or a brother and sister. Nothing in the rules says it has to be a man. It does happen. Cyrus smirks, and I scowl. I'm appreciative of the female form, but I prefer a pole to a hole. I'm pretty sure. I think. What would having a woman in the mix be like? Cyrus laughs again, seeing my mind wandering over the scenarios. I give him the finger. Bonding time over. Snake. Things to do. Women to consider. He cuts in. I huff and walk out of his cell, locking it back up as I stomp off, the sound of his laughter following me. But he's right. My mind is now running over the possibilities. Damn it all. Chapter 28 Eve. I enter the house deep in thought. About time you got here, a familiar voice calls out. My head jerks towards the source. The oracle waggles her fingers at me, as she sits on the couch grinning. Fouquet, you better not have any more mumbo-jumbo bullshit to spring on me. I grumble. She throws back her head and laughs. No, Eve. Purely social. I promise, I've come to collect on that drink you offered. I'm pretty sure, I rescinded, that when you shove the fate of the suits on my bum, I snark. She stifles a giggle. Mefuke, I could do with a drink. Let's do it. I motion for her to follow me and walk side by side to the bar. You look good, much better than when I last saw you, I tell her. Yes, I'm back up to where I was before Adele pulled her shit. I feel good, figured it was time to visit. I've never had a female friend. They all tend to steer clear of me. I scare them, she admits, but the fates said you would be a good one. I look at her in the weird clothes she manages to make look amazing. Her blonde dreadlock hair is adorned with beads, bones, charms, and feathers. Her tribal marks are painted onto her skin and jewelry is around her neck, wrists, and fingers. She's slim, toned, with soft curves, and looks to be about my age. She's unusual but beautiful. I know what she looks like beneath those clothes. After cleaning her up when we thought she was dead, she doesn't scare me. Meh, they are just jealous because you're hot, and she really is. See, this is me admiring the female form, but not having any urges to want to do more about it. Suck it, Cyrus. You're very kind. Wrong, but kind. I'll introduce you to some of the girls if they turn up. You will see, maybe dragon women are just stuck-up bitches. I laugh, ushering her in the door. The bar is pretty full already. I spot Magda waving to me from a table and wave back. I turn to the bartender for tonight, and realize it's Max. Hey, stranger, guess you got the short straw tonight. I greet. Haven't seen much of you? He seems startled to see me and averts his eyes, mumbling something about being busy training his groups. He's acting off like he's uncomfortable being near me. I place an order for a bottle of tequila, shot glasses, 4 beers, and a bottle of Johnny Walker. Max grabs what we request and thrusts it at us, before racing off to serve someone else. I raise an eyebrow. Why is he acting so weird? We are friends. Well, I thought we were. I raise my eyebrow and look at the oracle. She shrugs innocently, but her eyes say something else. Out with it, I huff, but she shrugs again, smiling. Have I told you lately you're a pain in my ass? All the time, Eve, she titters, helping me collect our supplies and following me to the table Magda's holding as ours. She, however, doesn't share her secrets. I introduce her to Magda and Penelope, one of the witches. The oracle surprises me and introduces herself as Poppy. Really, Poppy? I ask, bemused. I mean, I know you weren't born oracle, but Poppy, didn't see that coming? My dad liked opium, she says, shrugging and smiling. I erupt into an unladylike snort and belly laugh. Guess that explains why you're so fukaidi in the head, I quip. Takes one to know one, she throws back, making me crack up again. Sup bitches, Rawlun calls, draping her arm around my shoulder. She takes an bouncy on the table. Fuke, I'll kiss my bum goodbye now. Shit's going to get real tonight. She plops down into a spare seat and introduces herself to the oracle, while I pour the tequila and pop the tops off the beers. Are any of the others coming? I ask the girls. Iris might, Penelope says. Think Hersha said she would, Magda offers. Good, the more the merrier, Rawlun says, as she grabs a shot glass of tequila. I think Tana will be in soon too. She's a bit indisposed at present. Found herself a dark fi toy. Speaking of dark fi toys, I say, eyeing her. How is your new toy? Oh my god, Eve, you were right, Rawlun gushes excitedly. They are amazing lovers. I may never sleep with a like fi again. They certainly know how to use what they are working with. And that ton, phew, she fends herself, making us laugh. So, do you think he's worth going back for seconds? Or are you planning on sampling a variety? I tease her. I already had seconds. Fuke, I think I'm up to my 6th helping. That man is fine, she says, blushing. I raise my shot glass. To men who know what they're doing, I cheer. And sisters from other misters, who run rings around them, Rawlun adds. We laugh and clink glasses, firing our shots back and chasing them with a beer. So, do you have a mate, a love interest? Penelope asks Poppy. Poppy shakes her head. As I said to Eve earlier, everyone is scared of me. No friends, no lovers, hence girls' night, she says, saluting Magda with another shot. We each grab ours and yell cheers, tossing it back. Jesus, we need to get you laid, Rawlun says as she starts to scope out the bar patrons, male or female, or not fussy. Poppy giggles. I've been with both in my teens, but I'm more into guys. Not that I would say no to the right woman though, she adds thoughtfully. We start pointing out various men and occasional women that we know, highlighting any positives we know about them. We are laughing and the drinks are flowing. I go to fill our shots again and realize the bottle is empty. Motherfucker, be right back, I yell to the girls, heading to the bar. Max, more of the same please, I yell over the noise. Fuke girl, you're really going to tie one on tonight. I don't envy your head in the morning, he cautions. Meh, you only live once and the Oracle doesn't get out much. First ever girls' night, so it will be worth it, I say with a shrug. I gather the supplies and totter back to the girls. When I go back to the table, the other 3 girls have arrived. I groan and dump my haul, going back for more for the newcomers. For a girls' night, I'm suddenly seeing you a lot, Max teases, seeming more like himself. The 3 musketeers arrived, I say, jacking my thumb in their direction and reloading my arms. I smile at him and head back again to the table, dropping the newest haul and plopping down in my seat. Right, do we have a winner yet? I asked. She thinks he has potential, Iris says, pointing to a witch. I nod approvingly. Cute, tick, define muscles, tick, tight bum, tick. Anyone know him? I ask the girls, noticing Penelope's going red. Penny, have you already been there? I tease. No, she splutters, horrified. That's my brother. He's a bit of a douche, to be honest. But he does have a very, very nice bum. I laugh, as she glares at me. What? I like nice asses. Back to the drawing board then, Iris groans. You have enough nice asses, Eve. You're just being greedy, Magda teases. Just looking, no acting on it, I swear. I have my hands full without adding more. I chuckle. We continue to drink until we are definitely past tipsy. Kid Rock's Cowboy comes on the jukebox blaring away and that's all it takes. We are up and on the table dancing to it and singing along. The tops come off, sports bras showing to the world, while we swing our tops around above our heads like lassos. Our butts are bopping, hips are swinging and the patrons are cheering. We are having a blast. My world suddenly tilts upside down, and it takes me a minute to realize Darius has grabbed me and thrown me over his shoulder. My guys are all cavemen, I'm sure of it. This can't be normal, all this carrying over their shoulder they do with me. Then I realize I'm nice and close to his ass, so I grab it with both hands and lift my head, yelling to my girls. Hey, I found one. Found one what? Poppy slurs, being escorted out by Garrett. A nice ass, I holler back. She squints and nods solemnly. That is a pretty nice bum. I know, right, and it's all mine. I let go of the nice bum and prop myself up. Hulk, as nice as your bum is, you're ruining a perfectly good girl's night. I whine. Don't fret, kitten. We are just shifting the location home. With fewer eyes ogling you, girls' night can continue there. Whoop, you're the bestest, I say, flopping back down and biting his bum cheek.
Chapter 29 Garrett. So what do you think of our Eve? I ask the Oracle, as I hand her a drink. The Oracle sits and watches Eve, who is currently in a dance sandwich with Reese and Darius, laughing away. Although there's more groping than dancing going on, the Oracle grins, eyeing Eve. I love her. She's going to be my best friend, the Oracle declares. Oh, and it's Poppy. I'm not the Oracle tonight. Tonight, I'm just Poppy. Fair enough. I chuckle. It's good seeing the Oracle like this. She looks alive and happy for the first time and I don't know how long. She's always looked haunted, but I'm guessing knowing the secrets of the universe will do that to you. So how long are you visiting for? Trying to get rid of me already. She giggles, joking. I'm thinking I might stay. You will be king. She will be queen. It's my role to be available to you both. But not tonight. Tonight, you're just Poppy. I finish for her. Exactly. Well, just Poppy. Enjoy your drink. I'm going to get one for myself. I head off to the kitchen and snag a beer from the fridge, dodging Rollin making out with some red-headed dark fae against the kitchen island. There are a few other random guys here. That came with the girls. But it's much easier to keep an eye on our girl here and less crowded. I see Luca laugh and see the Fae brothers have stolen Eve from the wolves and are dirty dancing with her. It's Foo * King hot. Not that Reese and Dee would agree, judging by their pissed off faces. Since she's not with them, Eve pulls herself away from the Fae when the song ends and points to the back door and to Luca, who nods and heads out. I follow just because drunk Eve doesn't make the best decisions and I don't want to be caught up in the drama of regrets in the morning. However, they are just sitting on the patio swing having a cigarette. Luca tosses me the pack and I light one up. It's 3 in the morning and Eve's starting to sag a bit. You're looking a little tired, Angel. She nods and hums in agreement, leaning back under Luca's shoulder. Yup, I should start rehydrating soon. Try and lessen the hangover as much as I can. It's not going to be pretty. She agrees. I'm surprised she seems to still have her wits about her. She drank enough to drop an elephant tonight. You seem to be getting on well with Poppy, I comment. She's pretty cool. We just click. I can't believe she doesn't have any friends. And where in God's name is her line of admirers? Are men foo asterisk king blind? She's totally gorgeous. Foo asterisk K if I hadn't met you guys. I'd totally jump the fence and do her. Eve raves. Luca and I crack up. No filter Eve has come out to play. Who am I kidding? Eve rarely has a filter. We need to get her laid. Eve continues on. That's my new mission. Finding a special someone for Poppy. Tomorrow, after sleep. I suggest as she looks ready to leap off and start knocking on doors. She nods and relaxes again, but I can see her mind plodding away, though I doubt she will remember any plans in the morning. We just sent Rollin off with her man. Things were getting rather X-rated, Lisario says, coming out the door with a water bottle for Eve. I thought you liked watching, she quips. He smirks and kisses her nose. Only if it involves you, he leers. Good answer, Eve says grinning, and begins to chug her water. I've just popped your oracle into the guest bedroom off the lounge. She has water and painkillers on the bedside table and Darius is escorting the stragglers out, Reese says, offering a hand up to Eve and getting her standing. We follow after them and get ready for bed. Flopping onto the pushed-together beds tiredly, Luca puts water and painkillers on the side table before he jumps in at the end. Eve is draped over Reese as per usual and they are murmuring softly to each other, as my hand draws circles on her back. They are so cute together and so at ease with each other. Reese is one up on the rest of us, having known her his whole life. They know each other inside and out, mind, body, and soul. They are best friends and intimate lovers and I can't wait to reach the same level they are. Eve doesn't play favorites and we know she loves us all equally, but we all envy the easiness of their bond. The murmurs quieten and turn to a slow make-out session. I watch them feeling myself become rock hard. I feel the bed move and see Lai and Luca moving to the love seat to watch. Lai definitely likes to watch and Luca is content to watch until Eve is ready to go further with him. Things heat up pretty fast and Reese tells Darius to start stretching her out. Darius's hand disappears under the blankets. AMO asterisk N escapes Reese before he cuts it off and glares at Darius, who sniggers and does whatever it is again, eliciting another MO asterisk N. I find myself intrigued and watch their eyes fog as they link. They both nod in agreement. Reese moves Eve onto all fours over me and I immediately possess a hanging nipple, loving the groan she makes in response. Reese grabs the lube and lubes me up, then himself, biffing the bottle to Darius when he's finished. Dev moves to the top of the bed, offering her his hardened snake and she swiftly gobbles him down making his breath catch. Reese lowers her onto me and I feel her muscles squeezing as she slowly descends, wrapping me tightly in her wet heat. I feel Reese slowly gain entry into her rear passage and she MO asterisk NS loudly as we fill up every hole. I begin to move. Reese, moving opposite to me. We have a good rhythm going when Reese freezes. His eyes go wide before he groans and his eyes roll. I see Darius behind him, taking ownership of his bum. D thrusts hard, shoving Reese forward into Eve before he makes Reese retreat. I adapt to the new motion, even more turned on now that we have a train going. I knew that straight shit they were peddling wouldn't last and I'm proud of them for owning their wants in front of us. Reese doesn't last long, release Ming hard and taking Darius with him. The men withdraw and I let my dragon side loose. My snake splits and anchors in her, now that I have the room, taking her over the edge. Her MO asterisk NS set off Dev. I manage to get a few more thrusts in before her tight and quivering muscles make me lose the battle. I pant and withdraw, moving aside for the eager Fey brothers, who peg her both ends. Acasis in her mouth and Makita under her, in her cat. Lai lubes up and takes her ass, no longer content to watch. It's a big step for him to share her with them. The three dominate her with swift hard movements, making her take every inch of their equipment. Eve releases hard and takes Makita out. Her MO asterisk NS set off a string of cursing from Acasis, before he roars his release. Lisario grins and yanks her away from the others, ripping off his condom and replacing it with another to take her cat. He has her facing him now, taking her in slow intimate strokes, kissing her passionately, as he edges her to another release. They stare into each other's eyes lovingly as he gently tips her over. Their eyes never leave each other, allowing us to see her eyes and face as she falls apart. He shudders as his own release slides through him. It's a thing of beauty watching them together and an honor allowing us to see their intimacy of making love, as opposed to the sound fu * king the rest of us just took part in. It was the perfect way to end this session. I see Luca tucking himself back into his pants, having released with his hand. He too seems relaxed and at peace. As Lai and Eve wind down, they part ways and Reese helps her to the bathroom, anticipating her needs. They return moments later and we tuck ourselves back into bed. I urge Eve to drink some more water before letting her lie down on Reese. Tonight was amazing. We were all relaxed and all of us were in sync with each other. We had a good time at the impromptu party and in the bedroom. Eve has taken all of us, bar Luca, but I know his time is close. I can see in their daily interactions Eve is ready. I close my eyes, snuggling up to Eve and Dev snubbles and behind me. I am looking forward to many more nights like this. This is definitely home and we are on our way to becoming a big happy family.
Chapter 30 Eve. I stumble down the steps groaning, hand shielding my eyes from the bright morning light. I don't even go to the kitchen, instead climbing into the closest lap, and burying my face in the chest of whoever's lap I have taken over, to block out the sun streaming in. Oh, that's not a good idea, Eve. Poppy murmurs from somewhere off to the side. I wave her away. I take a whiff of the chest I'm buried in. I presume I've jumped on Luca, and she's worried I'll freak out, but I won't. But the scent that reached me is not Luca's or any of my mates. It is familiar though, and I realize the muscles of the body I sit on are tense. Not good. I raise my face slowly and look up into alarm and uncomfortable eyes. Max. There is a feral growl from behind me, swiftly joined by another. Blood rushes to my face in embarrassment, and I realize I need to defuse this fast. Guys. My bad. I yanked off Max's lap and shoved into waiting arms. My hungover body makes my stomach lurch uncomfortably. I gulp hard to not toss my cookies and embarrass myself further, as Akasa starts rubbing his face against me, scent marking me. I jerk my head away and trill to my dragon, advancing on Max with hands fisted, halting him in his tracks. Angel, Garrett says tensely. I have every right. He touched what isn't his. No, it's my bed. I just jumped in the closest lap. Poppy tried to warn me. I picked the wrong one. I'm so hungover I didn't realize. He didn't do anything but freeze. I caught him off guard. Sorry, Max. I say, offering a weak embarrassed smile. Max doesn't answer me. He's looking at me, but not my face. He's instead looking down lower. Garrett growls louder. Akasas pauses his nuzzles to take in the situation. His eyes peer over my shoulder to see where Max is staring. I swiftly feel him pull my t-shirt down, from where his arms bunched it up. Take Eve to the kitchen, Garrett roars, his amber eyes glowing with anger. Fouquet, whoa, stop. This is all just a misunderstanding. It's Max, for Christ's sake. Not his fault my hungover bum climbed in his lap. He just saw your bare hungover ass. Eve, Garrett snarls back. Right, another mistake. It's okay. I'll pop some pants on, and we will all go have coffee and have a laugh at my expense. I hastily say, scrambling out of my hound's arms and racing out of the room and up the stairs. Jesus, this is too much drama and testosterone to take on without caffeine in my system, not to mention the sledgehammer swinging in my head and my stomach trying out for the rock and roll grand finale. I shrug on shorts, then realize I'm not wearing undies and shrug the shorts back off. Fouquet, I thought I, at least put a G-string on under Reese's t-shirt. Poor Max must have copped an eyeful. No wonder Garrett's losing his shit. There's a bit of yelling going on, so I hurry to be more presentable, with underwear, because I learn from mistakes, yea me, before racing back down. The living room is empty, so I scurry through to the kitchen. It's quiet, too damn quiet. Poppy is holding a bag of flouncing peas to Max's eye, while all my mates sit on bar stools glowering at him, except for Garrett, who's looking pretty bloody smug. Fouquet, I groan. I was only gone a couple of minutes. What part of not his fault didn't you hear? The part where he had a hard-on. Nolan voided it. Akasa seethed, gaining grumbles from all my men, while Max's cheeks redden. Are you saying my bum isn't hard-on worthy? I muse. Well, no, it's very, but not for others' eyes, Akasa says, stumbling on his words. You're the one who showed him. I quip and he glowers at me. If you had pants on, especially undergarments, it wouldn't have happened. Wear underwear for Christ's sake, he snarls. Make me. I shrug, poking my tongue out at him. Fuck me, he says in frustration. How old are you again? 5, Reese and I chorus laughing, while Garrett and Darius try to hide a grin. And just like that, the tension breaks and there are smirks all around. Right, caffeine now please and more painkillers, I plead. Reese hands me painkillers and Darius hands over a coffee. They all remain silent, while I caffeinate and wrestle my hangover under control. So, Eve, I thought you might, if you have time to, be able to show me around, Poppy says, breaking up the silence. Bless her. Yeah, I got a few hours free this morning. I was going to hit the gym before training, but I'll just train along with them instead. I'd agree, mentally running my mind through what I remember of today's schedule. Poppy jumps up and down excitedly, and I can't help but grin at her excitement. How the fuck are people scared of this adorable woman? How about you show me around the border? I'd love to see how big this place is, she says, bubbling with joy. Sure, whatever floats your boat, I'd agree. Though she's not quite as bubbly when I make her wait for me to down the second coffee, or the third I have for good luck, but at least my head and stomach are calmer by then. I kiss my men goodbye and catch the apple Reese tosses me on the way out. Poppy informs me Max was there waiting for Darius to finish his shower, as they had caught a rogue on the territory this morning. I nod, wondering what the rogue's intentions could be. I'm guessing nothing good. We wander the edges of the border and Poppy examines flowers, points out animals, and asks questions about the pack. She's so inquisitive and delights in everything she sees. I ask her about life as an oracle, and she asks me about life as the only female head warrior. She keeps stopping to examine the treasures she finds as we walk. A feather, a fugly-shaped leaf, and a purple flower. At the rate she's going, I'm waiting for her to collect a partridge in a pear tree. Maybe the kitchen sink too, because why not? The frequent pauses mean that it's taking us way longer than planned to walk the border loop. Poppy, I'm really sorry, but I have to get to training now, I tell her regretfully 2 hours later. It's okay, I had fun. Let's do it again soon, she says easily. I turn to cut through the forest, a direct line to the training field. We continue joking around as we walk when a smell catches my attention. I pause and breathe in deeply. Fouquet. I lengthen my claws just in case. Poppy watches me carefully and lengthens her own, immediately on guard. I follow the scent, ears straining for sounds nearby, hyper-aware of my surroundings. The smell is close now and I wrinkle my nose, as the pungent odor assaults my senses. This is the smell of something long dead, well and truly decomposing, but no one has been reported missing. We arrive in the clearing by Reese's old cabin, our love shack as he jokingly calls it. The smell is coming from it. Probably an animal snuck in and couldn't get out. I muse, carefully turning the handle of the front door. Eve, Poppy says, sounding on edge. I don't think you should go in there. I glance at her and see her eyes are solid white. And I know, I just fucking know, I'm not going to like what's on the other side. This is going to be bad. I take a steadying breath and shove the door open. The smell of raw assaults my nose, making me gag. I take a cautious step in and sweep the room with my eyes. My eyes halt at the dining table, and a strangled noise escapes my throat, turning into a high-pitched cunning noise, as my knees buckle and hit the floor. Hands cover my eyes and pull me into a chest so I can't see, but it's burnt into my mind now. I can never unsee it. I have linked Garrett. They are coming, Poppy whispers. The cunning noise changes, gears, and a sound of pure devastating sorrow erupts as I scream my sorrow and horror into Poppy's chest. My poor family, rotting at the dining table, with a full meal laid out in front of them, flashes in my head. My mother's bracelet on her wrist and my brother's lack of hands gave away their identity. The other 2 bodies are easy to guess after that, as their near fleshless bodies sit in francine poses of a dinner party gone wrong. A bug has crawled out of my mother's gaping fleshless jaw. Her limbs are scattered on the table and her head is a bizarre centerpiece. The maggots are crawling on my sister-in-law's face. My brother's armless hands sit on his dinner plate. My father's head snake-eyed at an unnatural angle. Not even in death will they allow peace. Hands gently pull me away from the oracle. As I fall apart, my mates surround me in the safety of their scents, while I shake and lose myself to my grief. I scream out the pain I had avoided dealing with at the time, and now brutally forced to face. The men are barking orders to others as they take me out of the house. I sob, feeling my heart breaking all over again for the family I have lost.
Chapter 31 Cyrus. Reese barges into my cell with a face like thunder. I groan and wonder what I'm supposed to have done now to piece off the man in my daughter's life. He barks at me. I stand up cautiously, steeling myself for a feast to fly at me, but instead, he roughly grabs my hands and unlocks the chains. I raise my eyebrows questioningly and Reese scowls at me. Don't make me regret this. Your daughter needs you. So if you really are turning over a new leaf, now is your chance to prove it. I nod in agreement immediately. I will do anything they need me to do if it helps her. Reese fills me in as we walk on what he found. I'm sickened on her behalf and angry. Reese explains she's inconsolable but won't let anyone near her, so they can't sedate her either. He hopes my being there will remind her that all of her family is not lost, either that or being faced with their deaths will bring her rage forward towards what I've done. He doesn't care which way it goes, as long as it benefits his mate. He shoves open a door and drags me through into the bright sun and fresh air, while I squint and try to adapt my eyes and senses to the sudden change in environment. Reese continues to tow me along until we reach the pack house and leads me up the stairs. Eve's scream has me yanking myself from his grasp and into the room. I'm instantly in front of her, shoving the man with a needle away from her. Do not touch my daughter, I roar at him as he crashes into the wall. I swiftly turn and sit down, pulling Eve into my lap, stroking her hair. I whisper to her that I am here, that it will all be all right, that she can't let it all out. She snuggles into my neck, and for a moment I can't imagine a different past, where I comforted my young daughter whenever she was sad and needed her dad, put plasters on skin knees, and rocked her to sleep. My heart clenches briefly at the wasted time away from her, but I was here now and so was she. So, what? We're just going to let him walk around now. Darius huffs angrily behind me. Did you have a better idea? Reese snarks back. At least he can't get close enough to comfort her. Could you give us a moment? I ask politely to the occupants of the room. No, Darius snarls immediately. Yes, Garrett agrees, motioning the others out and dragging Darius with him. Reaching back to close the door, he looks me in the eye. Hurt her and you die. He shuts the door. I pull back from Eve enough to untuck her head and wipe the tears on her face with my hands. I place a gentle kiss on her forehead. I heard there was a rogue in lockup. That smells of the grave. I wonder if we should pay him a visit and find out why. I suggest whacking my eyebrows at her. Her eyes clear as my words sink in. She jumps out of my lap and nods, an evil smile crawling onto her face. I offer my hand, which she takes with zero hesitation, and I lead her past her curious mates waiting in the hallway, back to the cells, stopping in front of the most recently occupied one. She lets go of my hand, skipping off and returning with a trolley of torture equipment and the keys. Her eyes are gleaming in anticipation. As she hands me the keys and readies the trolley for entry, I open the cell and motion her in. The rogue growls as she enters. She roars back at him, shocking him silently. She grins menacingly, a predator right in her prey. I want to play a little game, she coos. The rogue shakes his head. I don't think I want to play, he says nervously. Participation is mandatory, I say politely. Let's play 20 questions, Eve says gleefully. What's your favorite color? The wolf raises his eyebrows in surprise. Yellow, he says, confused. Mine's green, I tell her. Oh, mine's red. She claps her hands excitedly, pulling a knife from her thigh sheath and throwing it at the rogue's shoulder. She retrieves it and dips her finger in the blood flowing from the wound. Blood red. Just like this, she swipes a finger over each of her cheeks. Question number 2. How old are you? I'm 25. 20. 28. The wolf says. worrying about what's going to come next. 1733. I pipe in. Holy shit. She laughs, turning to me. How did you have me? Don't you need help getting it up at your age? You're practically a fossil. Do you use Viagra, Daddy-o? She laughs. Hardly, I say dryly, rolling my eyes at her. Question number 3. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't skin you alive and practice my bow-tying skills on your intestines. She snarls, suddenly turning and putting her face an inch from the rogue's face. His eyes go wide in horror. Why did you dig up my family? She punches him in his gut. Why did you put them in the cabin? She hits his cheek. Why did you display them like the Mad Hatter's tea party? You goddamn sick fucker. Her fists are flying at him as she screams into his face. He looks disoriented now that she's pummeled his face. I was offered a fresh start in a pack if I did it, he slurs. By who? Eve demands. Did one of my granddaddy's cronies make you promises? You know they are full of shit, right? The man just gulps and looks away. You also know you're going to die for what you did, right? She whispers in his ear. Her claws lengthen as she strokes his cheek. Daddy-o, are you hungry? She asks. I demand distastefully. I don't snack on bottom dwellers. Eve shrugs and stares at him. I see the rogue's eyes widen and gloss over. His face contorts and he pisses himself. Eve leans against the wall, relaxed as she focuses only on him. The rogue begins to shake and then he's crying. This must be Mikaida's side at work. By the time she's done, he's shit himself, clawed his own eyes out, and bashed his head into a pulp, using the wall behind him, until his heart gives out. Eve pouts. Once her toy is broken and checks his pulse, lips curving when she finds none. Feel better, princess? I'd ask. She nods happily. Dad, let's take a walk. I hold my hand out to her, and we make our way outside and over to the stream. Eve reclines on a boulder, enjoying the sun. I can't help but think something bad is coming. I think it's important we hunt down the rest of your mates and get you ready to end this. Maybe a trip to the witch capital is in order, I suggest. She sighs and sits up. You get this whole thing is worth right. I have to juggle 10 men. I can't barely juggle the 8 I have. I still haven't even claimed Luca, and yet you want me to find more. She rubs her face in frustration. People are judging me, you know. The woman sleeping with 8 men. I see the way they look at me. I mean, I love them all, but it's just so crazy. They all love you too, Eve. It's not normal, but then neither are you. You would hate normal. She laughs. Yeah, I can't imagine life without them. It's just hard to imagine 2 more in the mix. Maybe it's time to officially bring Luca into the fold, then start looking for the witches. I say carefully. She nods. Yeah, I'm overdue for Luca. She scrambles off the boulder, plunks herself on the grass beside me, and flops her head into my lap. My hand automatically smooths her hair and then continues stroking it. I'm scared, you know. Of Luca, I'd ask, but she shakes her head. Of the responsibility I've been given, of screwing it all up, failing. I hold a lot of power inside me. More once it's all unlocked. What's to stop me from becoming worse than a vampire king, taking their free will, enslaving them to my whims? I'm crazy inside. Part of my mind never healed, and it whispers bad things. It's pretty sick and twisted in here. She admits, tapping her temple. I need you to promise me that if I lose it, once my job is done, if you need to put me down. I bristle angrily and shove her off me, grabbing her arms. Enough. I shake her. Darkness exists inside everyone. Just because yours whispers to you more does not make you a bad person. It does not define you or decide your fate. You make the choices. You decide your fate. If you want to walk away from what the oracle prophesied, then do it. If you don't want more mates, then don't go looking for them. I accept you for you. You are my daughter, the missing piece in my life. I will support you and stand beside you through it all. I would do anything you ask of me, but do not for 1 second think I would do that. Anything but that. I will not end your life to save other people. You forget I am just as sick and twisted as you, if not more so. I would rather hold your hand while you burn the world down around us. I just got you in my life, Eve. Do not ask that of me again, because the answer is no and always will be. She lets out a little sob, and I pull her into my arms, holding her close. I don't want to be the bad guy, she hiccups, and I don't want to be angry at you anymore, because you're not the bad guy in this story anymore. You're Fouquet head, that is. I'm wiping the slate clean with you and me. I need you to be my voice of reason. I need you to be my family. I need my dad. Her eyes shine with us tears as she begs me to step into the gap in her heart. My own heart flutters excitedly. Oh, my precious princess, I became your father as soon as I realized you existed. I couldn't have been blessed with a stronger, more beautiful, smarter daughter. I'm proud to call you mine. And we're going to Fouquet shit up for your granddaddy. She laughs, sobs, and nods. We sit back down in the sun, and I hold her to me. She talks about more of the things I missed out on with her, filling in more gaps for me. She's amazing, and she's mine. My own father may not give a shit about me, but her father most certainly will.
Chapter 32 Eve. Darius isn't going to be happy when I inform him Cyrus isn't going to be going back to Isel. But he needs to understand that Cyrus is my dad, and through a twist of fate, we are both twisted individuals that need each other to stay in check. No one understands my demons better than he does. We stroll back to the pack house both relaxed until the eerie quietness draws my attention. I tug on my links and find them distanced. Magda sits on the front porch waiting for me. Where are they? I ask worriedly. While we were dealing with the cabin discovery, we missed some calls from Grant's pack. She takes a steadying breath. Eve, they are dead. The whole pack's been slaughtered. My breath chokes in my throat as my brain scrambles to change gears. Grant's body isn't among them, and the children are all missing. The bodies we found, honey, don't have any heads. The heads have all been taken. Mikhaila sent me back while they clean up. So you were kept up to date. They have sent out search parties for the missing. She grasps my hands. Eve, I am so sorry. Cyrus' hands go to my shoulders, rubbing soothingly while I think. My knee-jerk reaction is to be angry. Why the hell didn't they tell me and take me with them? But Cyrus' presence reminds me. They were worried for my mental well-being, and did what they thought was best for me. I may not like it, but I can understand it. My second reaction is to mourn the lost pack, but I will have to do that later. Right now I need to think about how to get back possible survivors. My mind flits to the eager young girl, who had Saturday with me at Grant's table. With aspirations of being a warrior and my hands clench into fists, I quickly shove it into the think about it later box in my mind, refocusing on the hearing now. Have the light packs been notified? I ask, as my brain kicks into strategy mode. Yes, Devlin had a team calling them. We have a double patrol on our own borders. Oh, your family has been reviewed too. Okay, cool. I might make a start on cooking dinner, I say, heading for the front door. You're going to cook? No, Magda asks confusedly. Yes, it sounds like they have it under control. I'll check in with the border patrol after dinner. I walk in and head for the kitchen, rummaging through the fridge and freezer. I start pulling out mince, herbs, cheese, and the makings for a salad. Before going to the pantry for pasta, I start chopping the vegetables and glance up at Magda looking worriedly at me. I'm good, I promise. The guys will be hungry when they come home. I need them at their best before we start planning our next move. We need clear heads to find Grant and the kids. Me being there and losing my shit will only hinder them. And believe me, I will lose my shit if I see it firsthand. Now come help me grate the cheese. Daddy-o, you're on herb chopping. Magda shakes her head but starts grating cheese. I swear it's the invasion of the body snatchers, she grumbles. Cyrus laughs and winks at me as he starts to chop the basil, oregano, and garlic. Sorry, I have had my emotional breakdown for the month, I say, winking at her. Lasagna and salad, is it? He asks. Good, I say, smiling happily, while Magda stares at each of us waiting for the other shoe to drop. I flick on my music playlist and we all bop around as we cook multiple dishes of lasagna for the household and make the salads. On the outside, I am calm and cool, focusing on prepping a good meal. On the inside, I am seething. Here I am worried about taking away free will from our enemies and trying to take the moral high ground. Then the enemy wipes out an entire pack and abducts the children. The portal finally appears in the lounge as we are wiping down the bench. The guys tiredly trek through, looking haunted, with a pale Poppy trailing behind them. Darius opens his mouth to speak, but I cut him off. Go get cleaned up, guys. Dinner's ready and you can fill me in after I've refueled you. Okay. There are raised eyebrows and a whispered with the bouquet from someone, but they head off for showers without further complaint. Dinner is a relatively quiet affair, with Cyrus sandwiched in the seat between Magda and me. Surprisingly, no one bitches about his presence, and we stay on the safe subject of our house being built and the final things needing to be done to it before we move in. We clear the table after we finish and sit down with coffee. Time to get serious. Okay, hit me with it. Half the missing one's been found. There are solemn headshakes. Okay, tell me what you know. I sit back waiting to hear the nasty details. I don't want to know, but I need to know. The enemy had gone before we got there. It looked like they were caught unawares. They didn't seem to have put up a fight at all. Def tells me. Witches were to blame, Poppy puts in. The wolves were killed doing chores, socializing, working. It was like they were frowned in time and beheaded doing whatever they were doing when it happened. It was very odd, also very underhanded and cowardly. Fookers. The search teams found no leads in the missing pups, or of Alpha Grant. Our own witches couldn't get a location scrying for them either. Reese adds. Maybe Grant got the kids to safety, Magda says wistfully. We exchange glances. It's a nice thought, but deep down we know this is not the case. The other packs are on high alert. Grant's was the only pack attacked. We have buried the bodies and cleared out the offices and safes, Garrett says quietly. We sit mulling over the information. This wasn't just the destruction of a pack. This is more, but I can't figure out what they have planned for the missing members. I need to check in with the patrols. I informed them. As I stand up, anyone's free to join me. Akasis, Luca, Cyrus, Reese, and Poppy decide to come with me. Lysario and Makita start to do the dishes with Magda. Def, Garrett, and Darius head off to the office for more phone calls. As we walk from checkpoint to checkpoint, I think about the missed phone calls. My fault they were missed, as I was off losing my shit at the time, distracting everyone. I wonder if we could have helped them in time if we had answered. Then I think back to what Poppy said and I freeze in my tracks. Poppy, if they died in the middle of going about their everyday life, who the Fouquet was calling us? Who were the missed calls from? They left a message on the last call. It was the bad guys letting us know what they had done. They were already all dead by then, Lucas says grimacing. What was the timeline for the calls? I ask, my heart thumping in my chest, worried we had missed our chance. No, Eve, don't even think it. They were 2 minutes apart. The deed was already done. There was no way they could have been saved. Akasis growls at me. I nod, the weight of guilt dropping off my shoulders. I sense a sudden disturbance, and the pack links and zero in on the quivering strands. Report, I order through the link. You need to get to Sector 8 and head for the hill there. One of our soldiers says back, sounding shaken. I race towards Sector 8 instantly, mentally bracing myself for what I'm going to find. We arrive at the hill base, where 6 of our warriors stand talking and gesturing agitatedly. Upon seeing us, one of them points up the hill. I follow his finger and stare. What the actual Fouquet? I shoot up the hillside and inspect the grotesque scene up close. I realize if I looked at Grant's records and did a head count, Jesus, this a bad time to be making puns. It would match the heads sitting on spikes on the hilltop, excluding Grant and the missing children. I survey the site looking for clues. As I rally the troops through the mind link, I turn back to the patrol guards. No one saw or heard anything prior. I ask. No, Luna, we have been running in pairs, 2 minutes apart. It wasn't here when the first and second pair came through, but the third pair saw it. We can't figure out how they did it so fast. I think back to the Dark Warlock opening that portal for the king. I have my suspicions about how they did it. As to the why, it's just head games, trying to psych out their enemy. I stare at the head of Luna Monique and feel the anger rise. If Grant survived her death, he will most likely be insane. Why take him if that's the case? If they want to play head games, there's that pun again. My bad. They have come to the right place, with a father-daughter team of nutters and a few of my mates, not far behind in the Crazies Club. I grin at Cyrus. Game on. His answering grin makes even me shiver.
Chapter 33 Luca. Eve is so cool, calm, and focused as she deals with this latest tragedy. As much as I hate to admit it, Cyrus is good for her. Eve organizes for the heads to be taken down and taken to Grant's Pack lands for burial. She raises the numbers in patrols, calling in the other races to make up mixed teams. Max is working alongside her to get everything in motion, creating the bigger teams and giving detailed instructions. Max is one to watch. He's been off for a while now, either going out of his way to avoid her or suddenly needing her attention. He looks at her with curious eyes when he thinks no one is looking, but we have all noticed it. Darius is perplexed by it. As Max had a mate who died, he shouldn't feel a pull to anyone. He's hoping Max is just lonely and has taken to her because he respects her, but at the same time, the fact that he reacted to her heat is grounds for concern. Eve dismisses everyone and heads back to the house, talking with Poppy about how she thinks the heads arrived and her suspicions about the Dark Warlock. Poppy suggests it might be blood magic at play, which is very dangerous. I frown, wondering how deep into the darkness the Dark Warlock is prepared to go. We head in and clean ourselves up, arriving freshly showered back to the living room. When I arrive, Eve is talking quietly to Cyrus and he is smirking and patting her shoulder as he nods. Eve catches my eye and nods to the back door. Garrett grins and tosses me a cigarette pack off the coffee table. It's become mine and Eve's thing, an excuse to chill, talk, and bond, and I find myself looking forward to it each night. We light up and sit on the steps. Eve rests her head on my shoulder, looking up at the stars. I can't resist leaning and kissing the top of her head. You good? I ask her. She nods. Surprisingly, yes, she says, tilting her head up and smiling. Later maybe not so much, but for now it's all tucked into a box to deal with later. I need to focus, not let the emotions of what has happened roll me over. You sure that's a good idea, bottling it up? Some of that emotion could be good for motivation. I tell her, a little worried. For now, yes, and believe me, I am motivated. Just have my thinking pants on. Then she changes gears. Cyrus and I had a really good talk. He gets me and I get him. I forgave him today. You know, my eyebrows shoot up. That was a big step. I can tell, thanks to Makita's gift, that he's genuine. I know it eats him up inside. What he did, he has a darkness inside him. He knows it's there and he knows he's capable of doing terrible things and enjoying it. Unfortunately, so am I. We somehow balance each other. Weird, but it works. I think all of us have darkness in us, some more than others. I say, resting my chin on her head. Just depends if we choose to act on it. Do you think you have darkness inside you? You seem so calm and collected, she tells me, pulling away to look into my eyes, almost like she's trying to spot the darkness hiding away. Oh, believe me, it's there. I chuckle. I just choose not to let it loose. I stay in control at all times. What if I want you to let it loose? She teases, nibbling on her bottom lip. What if I want you to lose control? I see the look creep into her eyes that I've seen appearing there more frequently of late. Lust. I groan, trying to keep myself in check when all I want to do is crush my lips to her and do dirty things to her body. Very dirty, glorious things. My mind treks off to remind me of the sensation of being in her tight cat, of her lips on my snake. Maybe I will for you, I tease back. Jesus, my hand's going to be getting a workout tonight in the bathroom before I head off to bed. It has most nights, if I'm honest, whenever the craving for her hits, which has become a constant roar in my head of late. She smiles and stands, flicking her cigarette butt away into the dark, heading back in through the door. Guess that's my lot for tonight. A brief cuddle and a hard-on, but I take what I can get. I flick my own butt away and follow after her, locking the back door and heading to the stairs where I can hear her footsteps at the top. Despite the roller coaster of a day she has had, she seems surprisingly chill. She's even managed to get my mind off today. I start to climb the stairs, realizing the house is quiet, bar the padding around of Eve's footsteps down the hallway. Did they all go to bed already? On the fifth step, I spot an article of clothing, a hoodie, the one Eve was wearing outside, and then at the top of the stairs, I find her t-shirt. I pick it up. Eve is pretty tidy. It's not like her to just drop her shit around the place. A few meters later I spy her pants. My eyebrows raise. What is she doing? When I get to the door before our bedroom, I find the bra and I grin, reaching for our door. only to find her thong hanging from it. I push the door open and find Eve crawling naked on hands and knees to the center of the empty bed. Her cat glistens in the lamplight. If I thought I was hard before, it's nothing compared to how hard I am now. I'm so hard it actually hurts. She situates herself among the pillows and reclines back against the headboard. I'm surprised she's choosing now to be intimate with me. Is this her way of dealing with things? I think, Luca, it's time to dish the leash on that control you hold so tight. Eve purrs, slowly spreading her legs for me and beckoning me to her with a crooked finger. I don't even hesitate. I blur to her, covering her with my body and ravaging her lips with my own, exactly the way I wanted to earlier. My knee is nestled in tight to the warmth between her legs. My hands are everywhere at once, mapping her body, the feel of her, and her reaction to each touch and caress. My control slips steadily. Now that I've been given the green light, the need to fully claim her overwhelms me and makes me impatient. Not the slow calm pace I had planned in my head so I didn't spook her, but instinct is riding me. I don't know where the others are, but I'm grateful they have *ket off and I have her to myself. I try to pull my control to me for a moment. I need to warn her before I go further, so she knows what to expect. The last thing I want is to freak her out when I'm so close to claiming her. I pull back reluctantly from her lips and cradle her face, floored by the lust and trust one see in her eyes. Eve, I whisper. She smiles. It's okay, Luca. Cyrus filled me in. I know about the bite during claiming, the feeding, all of it. He wouldn't have made sure we were alone if he thought I wasn't well prepared. I'm ready to be yours. She pulls me back down to her lips and I twine my tongue with hers. I wonder if Cyrus warned her how exhausted she will be tomorrow and smiled into the kiss. I pull back again, my eyes roving her gorgeous body, admiring the tightness from her training and her delectable curves. I kiss her shoulder and begin to move down her body. I suck and kiss as I move, introducing myself to her skin and branding her as mine with little love bites. Then I arrive at the treasure between her thighs and I widen her legs further. My fingers move to her outer lips, spreading them to reveal her clit and small tight hole. My mouth descends and I give a few tentative licks, letting her taste sit on my tongue, savoring her sweet flavor. My eyes rise up to her face. You taste *king delicious. I growl. You can consider my control. No more. That's all the warning she gets, as my mouth attacks that beautiful cat. I have to pin her hips down to keep my mouth in her, as she loses herself to the pleasure my tongue brings her. I had promised myself our first time together would be gentle, like what Lothario gave her in front of us. Then once we'd claimed each other it could move up to the more intense part. Apparently, I can keep my promises to her but not to myself, as that's now out the window. This will not be gentle. This will be a thorough claim. The mate bond has been denied for too long and has lost its patience. Eve's legs tremble as I suck hard on her clit, then graze a thong over it. The element of danger shoves her over and she releases hard. As I lick up every drop, I crawl up her body and impale myself in her while her aftershocks still make her cat quiver and I use my speed to thrust into her relentlessly, while she *ns in my ear hanging onto me for dear life. I let her come twice before I pull out and race back down to clean her up with my tongue. I reach for a condom, one of the many the guys have left scattered over the bed, and swiftly roll one over myself. Then I'm back up looking into her eyes and sheathing myself, a blur of motion as I take her. Eve is a slave to sensation. No one can thrust at the speed of a vampire. All she can do is take it as I make her cat a pulsing, dripping, beautiful mess. I kiss her lips breathlessly, bruising them, nipping at them, thrusting into them with my tongue, claiming her mouth as I claim her body. I can feel her thighs tense as she approaches another release. She wrenches her mouth from mine and I see her fangs elongate, and her head darts to my neck. I feel her fangs slam through my skin and feel my release bubble up in my balls. I lower my fangs to her throat and hope Cyrus warned her in full what is going to happen next. I bite down on her neck as I release, riding the most intense release of my long life, sliding my fangs easily into her skin as I feel my soul join with hers. Her blood filling my mouth is the sweetest thing I have ever tasted. She gasps with pleasure instead of fear. My pleasure flows to her and the cycle begins. The blood I sip rushes to my snake, allowing me to stay hard and continue to thrust. My pleasure feeds hers, overwhelming her as she rolls out of one release and into another. Her fangs are still lodged in my neck as she rides the overloading of her senses. Then she takes her first hesitant sip of my blood. I feel her tense and her arms tighten around my neck as my blood hits her. Her fangs suddenly lengthen more inside me and she begins to feed in earnest, her pleasure becoming my own. I wasn't sure how much of her vampire side would appear when we mated, but it looks as though it may fully come out to play. I withdraw my teeth from her delicate skin as I am in pleasure, the knowledge I am feeding my mate, flooding me with pleasure. I bite back down into her skin and we *k and suck ourselves stupid. The feeding re-energizes us, making us one being, one soul, one heart, drowning in emotion and pleasure. We can't stop until the soul-binding frenzy is sated, as it makes up for lost time, saturating us with the need to *k and feed, and I can barely drag myself out of the haze I'm in long enough to roll fresh condoms on. By the time I've had her in nearly every position I can think of, I've created a necklace of bite marks on her and lost track of how many times I've come. We begin to slow down, the sky is beginning to lighten outside and I realize we have carried our frenzy right through the night. I let my balls empty one last time and withdraw my snake from my now sated mate, tying off the condom and biffing it to the wastebasket by the bed with the others. I tuck Eve in front of me, spooning her from behind. Luca, that was, she starts. *k, I don't even have words. Amazing, heavenly, overwhelming, soul-changing. I suggest nuzzling her cheek. All of the above. She laughs. I stroke her hair and kiss her temple. I watch her eyes flutter as exhaustion hits her. Sleep me more, I tell her. Her eyes close and her body relaxes in my arms. I think she's under, but then she whispers, "You're my love too, Luca." My heart swells with emotion and I feather gentle kisses on her head. I allow myself to doze off, wondering briefly where the guys had ended up last night. Then I decide I don't actually care. The only thing I care about completely is laying in my arms, marked at last as mine.
Chapter 34 Eve. Davina marches into the war room, regal as ever with her majestic robes, jewelry, and hair done in a complicated updo. Her attire is completely at odds with her face. Her eyes are hollow and bloodshot and her cheekbones stick out. She looks like she hasn't had a decent meal or sleep in a long time. Her husband's betrayal not only to her but their kingdom weighs heavily on her shoulders. "I want to see my husband," she demands. "Hello to you," to Davina. I greet gently. She's a woman on edge and I of all people know that I need to tread carefully. "I know he's here, Eve. Garrett told me. It's a shame you didn't catch his mate too," she growls. "I'll link Garrett to take you over," I offer. She nods. "Did you know he broke our bond? Mated her after they escaped. True bond trumps over chosen, you know." The pain was excruciating. No apology through our link before he did it. No thanks for standing by me. Just does it and leaves me without an anchor. Ours was only just enough to hold our dragons at bay. But now I have nothing to calm my beast. I have stood beside him for a long time, and for what? I will not be denied the opportunity to look that selfish bastard in the eye and make him face what he has done. She's becoming extremely agitated and I know it's only a matter of time before she loses her shit completely. I reach out to Garrett, alarmed, demanding he gets to the war room to deal with his sister-in-law before she starts focusing her anger on those of us present. Thankfully he's only at the gym and tells me he's on his way. I nod in agreement to Davina's rinse, trying to show I'm on her side. I'd be pissed if I was her too, but a scorned woman is a dangerous one, especially one steadily becoming unhinged without her dragon side anchored. Garrett bursts in the door and grabs Davina's arm. She snarls but quickly becomes at ease when she realizes it's Garrett. "Come, Davina, I will take you to him, but you must keep your emotions in check or I will have to step in," he warns her. She nods in agreement and he leads her out. I stifle a snort. Good luck keeping her emotions in check. She's going to go off like the 4th of July. I turn back to the occupants of the room in motion for Cyrus to continue. We are narrowing down areas that may hold the remains of Grant's pack, as Cyrus has already made some calls and to the best of everyone's knowledge, they are not in the castle. On the map, he has shown us a few of the Dark Witch's strongholds that he knows of and we are deciding the best way to infiltrate them. They will have protective spells in place. It will be like Fort Knox, the witch proxy muses. "Do you think you can counteract them?" Dev asks. "Maybe. I'll need to call in some specialists, ones more familiar with dark magic, and send them in to scout it out and work out a game plan. Pick your team and send them in. Get the intel and get out. No heroics. We don't attack until we have a solid plan and the backing of the army with them." I agree. "Is there a way to break through the spell they have placed preventing us from scrying for the missing ones?" Luca asks. "They are still trying," the witch confirms. "I've been told it appears to be a complicated, multi-layered dark spell. They think it's probably blood magic. I'm not liking our chances." I sigh at the news. "I just don't get what they want with the kids," I mutter. It's the $1 million question on all our lips. What use or plan do they have for the kids? I keep thinking of those innocent lives in the hands of the enemy and pray they're alive and well. The which proxy leaves us to make arrangements. I look at Cyrus. Yep, it's going to be bad, he confirms. I feel it too. I flop down into a chair and stare at the map. We need to be proactive. We are always waiting for him to make his next move. I think it's time to take the fight to him and knock his bum off his throne. Don't you? I ask the men at the table. We have the numbers, now the dark fire with us. Max agrees. How many do you think you can influence with your power at once? Def asks me. Honestly, no idea. Hopefully a lot. That would still leave the witches and vampires running amok. I look at Cyrus again. How come I can't control vamps still? My vampire side is awake and I'm royal-lined. Because I'm not the king, I'm guessing. Yet, Cyrus grins. Dumb, the fates want to make me work for it. I grumble. Speaking of fates, I think we should go over this prophecy tonight and see if we can gain some new clues. Luke muses. It doesn't even sound like a prophecy, more like a badly written poem. I huff. Anyway, Max says, attempting to steer us back on track. I've seen the maps you and Cyrus have been working on. I think we can launch multiple attacks at once on the castle, splitting their army and catching them more off guard. Or we can test the waters and send them our terms of surrender. Def suggests, if we have the numbers, surely he must know he can't win. Any wolf, lichen, or dragon he has on his side can be turned against him. I think we offer him the help but take the battle to him if he declines. It will buy us time to get word to the innocent vampires and get them out of harm's way. Unfortunately, the king is spinning it so it looks like Eve is the instigator, trying to take over. The vampires are more on his side than ours now. Only those the council has gotten to first and the warriors we already brought with us know better. Luca informs us. Well, thanks to the fates, I'm supposed to take over even though I don't want to. And fortunately, that means if we attack, they will flock to his side believing it to be true. I scrub at my face frustrated. Okay, let's put together the terms of surrender and see if we can do this piece. I freeze as my senses go into overload. Emotion overwhelming me. Garrett. I'm up and out of my chair, sprinting out the door. The urgency to get to my dragon is all-consuming. I don't have to go as far as the south. They are on the training field. A yellow and blue dragon has Hamus' wriggling body clasped firmly in its mouth. While Garrett stands screaming at it, Divina has lost control. The dragon's eyes flit to me and narrow. Divina, I start, throwing out my power to make her stand down. She quickly throws Hamish in the air and swallows him whole. Before I can get the order out, my jaw hangs open in surprise. Garrett roars, distraught at the sudden loss of his kin. Divina transforms smoothly back into her human side. Do not mourn him, Garrett. A king that puts his needs before his people is no king of mine. I've done them all a favor. Now he's forever a part of me. And that bitch can experience the pain of having her bond broken and having no anchor. All is fair in love and war. Garrett lets out a strangled snarl of grief, falling to his knees. I go to him, wrapping my arms around him while keeping a close eye on Divina. She rolls her eyes at me. I am no threat to you and yours, Eve. I am no longer anything. This was the last order of business I had left to conduct. Do me a favor though, if his bitch survives the severing of the bond, kill her slowly for me. Her claws elongate and she smiles. Give them all hell, Eve. She reaches up and tears out her own throat. Her smile never leaves her face as she bleeds out and falls to the ground. Holy Fouquet, Dev exclaims from behind me. Garrett gently pushes my arms away, kissing my wrist, and goes to her swiftly dying body. He paces beside her, pulling at his hair, growling and snarling, his mind worrying over comforting his dying queen and friend, or hastening her death for killing his brother. Finally, he decides to do neither and roars angrily. Transforming himself, he grabs her in one of his talons and flies off. He will take her to her people for burial. Poppy informs me. I'm not sure when she arrived, but I'm glad she's here. How in the Fouquet did she get him past Garrett and out here? Doesn't much matter now, does it? Poppy says, throwing an arm around my shoulders. What's done is done. Long live King Garrett.
Chapter 35 Acasis. Eve decides to do the night patrol. She was snappy and on edge all afternoon. I had watched her do her own training in the afternoon, mowing through the contenders, and having multiple attackers at once, and while it was inspiring to watch, it also reaffirmed to those gathered to see her in action why she was in charge. I was worried. Eve always smiles, jokes, and clearly enjoys sparring. There is none of that this time. She instead is fully focused, a lethal machine, sending more than a few to the infirmary because she wasn't pulling her punches in time. Max has to tell her to run it off and suggested she patrol tonight. So here we are. Eve runs in wolf form, dwarfed by my massive hound keeping pace with her. Garrett and I have an unwritten agreement that one of us is with her at all times. Since he isn't, it is me. Not that I mind in the least. Any time I get with Eve is great. The guys are too grumpy to hang out with anyway. By the time we got back to the house last night after the walk Cyrus made us all take, so Luca and Eve could get their freak on, it was 3 in the morning, yet they were still at it. So, we had all split into different rooms to leave them to it, only to lie there with massive erections listening to them till the birds were singing and the sun was rising. They finally went to sleep, but we had to get up and start our day with no sleep. So yeah, there were cranky mates plenty. On the upside, with the vampire side awake, she may be able to keep up with me in bed now. I have no issues with her sinking her fangs into me. It actually sounds pretty hot. I glance at her running beside me. Her wolf is beautiful, with a black glossy coat. It is also fast and sure-footed. So, when she suddenly stumbles to a halt and pricks her ears up as she scents the air, I have to veer off into the path of a tree to avoid skittling her. Eve, what is it? I asked through our link. I could have sworn I smelt Grant for a moment there, or something similar. It smelt like him, but wrong. She's looking perplexed, her ears flicking around. I flick my ears too, trying to pin down any noises out of place in the forest. I can see Eve's hackles starting to rise. As I make out a distant rustle, I can get little whiffs of someone too, but it's an odd smell as well. It smells wrong. My own hackles start to rise. I don't like this, Eve. I caution her. Time to call in the others. Yip, you do that. I'll start tracking. Maybe it is Grant and he's in trouble. She dashes off and I growl, giving chase. She's so reckless sometimes. I hastily link my brother getting him to sound the alarm and making sure not to lose track of Eve darting through the trees. She begins to slow, becoming more cautious and sniffing the ground. Her stance is tense as she goes on high alert. I definitely smell Grant, but something else is in his scent. It's weird. The rustling noise is closer. She crouches down and peers under a bush. It is him. I see him. He's alone, she links excitedly, transforming and pushing through the foliage. Shit, no, this is all wrong. My instincts are screaming at me that none of this is right. I see the portal form in my peripheral vision and know the rest of the team has joined us. I can also hear more running in the distance as warriors come to the call for help. But none of this makes me feel any better as I rush after her. I hear Eve call his name, her relief tinged with confusion sounding in her voice. But the Grant guy doesn't move or acknowledge her presence. Continuing to face away, she races to him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. His head moves slightly to the side. The guys are screaming at her to step away, all feeling the wrongness in the air. He begins to turn around. The first thing I notice is his eyes are missing. The second thing I notice is how pale he is and the black veins that are prominent on his skin like strange tattoos. Lastly, I notice the way he scents the air and his lips peel back, exposing sharp teeth. I yank her back as he lunges for her, pulling her out of harm's way. Missing its target, the Grant thing stumbles and falls. Before trying to get back to its feet, it's as uncoordinated as a puppet with cut strings. I smell blood and glance down. My claws have accidentally caught Eve in my panic to both protect her and get her away. Eve hasn't noticed though. She's too focused on the thing trying to get to its feet. She looks horrified. There is a rustle and a child stumbles into view. Its eyes are milky, with the same black veins and pale skin. Eve's eyes swing to it, as it tilts its head back, sniffing the air. The girl looks to be about 5 if she's lucky. A boy around 10 shambles in next, then a girl not much older joins the fray. Eve makes a small choking noise of recognition when she sees the older girl, and I hear Reese swear behind me. There is more rustling around us. How many kids were missing from Grant's Pack D? Dev asks quietly. 38, Darius whispers. The younger girl who was sniffing the air lurches forward, suddenly making a beeline for Eve and me. I shove Eve behind me and gingerly push the youngster away, swiftly pulling my hand back when she snaps at it with a silent snarl. Her eyes aren't just damaged, they are dead. The older 2 kids shamble over too, and I alternate fending off their advances. They become more persistent and I push them away harder, cringing when they fall. What the fouquet is wrong with them? I hiss. As they advance again, I notice the Grant thing is upright and joining the kids. More kids break the tree line around us. Necromancy, Cyrus growls. They are already dead. We start to hold the kids off in earnest as they grow in numbers. Reese hands Eve her thigh sheath and one strapped on. He hands her a curved sword. It dawns on her what Cyrus has said. Are you sure? She demands. He nods apologetically. Yes, I haven't seen it for a long time, but yes, I am sure. There's no way to end the spell? Cyrus shakes his head. They were killed and resurrected. The kindest thing to do now is put the bodies down permanently. Eve plucks a knife from her sheath and, steeling herself, lets it fly at Grant. It's a kill shot straight through the heart. but he doesn't even flinch, just keeps on towards us. Dead Eve, as in the heart doesn't beat, just the brain infused with magic and base instinct. Destroy the head, Cyrus corrects. She spins on her heel and points a knife at him. This is not an episode of the Fu King Walking Dead. You have to be joking. So, what? Are they zombies? Zombies are a thing now. Eve's voice rises shrilly. You want me to kill innocent children? Yes, zombies as such are a thing and they are already dead, Eve. They can't feel anything. Cyrus huffs. Look, how about we deal with it and you head back? But she shakes her head vehemently. The whole I won't make you do anything I'm not prepared to do myself mantra has come into play. She has tears in her eyes, as she apologizes to Grant, before lopping his head off with a scream of anguish. That's our cue. We swing claws and swords and take out the poor children gathering and snapping at us. I'm not normally a sentimental guy, well except with regard to Eve, but this is tugging at even my heartstrings. I think this moment may haunt us all for a long time to come. Dead or undead, they are still innocent children. Chapter 36 Devlin. We are quick to mow through the sacrificial lambs. Tears in our eyes. Hearts beating uncomfortably in our chests. No one should ever have to do this. Eve standing holding an older girl away from her as she pulls a knife free from her sheath and plunges it through the girl's head. Eve catches her as she falls, stroking her hair and holding her to her chest. I can hear her whispering the word sorry over and over again as she sinks to her knees sobbing, and rocks the girl's body gently. We let them be for a while, as we gather the slain children and prepare them for transport. I feel we have dug too many graves for the innocent of late. The weight is starting to get heavy on our shoulders. Eve's sobs start to quieten and she begins to hum a lovely lullaby. Reese and Darius go to her. Darius holds his arms out as he crouches to her level, quietly requesting the body, while Reese places a comforting hand on her shoulder. It's time, baby, Reese tells her. Her face crumples a little, as she hugs the body tight. She was going to be a warrior, Eve mutters. I know, Reese acknowledges. She had her whole life ahead of her and he took it from her. He took it from all of them. She growls, voice rising. Then Mikita makes a fatal error as he goes towards her. It's all going to be okay, he tells her, moving in to hug her. She hands the girl's body off to Darius and stands. Okay, look around you, Mikita. Nothing about this is okay. Nothing about this will ever be okay. Children, innocent children, who we had to stab and rip heads off. Does any of this sound like it's okay to you? Just a normal sort of day? Do you enjoy channeling your inner Dawn of the Dead hero? Because I Fu King don't. She's borderline hysterical. But she's right. This is not okay. Mikita blanches, realizing he's royally Fu Ket up, and tries to backstep. Yeah, buddy, you can't slap a band-aid on this one and kiss it better. No, of course it's not okay. I meant we can do something about it. Avenge them. Hopefully, make dealing with it a little bit easier on everyone. He blurts. Nothing makes this easier. She growls, stomping over to help Darius wrap the young girl in a muslin cloth for her burial on her packed grounds. A portal opens and Raylan jumps through, followed by the witch Proxy and about 8 of 9 other men. They survey the scene in horror. Eve is wrapping the top half of the girl and reciting the warrior's rites, while tears trail down her face. We came as soon as we had locked in the location. They were moving them with a portal when we arrived. That's the whole reason we couldn't lock their location earlier. They were neither living nor dead. We were looking for them in totally the wrong way, the Proxy says apologetically. Never thought they would sink as low as using innocent children, one of the other witches says with disgust. He goes over to Eve and halts beside her. May I examine the body to determine the cause of death? He requests politely. I stabbed her in the head. She responds dully. I meant how they killed her originally, he says gently. Eve's eyes fly to his, shocked. You mean they murdered her? It's not just a spell to make her turn zombie? He nods. She looks back at the body horrified. May I? The witch inquires again. She moves back, allowing him space. He leans over the girl's body, hands hovering just above, untouching. We watch as his hands glow and he slowly moves them over the body from top to toe. He stands back and scratches his chin in silent contemplation. I can't get a read, he admits at last. One of the other men, covered in a dark cloak, swears and stomps over, shoving him aside. He shoves his hands over the body, his hands glowing brighter than the previous man. Eve's body lights up just as brightly, an aurora of blues, purples, and gold. The man's head raises, looking up at an oblivious Eve, and his own body flares. I groan. This is so not the right time. Did you find out what killed her? Eve asks, watching his power flare down to nothing. He nods and removes his hood. Dark wavy hair, long enough to touch his shoulders, spills free. Blood magic, frozen in time and injected with a lethal dose of silver and nightshade. They were unaware. They did not suffer, he says, voice rough. Eve breathes a sigh of relief and snuggles into Darius's side, who drops a kiss on the top of her head. Master, maybe we should leave them to mourn their dead, and catch up with what we saw in the morning, suggests the proxy, wringing his hands, as he looks nervously between the cloaked man and Eve. The master looks at Eve and goes to open his mouth. A quick, stern head shake from Darius has the man shutting it with a frown just as fast. I'll escort you, I offer, quickly ducking over to hug and kiss Eve, before leading the group of witches back into the forest. I wait until we are well out of earshot before I turn and face this new mate. I know what you are to her, I inform him. And yet the big mate of hers wouldn't let me clue her in. He snarls. I apologize on his behalf. Eve has had a rough night. This may be too much for her to deal with right now. We are simply asking for you to give her time to wrap her head around this latest tragedy. I request as diplomatically as I can. As her twin flame, Lycan, I would have liked to have been able to ease her suffering and support her in her moment of pain. He grits out. As her claimed mate, I respectfully decline. You don't know what I know. The timing is wrong, I say, trying very hard to keep my cool. He stares, assessing me. I thought the giant was hers? You let others touch her? He asks disgustedly. He is hers too. 3 mates are unheard of. He appears to be completely blindsided, and I can't help but wonder what rock he was hiding under prior to arriving here. She has 8 claimed mates. Jesus man, where have you been hiding? Eve's an oddity, a chimera, a mate for each part of her. I thought everyone on our side knew by now. His eyes widen, an array of emotions flitting across his face before his features harden. I have no intention of sharing. She will be only mine. He growls slowly. Yeah? Let me know how that works out for you. I laugh. Do not underestimate us, or your twin flame. You step out of line, Eve will eat you for breakfast and you will lose the most amazing woman you could ever meet. Forever. And once she's done picking her teeth with your bones, we will deal with you. Because no one foo KS with our girl. You feel me? I look deep into his eyes, weighing him. You want to have any chance with my girl, then you watch. You learn and you wait for your moment. Also, you can find your own lodging. I believe my mate needs me. The witch growls lowly and turns on his heel, stomping off. I would tell him he's going the wrong way, but I'm sure he will figure it out soon enough.
Chapter 37 Eve. I want his fucking head on a platter. I roar, slamming my hands down on the table. In the terms of surrender, state his life in exchange for sparing the lives of his people. Otherwise I'll march the fucking army and flatten his kingdom. I'm not screwing around anymore. To say I was angry would be an understatement. Last night I cried for hours after we had returned from burying the children in their alpha. An entire pack was wiped from the face of the earth, with the flick of a warlock's wrist. In the light of the new day, the sadness has given way to rage and I am struggling to contain it. I feel like I am going to burst at any moment. Oh, and the warlock. I want his head too. Put that in there as well. Belestini will not give himself over in surrender, Eve, the witch proxy cautions. Good. Means I can retrieve his head myself, I state, crossing my arms. And then innocent vampire lives will be lost when you march the army. Then, when it's over, you will realize what you have done, and as the anger settles, you will hate yourself. Eve, Cyrus says calmly, being the voice of reason. Darkness inside all of us. Remember, Daddy-o, you don't know how deep mine reigns yet. Enough, Eve. You might have enough to do it, but it would destroy you after, and you know it. Cyrus growls. If he is dead, then it would be worth it. At least then he can never harm another innocent again. I shrug. Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say we aren't prepared to pay the price. You mean too much to all of us to destroy who you are. Reese says. Tell them they have a week. If they accept, we will meet on Grant's lands to accept their surrender. Next Friday at dusk, just the 2 of them alone and unarmed. In exchange, we will allow their people to survive. Eve, you need to work it off. Go hit the gym. You're too ramped up. You aren't thinking clearly. The Dark Fight General orders. I disagree. I believe I'm thinking very clearly. Half my pack is gone and all of Grant's pack is gone. The attacks on other packs have numbers dwindling. How many? General, are you willing to let die? How long will we stand here on the defensive, twiddling our thumbs? Would you still be calm if it was your race being eliminated? I say it is time to become the attacking force. Move this fight off of our lands and onto theirs. I say, my voice deathly calm. Eve, I'm telling you this is a bad move. The general replies, sticking to his guns. I stare at the ceiling and count to 10. You were all on board earlier. I snarl. A peaceful surrender. You are calling for heads to roll. The general snarls back. Cyrus, I begin. Not Daddy-o, he asks, tilting his head. I'm pissed off. So you're Cyrus, I explain, making him chuckle. I want you to call Grandpappy's office. The smile leaves his face immediately. Eve, he growls. I won't call for his surrender. I want to show you all who and what we are dealing with. Trust me, I say calmly. Please? Cyrus sighs and picks up the office phone. Put it on speaker, ask to speak to him. Then no one says a word till I hang up. There are weary nods, as Cyrus talks rapidly into the phone. He pops the phone to speaker and takes a seat, watching me curiously. Cyrus, a smooth voice inquires. I glance at Cyrus, and he nods, confirming it's his father. Apologies, Your Highness. Cyrus was unable to continue his conversation. I would like to talk to you though. While you are on the line, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Eve. The infamous granddaughter. To what do I owe the pleasure? Did you like my gift? I thought I was most generous in returning the children and your alpha friend, an olive branch as such, he says, voice hardening slightly. I clench my jaw and force my voice to come out polite and unbothered. Well, Your Highness, there is something I need you to clarify. You see, my understanding is you wish to overthrow the dragons and become the powerhouse, correct? Yes, go on, he draws. So if I were to stand down and let you have your way, would you be a better ruler? Would you manage us better than the dragons? Would you care more? Interact more? The Vampire King starts to laugh. Thank you, my dear. That was entertaining. I intend to rule with an iron fist, and those who I deem a threat or untrustworthy will find their flames extinguished permanently. There will be no more alliances. There will be only me, one ruler, no alphas, councils, kings, or queens. All will bow to me or perish, yourself included. Your bloodline won't save you from my wrath. But if you aren't planning on stepping aside, I just want you to know Bellastini said the children in your pack are just beautiful little angels. He can't wait to harvest their souls. His laugh chills my blood and my anger rises tenfold. Wonderful. Thanks for clearing that up. I feel much better now about the whole situation. You have yourself a good day, I say with false cheer. As I promptly hang up, I look at the others. Still think I'm not being clear-headed. Send the call for surrender. He needs to be stopped. He will not keep his throne. Luca, Cyrus, reach out to your contacts once it's delivered, and give the innocent a chance to flee. Max, double the training schedule. General, I think I'll take your advice after all. I storm out of the room, scales rippling over my body as I head to the gym. Once there, I don't bother to wrap my hands. I want to feel the pain on the outside that's growing on the inside. My first punch hits the back hard. Then I'm moving, kicking, and punching in rapid succession. My mind fills with images. The faces of the children haunt me. The heads on the pikes mock me. My dead family at the table leer at me. And Fang Boy laughs at me. So many things I couldn't stop. Things he made happen. The back splits open, spilling sand everywhere. I scream in frustration, tearing the remains of the bag to shreds. Rage consumes me and I wish it was his body I was ripping into. Noises of anguish fall from my lips. Now he was threatening the children of our pack, threatening our way of life, and threatening me. I cannot let it stand. I hear footsteps and then hands are restraining me, pinning me. I start swinging. I'm not going down without a fight. I hear my name being yelled, but my red-hazed mind ignores it. More hands grab me until I am pushed to the ground. Roaring my anger, fingers touch my temples and the red begins to recede from my vision. My ears focus on a new voice, chanting in a foreign language. I raise my head and look into chocolate brown eyes, framed by heavy lashes. His body is surrounded by a flame-like glow. The restraining hands let me go as my body relaxes. I move my hands to push myself up and see they have the same glow as the man, still holding his fingers to my temple as he speaks in his foreign tongue. I compare my glow to his. They are identical. Looking into his eyes, I see a familiarity I'm not prepared for in a burning intensity. I cautiously pull away, confused. He stops his chanting and sighs, letting his hands drop to his sides. My own glow fades. I relax, obviously, just a side effect of his chanting thing. For a moment there I was worried, thinking that he might be, but he wasn't, so all was good in my world. I glance around and see Cyrus and all my mates are pressed, with the exception of Garrett, who is still AWOL. My brow furrows with confusion as they look at me wearily and expectantly, like I am a live grenade about to implode. Are you okay? Cyrus asks hesitantly. I nod, raising an eyebrow. Baby, I haven't seen you lose your shit like that in a long time. Reese pipes up, sitting beside me and pulling me onto his lap, nuzzling into the nape of my neck. What did you do to her? Def asks, his voice hostile at the man who had glowed. I glance back at the man and realize he had been there last night when we were dealing with the kids. May I explain the familiar look? Siphoned off her emotions, he responds. I could have done that, Makita grumbles. But you didn't. She must have been bottling them up for a while to explode like that. Why have you all not been supporting her better? There's how many of you? The man growls. There is a lot going on, Warlock, and a lot of things have happened that clearly you have no idea about, since you didn't know who or what Eve was till last night. I don't even know what you're doing here. I'm sure I told you to stay away from her. Def growls back. I am not going to stay away when clearly my flame needs me. Nor am I going to sit by and watch you idiots bumble your way through the handling of her. I stiffen at his words, my head turning slowly towards him. Our eyes meet and he bows his head. Yes, Eve. I am your twin flame, your mate, master assassin of the witches. My name is Carino. Yes, and mate who is against the idea of joining us. Who wants you for himself only? Death sneers. Carino pulls up from his bow and meets my eyes again. I see the challenge in his eyes, the truth of Death's words. Emotion starts to trickle back into my being. Panic, anger, uncertainty. Fouquet, I whisper, realizing all is not right in my world after all. My tentative peace with my mates is about to be turned on its ear. You will be mine, Carino informs me. Yeah, I really wouldn't hold your breath. You can't avoid your fate, Eve, he grits out. If I can't, then neither can you, Snakehead. I smirk.
Chapter 38 Carino, I stare up at the waning moon. What did she mean? I can't avoid my fate. If she thought I was shacking up with a harem of men, she had another thing coming. I was an assassin, the best of the best, walking the line between the dark and light circles, the circle of shadows, the judge, jury and executioner of my kind when they go too far, and the destroyer of our enemies. When I had first been contacted and requested to look into the Dark Circle and their extermination of a wolf pack, I had ignored it. The Dark Circle would only act like that if the pack had warranted it. When I was approached again with the news they had taken children, who couldn't be traced by spells or scrying, it piqued my interest. The sacrifice of children was a big no-no in both circles, which is what I suspected they had been taken for. This meant Celestine was gearing up for something big, something forbidden. When I looked into the initial attack, I found it to be a cowardly attack, one where they hadn't even been able to defend themselves. The reason for the attack, I was informed, was because the Dark Circle was moving against the light. They had sided with vampires in a power play, and this unfortunate pack had chosen the side of the light. When I had checked the child last night, I had noted the tearing of the soul, not the release of a soul in death, but one harvested in life while frozen in time, before the lethal injection was delivered and they were reanimated. I hadn't told Eve of the harvesting of the children's souls. She was devastated enough, so I tried to give her peace in the knowledge they were for all accounts in a deep sleep and unaware when their lives were taken. Seeing Eve's flame burst into light to match my own had momentarily left me awestruck. That is, until she snuggled into the giant behind her. She had a mate. It wasn't entirely unheard of. On rare occasions, wolves did have two mates. I was pissed when he stopped me from telling her who I was to her, but being the guest and understanding the pain she was in, I understood his intentions, even though I just wanted to comfort her and remove her pain. Instead, I found myself confronted by yet another mate, and then my heart dropped when I learned of her harem. It was a solid no from me. I may have considered sharing with 1, 2 was pushing my limits, but 8 was just laughable. There was no way. I briefly considered asking if I could just have her sent to me on weekends, but realized I didn't like the idea of that many men touching what was mine. I could understand the 4 shifters sharing. Animals at heart, they would follow the mate bond's bidding. I was surprised at the 3 fae and the vampire going along with it though, with them having no animal instincts, and though vampires did soul bond, fae did not. Regardless of their reasons, I would have to convince my flame. She should come with me for a peaceful, less complicated life. I would provide for her and see to her every need, ensuring nothing harms her or even worries her, just pure happiness and contentment. I have spent the night getting the light circle's appointed proxy to spill all the information he has on Eve. I discover quickly that Eve is a mover and a shaker. She is the leader of this fight against the vampires. While I had seen her in a moment of weakness, the everyday Eve is far from weak. She will never allow me to bubble wrap her and spoil her. She is more the type to tag along as I take out targets, or try and beat me to them. I am going to have to approach the situation carefully. I have been sitting in the gym deep in thought. The shadows wrap around me so I am not disturbed. When Eve comes in and attacks the nearest punching bag, I watch her, amazed at her strength and disturbed by her anger. Her mates come in as the bag breaks and the emotional dam inside Eve gives way. This is a deeply tortured soul showing its pain. Part of me is amused as she lays into her mates with her fists, blinded by anger and hurt. But the other part of me knows this is not normal for one soul bound. They never hurt their mates, which is why I intervene. Once they have her pinned, I drain her of the emotions she is drowning in, letting her mind still, so she can get her bearings. I think of the knowing smirk she has given me. Devlin was right. I have to tread carefully. Eve will indeed pick her teeth with my bones. A soul as tortured as hers will not allow itself to be backed into a corner. She will fight me every step of the way. I glance over to the pack house, shrouded in shadow as the occupants sleep. At least she will sleep tonight without the amount of emotion I had siphoned from her. The sensation of being watched crawls over my skin and makes the hair at my neck stand on end. I quickly whip my head to face the front, startling hard as I come face to face with a giant demented dog, a hellhound, something from myths and legends, more intimidating and terrifying than speculation had led me to believe. It huffs in my face, amused it has caught me off guard before it smoothly transitions into a hulking man, one of Eve's dark fey mates. Sitting on the bench beside me, he extends his hand, unfazed by his nudity. My name is Akassus, he informs me. My brother and I are the kings of the dark fey. I reluctantly shake his hand, waiting for him to crush it, but he keeps the shake firm and brief. I get it, you know. I was against sharing too. The only person I ever shared with was my brother. Even then, only sometimes. Meeting Eve turned my world upside down. She is my everything. She accepts me and loves me, despite what I am. I am not the king or a hellhound in her eyes. I am her lover, her soulmate, and her guardian. I keep her safe. She has brought the light and dark fey together as one people for the first time in a millennia. I share her bed. I fouquet her. I worship the ground she walks on. She is my everything. Since our bond fully kicked into place, I find I am not bothered by the other men. We have become a team, one of us with her always. All of us have different roles and different ways of doing things. It's become a well-balanced group. There are rarely disagreements, with the exception of Eve disagreeing with us. We all get along and it just works. Not only that, but you can't contend with us. We are fully bonded. You are currently nothing to her but a minor blip on her radar. Reese, the blonde wolf, was with her all her life. Do you think you can compete with his love for her? Darius's dominance? Fuck. Wait till you meet her possessive dragon. We are a walk in the park compared to him, and to be frank, if you try to take her away from us, we will kill you ourselves. Just thought you should know before you try and stake your puny independent mind claim. He pats me on the back and stands up, transitioning back into his hound form and heading off to check the safety of the area. I watch him snuffle around for a bit until satisfied. He lopes back to the pack house. I stay there mulling over his words. So, there is still another mate to meet. I wonder if I did fully mate with Eve if I would be agreeable to the others being with her, as the hellhound is. I sit there seeking answers in the dark until the light brings with it the truth. Eve's situation is far from normal and I can neither get on board or be left behind. I wait until I can see curtains being pulled before I head to the pack house. I knock and then follow the sounds of voices into the kitchen. The vampire is cooking breakfast. The Lycan is gathering plates and utensils and putting them on the breakfast bar, and the giant wolf making up a pot of coffee. There are a few glances when I walk in and I see the vampire smirk, but otherwise, they go about their business like a well-oiled machine. The Fey brothers come downstairs talking animatedly to the light Fey who is laughing at their words. They too glance at me and move on, setting up cups and grabbing out milk and sugar. One grabs the first pot of coffee and the giant starts up another. The blonde wolf comes down carrying a sleepy Eve, legs around his waist, head tucked into his neck. He carefully sits and repositions her to sit sideways, the giant carefully handing him a full mug which I place in her hands, making sure she has a firm grip before he releases it. She slowly stirs to life, sniffing the coffee and taking a sip while the wolf strokes her hair. They make small talk, plan their day, check emails on their phones and update the others on any news. Once Eve has finished her first coffee, she is promptly handed another and the vampire puts a plate of food in front of her. She eats and finishes her coffee, while her mates saunter over from time to time, sneaking kisses. No one acknowledges me. I am simply an observer, seeing how they interact, getting the feel of them all. Eve takes her plate up to the sink and starts rinsing as her vampire grabs her hips from behind, kissing up her neck. She looks happy and content. Akassus was right. There was no way in hell I was going to be able to pull her away from them.
Chapter 39 Garrett. I land on the training field, transforming instantly, eager to get to Eve. I could have had Lie or the brothers portal me back, but I needed the peace and tranquility flying gave me to get my head out of its funk. Even though my brother had turned traitor, I mourned his loss. He had been there urging me to hold on, longer than anyone thought was possible, so I could find Eve. I understood his betrayal in a roundabout way. I would do anything for Eve too. Love made us do all kinds of kid up things to protect the one we loved. The loss of Divina was also hard, one of the few unafraid of me. I just wished she had admitted to me she was his chosen mate in the early days. Maybe I would have been more prepared for what had happened. I grab a pair of pants off the line and shove them on, before throwing open the back door and racing in. She is canoodling with Luca at the sink. Luca swiftly moves aside as I close in, turning her to me and lifting her onto the bench. Her eyes flash to her beautiful blue dragon's eyes and she trills happily, my body purring to her in response. My lips crash into hers, tongue exploring her mouth. My arms crush her to my chest, snake already hard as I grind myself between her parted legs. 3 days was 3 too many away from her. I am desperate to possess her, restake my claim. You might want to hold fire. Darius chuckles in the link. We have company. I snarl against Eve's mouth, frustrated someone is going to keep me from her. I pull back reluctantly and look over her shoulder at the man sitting at the bench. Who the foo *K are you? I demand, pissed at myself for not noticing the new scent in my desperation to get to Eve. Dev grins, eyes twinkling with mischief. Oh, this is Carino, Eve's witch, warlock. The man butts in. He fancies himself a one-man band, doesn't like to share, reckons he's going to take her from us. Dev continues. Does he now? I seethe, letting my dragon peer out at him. I look at Eve. She's become quite comfortable with letting the others watch. I wonder if she would allow me to prove my claim in front of him. I ask her through the link and she grins widely at me. She figures it would either get him to foo *K off or get him to embrace his fate. She nods her consent. I'm going to take Eve here. Make sure he stays put and watches. I tell the others. There are chuckles around the table and the witch, sorry, warlock, looks at us confused. I take Eve off the bench and turn her, bending her over the top. My hand trails down and pulls her pants down. I admire her already wet cat, my tongue slipping out to lick my lips. I glance at the newcomer and let him see my tongue extend and fork. I hold my chuckle as his eyes widen. Now he knows he will never be able to please Eve as I can. I go down to my knees and attack her honeyed center. Eve responds instantly, *ning and trilling, and I growl against her cat, overcome with lust and my need to possess her and prove to this moron who she really belongs to. I lead her to release 4 times before I let up and lick my face clean. I pull my sweats down, springing free, painfully hard. I roll on the rubber Luca discreetly hands me and thrust into her. I thrust hard and furious, letting her release quickly. I snake my hand around her neck, holding it firmly so she can look at the warlock, so he can see what I do to her. I let my snake separate into its 2 heads, feeling her shudder as I anchor myself. I know her eyes have widened and then rolled back in ecstasy. She loves this part. I jackhammer into her, the 2 heads making her feel impossibly full. She claws at the bench. Reese grabs a hand from across the bench and Dev does the same. She squeezes their hands hard as she approaches the edge, her eyes never leaving the warlock's face, who Dev informs me is sporting major wood that he's having to frequently adjust. I feel Eve starting to quiver around me and I fist her hair, pulling her up, sliding my teeth into my mark on her neck, growling possessively as I glare across the bench at Carino. Eve shatters around me, setting me off as she clamps down and pulsates through her release, milking me dry. I pull my teeth free and lap the blood at her neck, purring contentedly. My snake goes back to its human form and I withdraw, making Eve squirm. I pull her pants back up and then my own. You look like you need more coffee, Angel. I smirk, taking in her flushed, dreamy face. She smirks back. I've discovered a quicker way of getting back my energy. She glances at Luca's eyes glazing. She nods at him and walks behind me, jumping onto my back and pushing my hair aside. Her fangs enter my neck and lust floods my body. My knees buckle and I grab the bench so I don't go down in a heap. She's feeding on me. My purrs go haywire, overwhelmed by sensation. Knowing my blood is now coursing through her body and I'm even more a part of her than before. My eyes roll and I feel myself explode, shuddering at the force of it. Mia Moore is a quick learner. S.I.? Luca laughs. I nod breathlessly as Eve releases me from her bite, jumping back down to the floor. Welcome home, handsome, she says, licking her lips and grinning. She looks alert, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed. I hug her to me. Home is wherever Eve is. Do you understand why you can't take her from us? Dev asks the warlock. She belongs to us all and we belong to her. You can never compete with what we have here. You can never make her happy with only you. This is a balancing act that works. You will never take her from us. He looks around the room, taking us all in like he's seeing us for the first time, and nods. You're right. I will try to find my place. He looks at Eve like she is a puzzle he wants to solve. This goes against every fiber of my being. I need you to be patient with me. Allow me to adjust and find my way. Eve nods. There is no pressure, no race to the end. I'm sure the guys and myself can answer any questions and listen to any concerns and insecurities. We are a family here. Do you think you can share after all? Acasis asks with a sly look. Did you feel angry at Garrett for taking her in front of you? I don't think anger was quite the emotion he had. Reese laughs. Fu Kerr is still pitching a tent in his pants. The warlock's jaw clenches and he looks momentarily ashamed. Hey now. None of that, Eve says gently. The guys all like to watch too. It's like foreplay to them and it's normal in our bond to not be jealous of the other's Zuli. Sharing becomes more natural as time goes on. This is all new territory for you, but you will figure it out with time. Once upon a time, it was all new to us as well. Meanwhile, we can all get to know you and you us. Carino nods, relaxing slightly, and I snuggle up behind Eve, happy to have her close. So fill me in, Angel. What have I missed while I was away? Eve tenses and my eyebrows raise. Jesus, what have I missed? Baby, why don't you and Lacerio show Carino around and we will fill Garrett in? Reese offers. Eve nods quickly, extracting herself from my arms while my brows furrow. Something bad has happened. Bad enough that Reese doesn't want Eve to go through telling me herself. Acasis, I hiss. Yep, already on it. You know I won't let her out of my sight. He heads over to Eve, taking her hand. As Lai grabs drinks for them out of the fridge, Carino nods to us in farewell. We sit silently until we hear the front door close behind them. Tell me everything, I growl.
Chapter 40 Reese. When the messenger arrived 3 days later, I am in the office with Darius while Eve is off leading an intense training session. The vampire bows and presents us with an envelope. Before swiftly leaving, Darius cracks open the seal and removes the note inside. I lean over his shoulder to look. In elegant scroll writing, it simply says, "We accept," and was signed by King Ezekiel Patronov and Grand Warlock Belestini Makoni. Darius exclaimed, slumping back with relief. Looks like they took her threat seriously. Thank Fouquet, but my brain is churning. There is no way he would just throw in the towel that easily. I'll go tell our girl the good news. I watch him rush out of the room. He moves bloody fast for a giant. In the asylum room, my brain starts ticking. What were they up to? I track down Cyrus, who is beating Marcus to a pulp, apparently to see if he had any new information Cyrus didn't already have. Realistically, Cyrus just liked to punch him, a lot and frequently, a release for the darkness inside him that Eve has spoken of. I have news, I tell him. He pauses and steps away, grabbing a towel and wiping the blood spray from his hands and face. His eyes are dilated, his crazy side and bloodlust peering out at me. Fouquet, I need you level-headed for this. I thrust my wrist out to him. Drink, take what you need. He raises a brow, but accepts my wrist. Biting down, I feel the pleasant buzz take over as he gulps down my blood, taking enough to satisfy his hunger and get his head on straight. His eyes focus and he seals the wounds with a quick prick of his finger to a fan, smearing the blood on the punctures. "Cock," he barks. "Is Eve all right?" "Yeah, she's at training." Your dad responded. He's agreed to surrender. I inform him. His snake has a brow in disbelief. "Yeah, I don't buy it either. I smell bullshit." Cyrus curses under his breath. There is no way he's just going to roll over. This is a trap, he states. We must warn the others. Eve can't go. He strides to the stairs. You know she'll go anyway. I call after him. She won't miss the chance to finally put this to rest. She will risk it. He stops in his tracks and turns back to me. We still have to try. We need a plan B. Get to him before he gets to her. I urge. We will have one, but first we try. Meet me in the war room tonight once they are asleep. The maps of the castle are there. We will plan our assault if we can't change her mind. I trudge up the stairs after him, dread seeping into my bones. Every fiber of my being screams danger. I need to find Poppy. I want to hear this prophecy firsthand and go over it tonight with Cyrus as well. Eve responds much the way I suspected she would. She assures us she has every intention of being careful, taking a good amount of the army with her, and sending scouts beforehand. She is heading for the war room to try and cover every possible scenario. Cyrus' size meet mine. She's walking into a death trap, and we both know it. We have for days to save Eve's life, because in my heart I know that's what is at stake here. Cyrus has gone off to the woods to brood, and I asked Darius if he has seen Poppy. Darius points me in the direction of the training grounds, saying she has taken to training with Max's class at midday. I spot her sparring with another girl and wave to get her attention. She waves back and immediately takes a left hook to the face. I flinch and hurry over to help her up. That was a cheap shot, she growls at her sparring partner. Always use every and any opportunity to gain the upper hand, the girl says, shrugging. Sorry, Poppy. I didn't mean to get you punched. I really need to speak to you. I apologize. Yes, she says, grimacing. It is about that time, isn't it? Shem, I was enjoying the calm. I look at her questioningly, but she waves it away. You want to know the prophecy word for word? Come along then. Grab a pen and paper. We can go sit down under one of the trees. I produce the notebook and pen from my jeans pocket. Holding them up, she nods and points to an oak across the field. Okay, so the prophecy reads more like a poem, though I must warn you, no matter what you make out of it, you will never be prepared for what is to come, she says as we sit in the shade of the tree. You know everything, don't you? I say, looking at her carefully. You know how it all ends. The full picture. She nods. I sigh in frustration. Poppy, you're on our side. Why can't you just tell us and help us choose our own fates? I can't. Not because I don't want to. I do desperately, but it's not allowed. We could force you. You know, I say, desperation driving me to threaten her. I will protect Eve in any way I can. You could try. She agrees. I doubt I'll get much out before they take my voice. Maybe seal my lips or just kill me off. My eyebrows shoot up as understanding dawns. She truly can't tell us. Why give us a heads up at all? Why didn't they just leave us to it? I look at her perplexed. It's not our place to question the fates. They do as they please. She shrugs. Fine, give me this poem. I growl. She gives it to me slowly, so I can write it word for word. There is so much more to it than the vague bits Eve has given us. I'll pick it apart later once I can think about it with Cyrus. I thank Poppy and get to my feet, shoving the notebook back in my pocket. Race, Poppy calls as I step away. I know what you are going to do. I won't say anything to the others. For what it's worth, you have the heart of a lion. What you are willing to do to protect your mate is be in love. I will watch over her when you go. She inclines her head to me. Okay, that was weird. Pretty sure Akasas and Garrett have got the keep an eye on Eve thing down pat, but the more the merrier. At least now I know I'm supposed to go to the castle. She let that one slip, so I know I'm on the right path. That night the buoyancy runs freely as everyone celebrates what they think will be the end of the Vampire King's reign. Cyrus is nowhere in sight, still sulking about his daughter not listening to reason. I nurse a few beers through the night, ensuring I stay clear-headed. At 2 in the morning, Eve's had enough and we escort her home to bed. I lie there with her body twined around me, breathing her in. Poppy is right. I'd do anything. This is being love. Half an hour later, she gets restless and heads over to Luca, who runs cooler than I do. I wait, listening for her breathing to even out and ensuring the others are under her as well before I begin to creep out of the bed and the room. I listen at the door for any changes before I continue on, avoiding the creaks on the stairs and popping out the back door. Cyrus is pacing in the war room impatiently when I arrive. Took her damn time, he snarls, already on edge. He pulls the maps, Eve drew of the castle over to the table and motions for me to sit. We pore over the maps all night, breaking occasionally to pick at the prophecy I wrote out. We make and break plans until we have one that seems just right, then pop a few contingencies in place. By the time the sky starts to lighten, while I'm exhausted, I feel we have a pretty solid way forward. It means heading off Fate's plan, and I'm not sure if that's doable, but I'm damn well going to try. Now we just need to pick a fight to join the adventure and set the wheels in motion. By this time tomorrow, we will be leaving and will end Eve's troubles once and for all.
Chapter 41 Cyrus, I am under no illusions. We will either succeed or we won't. For all intents and purposes, this is essentially turning into a suicide mission. I corner Eve's little friend, Magda, outside the kitchen after breakfast at the mess hall. You come, Portal? Yes. She nods hesitantly. Ed, would you be willing to help Reese and me save Eve's life? She nods rapidly. Excellent. Be ready at 5 in the morning tomorrow. Outside the gym, I turn to walk away. Not so quick, Leech. I want an explanation before I agree to whatever it is you have going on. She growls. I sigh. She's not going to be as easy as I thought. Swear, even if you decide not to go ahead with it, that you will speak to no one of what I have said. I swear, she says, openly curious, so I feel her in on the why and then the how. She stands quietly mulling over the information I've just dumped on her. You're right. He's definitely up to something. Fouquet, I mean. She offers her hand to shake on it, which I take briefly. I speed off into the forest and seek the quiet to compose my letter. We will be lucky to make it out alive, and there is so much unsaid that I still need to say to her. I plan on spending this afternoon with her, just talking, telling her more about my life, learning more about hers, enjoying being in her presence, and having some sort of father-daughter moment. I've urged Reese to leave behind a just-in-case letter as well. Better to be safe than sorry. Actually, I should get Magda to do it as well. I spend all morning pouring my thoughts onto paper, my letter quickly becoming a book. I still don't think I've written everything I should. I'm sure I've left some important things out, but I hope at least the guts of it are there. I box it up and write upon me in the date for the day after the planned surrender. I hunt down Magda and tell her what we are doing. Her face turns serious and she scurries off to write her letter. I find Reese writing his letter in one of the spare rooms at the pack house. I told her I was making some plans for the surrender. It wasn't a complete lie, so I don't think she caught it. He says with a sigh, Reese's letter is looking just as thick as mine. I'm sure I'm missing some stuff, but this is pretty much everything I can think of. Magda will bring her letter this afternoon. I inform him. He nods and adds his letter to the box. Who will we give it to for safekeeping? He asks, pointing to the box. There is a lovely old she-wolf I've been helping. She doesn't pay much attention to the goings-on of the pack and says she's too old for drama. I think she would be ideal. She will hear if we are missing and will get it to Eve on the due date. If we make it back, we can always retrieve it prior. How old are we talking? Will she even remember to do it? Reese laughs. Body is failing, but the mind is not. I reassure him. Magda finds me an hour later and adds her letter to the box, tacking it at the bottom. I raise my eyebrows. Your letters are more important. She should read them first. She explains. I shrug. As long as Eve gets them. I'm not bothered whose letter gets read first. I seal the box and head off to old Miss Delphin's cottage. I stay for half an hour and have a cup of tea with the old duck before I take my leave. She assures me she will have it to Eve by 8 in the morning, the date I have chosen. I am honest and tell her I am going on a dangerous mission soon, and I want to ensure a farewell letter gets to my daughter. In the event I don't make it, she tells me I better make it, because who else was she going to wrangle in to do slave labor in her garden? After bidding her farewell, I set off to find my daughter. I find her finishing up patrol. What are your plans this afternoon? I ask. Don't really have any. Maybe hit the gym, clean my weapons, and check on Max's group. Why's that, Daddy-o? My heart clenches at the now familiar term. While it's not quite dead, and she says it mockingly, It's her way of acknowledging what I am to her. I've loved it ever since she started using it, which means I get pissy when she doesn't. Would you consider maybe spending the afternoon with me? I packed a picnic, I say, holding up a basket. Oh, I love it, she says, clapping delightedly. I haven't had a picnic in, well, nearly forever. Maybe when I was 8 or was it 9. Well, then today is definitely picnic day. Where should we have it? Let's head to the river and sit on the bank by the trees, she says, already on the move, eyes dancing with excitement. Part of me wonders if I could just knock her out and keep her away from the surrender point, so I don't have to risk leaving her and missing any more of her life. But that would break the fragile bond we have formed. I cannot do that to her. I will step up and protect her from the enemy, even if it costs me my own life. So I tuck my hands into my pockets and stroll beside her as though I have all the time in the world. I eat lunch with her under the tree. I marvel at her strength and beauty, proud to call her mine, while we talk about anything and everything that comes to mind. When this is all properly over, what do you see in your future? Serious pants on her daddy-o. She laughs. She flops back on the grass thinking. It's quiet with the exception of the water running over rocky patches and the birds and insects creating the music of nature. I guess I'd like to see the races integrate more. Maybe form a combined council of the races to rule. Keep the alphas, the kings, and queens. They serve their purpose and the world is too big for a single ruler. I don't want to be stuck to a throne. I want to live and enjoy life. Maybe have some kids down the line once it's safe again. Grandbabies, I sigh happily. Now there was a solid reason to come back. To watch mini Eves run around and grow up. Give them all the things I hadn't been able to give her. I like the sound of that. We could have a whole football team of mini versions of you running rings around everyone. I said some, not a mini army, and way down the line. She laughs. I'm so grateful I found you. Elle, you are the light in my dark world, I say, grabbing her hand. Very serious today, aren't you? She says, turning her head to the side to look at me. Just wishing I hadn't missed out on so much. I admit, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It is what it is, daddy-o. We found each other in the land. Not in the most orthodox way, mind you, but when have we ever done things easy? She smirks. I squeeze her hand. I made this girl. She's a part of me with a spirit so bright she's like a beacon. Fouquet, I am so proud of her. I desperately want to be here to see what she does in the future. Watch her mold the world into a strong and beautiful place. Watch her man keep her happy and dote on her, making sure no harm comes to her. My heart is so full of love for this girl, it wants to explode. I swear to myself, if there is a way to return to my daughter, then I'm taking it, but not without Reese. She will never forgive me if anything happens to him. Her first love, her always. She had told me stories about their early budding love and the way they had tried to evade their true mates each year. Reese had to come home first and foremost, and then hopefully me. With such a bright future ahead, I really hope we make it.
Chapter 40 to Reese. Eve hits the gym at 6 that night, saying she feels slack not attending training. It gives me time to set things up. I want to take her to the water hole we used to swim at when our relationship was in its early stages. We exchanged our first kiss there. I had my first grope of her boobs, and she had Saturday on my lap wrapped in my arms as we dried in the sun on a boulder. I had experienced an unrelenting hard-on that throbbed painfully the whole time, making her blush and giggle. Return trips had been even more fulfilling. It had become our special spot. I have racked my brain until I have the perfect date night planned out. It has taken a lot of trekking back and forth. I have bullshitted the guys and said, I am stealing her for the night for our anniversary. No one fought me on it, although Makita gives me the stink eye. Smelling a rat, but it isn't a complete lie. It is coming up next week. I just wasn't sure if I would be able to celebrate it with her, so I've moved it forward. Thankfully, since he is unable to put his finger on what I am up to, Makita stays quiet. Standing back, I survey the final product. It is the perfect date. Thief, for the love of my life. It's now time to go and sweep my girl off her feet. I take a quick shower back home, throwing on a black t-shirt, cargo pants, and some shoes. I pack Eve and me an overnight bag and a change of clothes for her. I head to the gym but find it empty. MON from the lockers catches my attention. Mother Fuker, who has snuck in on my girl. I round the corner and find Darius giving it to her hard in the shower and grin. I grab the lube out of the bag I'm carrying, patting myself on the back for grabbing it at the last minute. Her legs are wrapped around his waist, hands twined and taken in his hair. I watch Eve throw her head back and mow in as Darius lifts her hips up and down. While I strip myself of my clothing, I lube up and creep over to them silently. I am going to have to be swift in my approach here, not give him a chance to back away. This has been a long time coming. I pick my angle and grab his bum cheeks, separating him as I push in. The loop slides me home easily as his body stiffens. I thrust out and back in, grinning as a growl leaks from him. None of that, big man. I owed you one. Take your karma like a good bitch, I say, slapping his bum. Eve leans over his shoulder watching me. Hot as Fouquet, she exclaims, kissing me as I push back in, and then she's attacking Darius' mouth when I retreat. I relax as his growl changes to a groan. That's the 1D. Just feel it, I urge. I am clearly in virgin territory. The muscle ring tight. As I glide in and out, Eve is moving again now and being the meat in the sandwich as Darius, fighting not to let his knees give out as we sweep him away in combined pleasure. I feel Darius lose his rhythm, his hips stuttering. I move quicker, allowing my own release to come forth. Eve gets louder right on the cusp. I lean up to his ear and bite it to get his attention. Don't you nod her, or I'll nod you. I have plans that you're holding up. He nods, his shoulders heaving as he struggles for control. Then I change my angle, hitting his prostate and rubbing against it as hard as I can. Darius loses the fight, his bum clenching as he comes hard. Eve tumbles over with him, and I grin. I'm not knotted. He gasps. I grab his bum and let myself release. I pull out, grinning from ear to ear. He turns and I narrowly duck the feast that flies at me. Hug, don't be a baby. You liked it. Admit it. Eve grins. I won't tell anyone. Pinky swear, she says, offering up a pinky finger. Fouquet, she's cute. Darius glares at me and I hold up my own pinky, trying to school myself into an innocent face. He growls but accepts our offering, shaking our pinkies with his own. Right, baby. Clean up fast. I patch your clothes. We are off for the night, I say, shoving Darius aside to soap up my balls and snake. Got to get things fresh again for my girl. I have big plans tonight. Eve soaps herself up excitedly. Oh, where are we going? She asks. Our first kiss, is all I say, and her eyes light up and she squeaks excitedly. She rinses off and grabs a towel, hurrying over to the pile of clothes I left on the bench seat. She holds up the thong and bra, grinning with mischief. They are crotchless and cupless. She tugs them on and scurries into her t-shirt and pants. She sits and pulls on the socks and boots. When she stands, I admire my handiwork. Her tight shirt accents the hard points of her nipples, and her tight pants are like a second skin on her bum and toned legs. Perfection. I race out, hurriedly getting dried and dressed. Then, shouldering the bag, I grab her hand. I pause at the door and look back at Darius, who is leaning against the shower wall, getting his bearings still. Thanks for the good time. You're a special guy and I love you. I coo jokingly, but secretly meaning every word. I hope he remembers my potential last words to him and gets the message. While he's not on Eve's level, the giant has wormed his way into a little piece of my heart. The rest, of course, all belongs to my girl. Eve and I talk lightheartedly as we tramp our way up to the waterfall. She's cracking up, explaining Darius' face when I took his virgin bum. Wish I'd thought to link Eve so I could have watched from her side. But I got my claim in now. It's a done deal. If I make it back, I'll remember that for the next time I ambush him. We reach the clearing and Eve gasps. Do you like it? I ask nervously. Reese, this is like a fairy tale, she exclaims, taking in the tent. Fairy lights, the bed, and a bunch of flowers. I pull her over to the tent. I figured we can't swim while the water's still warm. Have dinner and then have each other? I shrug. Her face lights up like a kid at Christmas. Last one in is a rotten egg, she yells, plunking herself down on her bum and yanking off her shoes and socks. I laugh and start stripping quickly, barreling after her as she flings her clothes in the tent's direction and races for the water, still wearing the thong and the bra, which is really just a pretty chest harness. My snake twitches as my eyes lock on her gorgeous bum. The things I'm going to do to that body of hers tonight. We play fight in the water, wooding each other higher and higher, until without further thought, I grab her and take her in the water, locking her to me with my knot as we finish. We cuddle, whispering sweet nothings to each other as we wait for the knot to go down. Being alone with Eve with no others is always more special and intimate. I don't begrudge them at all, but we all enjoy one-on-one time the most. Once she's able to wiggle away, I lead her back to the shore and unpack our dinner: cold roast turkey, potato salad, and a green salad. We fast eyeing each other up with heated glances. Then I produce the cheesecake and the wine, laughing at her excited bum wiggle. Then she notes there is only one piece of cheesecake and scowls. "I'm not sharing," she warns. "It's all yours, baby. I have something different for my dessert." She nods happily and eats her cheesecake, while I sip my wine and impatiently wait. As soon as she's done, I ask her to lie down for me, producing a can of whipped cream and chocolate sauce I had stashed in the cooler. She laughs and lays down, letting me pull her thong off so it doesn't stain, and I start decorating her body with my chosen dessert. I make sure I clean it all up thoroughly, licking my plate clean so I get every drop. I wipe my face with a napkin as her body trembles with aftershocks, her face flushed and her long hair fanned out around her. A true goddess of nature, a temptress with legs splayed ripe for the taking. So I do. I take her on the floor, surrounded by the music of nature, and I worship my goddess. I can't help knotting her again. There is this overwhelming need to possess and knot her. I can't even control it. It only registers after I've locked us in place yet again. I carefully pull her up so she straddles my lap, picking the leaves from her hair while we wait. When my knot deflates, I pull free and carry her to the tent in bed, already hardening again. I'm insatiable in my love for her, my need to brand myself on her body and mind forever. I'm quick to enter her on the bed. She feeds on me this time, making me finish quicker than I planned as she floods me in her lust. I kiss her as we lay locked again. "Who do you belong to?" I whisper against her lips. Her lips curve up into a grin as she hears our saying. "Yours, Reese. I am forever yours." She whispers back. "Damn right you are, baby." I tell her, my hips moving again of their own accord as soon as my knot goes down enough. I spend the rest of the night showing her how much she belongs to me. I let her sleep at last in the small hours of the morning, whispering how much I love her, forever and always. When at last it's time for me to go, I kiss her temple. My mind and heart scream to me not to leave her side. No matter what, I whisper in her ear, "I'll always love you, always be a part of you, forever." She stirs in her sleep, murmuring, "Love you too." I smile sadly, "Don't forget me, baby." I kiss her goodbye and pray this isn't the last time I see her. I get up and dress, making sure she's covered by the blanket. The bag of clothing is within reach of her. I pull out the note I wrote for her last night from my bag. In it, I claim I got called into patrol and that I'll see her tonight. I also remind her that I love her always. I zip up the bag and the foil packages catch my eye. I curse under my breath. Fouquet, she's going to kick my bum when or if I make it home. I stare at her one last time, committing her and this moment to memory. I forced myself to turn away and I head off silently to the meeting point, where Magda is the portal waiting to take me to the gym. Cyrus will be waiting with our weapons. Magda stands grinning at the tree line. "Good night, I take it," she says, laughing. "The best." I chuckle. "Right, let's get this shit show on the road. We have a king to decapitate," Magda says excitedly. I head through the portal, nearly bumping into Cyrus. He hands me my weapons and Magda opens a new portal. "You sure you want to do this, boys? You can back out and come up with something different." Cyrus locks eyes with me. "For Eve," he says. "For Eve," I agree. Raising our weapons, we enter the portal. Time to do or die.
Chapter 43 Cyrus. Our plan had started off complicated. Reese, however, is quick to point out that we are overcomplicating things unnecessarily. Eve always says to use the kiss method. Keep it simple, stupid. Hey, ISS. He chuckles. So we did. What did we want to do? Kill the king. What was the easiest way to do it? Decapitate him or tear out his heart, smashing it to pieces. How were we going to get there? Portal was the easiest option. When were we going to do it? First thing before sunrise, while the king was sleeping in his chambers away from his guards. Reese would go for the head. I would go for the heart, and hopefully one of us got the goods before he woke and could call for help. Simple and effective. Come back alive with Eve never knowing we had left. What had never dawned on us was that they knew we were coming, or that it was a cell we would arrive in instead of the king's bedroom, or Magda portling straight back out to land on the other side of the cell. We survey the hostile faces looking at us on the other side of the bars, while the king moves over to hand Magda a bloody, smelly burlap sack. As agreed, Magda, your reward. You did well. Magda giggles excitedly and pulls a rotting head from the sack, making kissy faces and telling the grotesque head how much she missed it. The king turns to us. Nice try, son, but you didn't count on the dark Viking's concubine wanting to follow his wishes through. The dark fire were pledged to be mine. Magda here has been feeding us information since you all arrived on the wolf's land. When you asked for her help, it gave her the perfect moment to restore some power to us. She gave us the ultimate weapon against Eve, leverage. His finger points to Reese. As for you, you traitorous little shit, he says, looking at me with a scowl. I have plans for you. Once I've finished reminding you who is in charge, your bum is going back to your tomb in the caves. Only this time you will never be found. The blood drains from my face. I would rather die than go through that hell again. Reese's hand squeezes my shoulder and I grasp it. If you let me save Reese, I'll go to the box. I swear silently to the fates. Magda, I thought you were his friend. Reese growls. Magda looks up with surprise from her one-sided conversation with the head. Oh, I am, but the king wanted us on this side. He was very clear. Eve's lovely, but I must do my king's bidding. The king isn't bidding anything. He's fucking dead. I snarl. Magda covers what is left of the king's ears and glares at me before raising the head up again. He's just feeling a bit poorly, aren't you, Snookums? She's fucking bonkers, mad as a hatter. Reese exclaims. I nod, watching her kiss the black decaying lips, leaving a dark slimy residue on her own. In shudder, a prick suddenly hits my neck, and I reach up, pulling a small object away and palming it in my hand. A dart. The effect hits fast. The room spinning. I hear Reese topple behind me. Then my own knees hit the ground. My world darkens to shadows, then absolute darkness. When I wake, I am surprised to find that I am chained in the cell opposite Reese and not buried in the depths of hell to be forgotten as I had feared. I look at Reese strung up like I wasn't cursed. Things are not looking good. It will kill me if our golden boy is harmed. I see Reese stir. Get your thinking cap on, boy. We aren't dead. We can't still do something. Yet, Reese slurs, still shaking off the drugs. Yet what? We aren't dead yet. He clarifies. You gotta admit, we aren't exactly in a good spot. He squints at me and shakes his head, trying to shake his brain into gear. His chains jangle and he glances up. Awesome. Chains are going to make this so much easier. I snored. At least the boy still has his sense of humor. Can you link? I ask. Gosh, Dad, why didn't I think of that first? He laughs. No, it's just static. They must have given me the same shit your goons gave Eve. Okay, so no outside help was coming. Plan A was out. I look around the cell, but it is empty. The other cells have people in the same chains or release dances as us. But on Reese's side, 3 cells down, is a scary-looking fucker sitting inside a glowing orange circle. Ed, can't you move outside of the circle? I call out to the stranger. His head raises, eyes glowing. Ed, I never thought to try that, he says, attempting to look thoughtful. Great two wise asses. I sigh. My head turns at the sound of footsteps approaching. Harden, my father's head torturer, comes into view, pushing a trolley with a large muscular vampire beside him. Vance, you're working over Wolf Boy today, and I give the prince here my special attention, Hardin says, pulling out the keys. The big vampire grins and steps into Reese's cell. Once Hardin has opened the door, I ignore the torture master when he enters my own cell, locking my eyes with Reese. Sounds of fists hitting flesh begin. Reese never makes a sound, never blinks. His jaw is clenched hard, but he just stares at me, strong of mind, gladly taking it, because he knows that if he's safe and that's all that matters to him. Hardin steps back and admires his handiwork on me. I frown. He has peeled the skin from my hand like a latex glove. It was very tidily done, I have to admit. Do you like it? He chuckles. Very nice. Now hurry up and do the other hand. I have places to be. I shake my head at Reese and cluck my tongue. It's so difficult to find a decent manicurist these days, don't you think? Reese snorts and grins. Still as crazy as always, Cyrus, Hardin says, scowling. Have you met my father? He taught me everything I know. I laugh. Can't I have a pedicure while you're at it? Maybe a facial peel too. It's way overdue. Hardin throws his tools down in disgust and wheels the trolley out. Yeah, it's no fun to torture if the victim won't scream or in my case asks for more. That's enough. We will come back later. The big vamp growls at Reese, pissed he hasn't made a sound. Cat. Reese sneers. I'd wipe the floor with you if my hands were free. The vamp looks at Reese, who is half his size. Sure you would, the big vamp says, rolling his eyes. I must have downseed off at some stage. My hand itches as the new skin grows back. I look around, unsure what woke me, immediately checking Reese and see he's dancing. Cyrus, a voice whispers. My eyes move to focus on my cell door. I squint in the poor light and see one of the councilmen, Tobias, standing there, shifting nervously. I've got the keys, he whispers, and I notice he's slowly testing out each key, trying not to let them rattle. What are you doing? I ask, confused. When this is over, we will need a key. You're next in line. There is a click and he grins, carefully swinging the door open. He rushes in and starts on the chains. You need to free the wolf too. I whisper, if you want this finished, Eve has to win. She can't unless she has all her mates. Tobias curses under his breath. I'll try, but our time is limited. I hear the lock click and then the first chain is loose. Tobias quickly undoes the second chain and I shake my arms, getting the circulation going. As Tobias shoots over to start breaking Reese out, Reese rouses and looks at me standing free. Home time, boy, I whisper, watching his eyes light up. Tobias succeeds in getting the cell unlocked and swings the door open. At the same time, I hear footsteps. Hurry up, I hiss at the councilman. Tobias sighs waiting as he registers the footsteps and he scrambles to find the right key. You need to go, Reese says, smiling in understanding. The footsteps get louder. Not without you, I growl lowly. Tobias keeps fumbling, trying the different keys. Come on, he mutters. Where is it? You can't come back for me. Get to Eve. Warn her of Magda's deceit. March on the vampires. There is no sense in both of us stuck here when you can't go. Eve will never forgive me if I leave you behind. I won't forgive me either. Oh, there's no more time. He's stoic and accepting of the situation. He whispers something in Tobias' ear. No, I snarl. Tobias turns suddenly and cold snake as me, devious fucker. As an ancient, he packs a lot of clout and I know like it late.
Chapter 44 Eve. Waking up to the sound of birds and warm sunshine on my body is heaven. Just like my night with Reese was. I smile and reach out to his side of the bed, only to find it cold and empty. I frown and open my eyes, rolling over to face the empty side. There is a note on the pillow. I quickly read it and groan. Of course, he had been called into patrol. Bloody Max. I grab the bag by my bedside and yank out clothes, shrugging on a t-shirt and shorts, the ones Garrett won't let me wear in public. I curse under my breath. If Garrett catches me, I'm totally throwing Reese under the bus. I take my time walking back to the pack house, enjoying the peace and tranquility that only nature can provide. I don't get to be alone often. Actually, I'm never alone these days. Sure enough, Akasa sits by a tree waiting. When I reach halfway, I ruffle the hair on his head and he gets up to greet me, snuffling my hair. I swing myself onto his back and let him walk us unhurriedly the rest of the way home. He quickly transforms, carrying me piggyback style up the steps. Found our missing mate, he calls out, waltzing into the kitchen and tipping me backward into the waiting arms of his brother, who hums happily as he showers my face with kisses. Did you have a good anniversary date? He asks, pulling back and watching me closely. Is that what he said? Our anniversary isn't for another 9 days. Then I shrug. Maybe he thought we would be too busy next week sorting out the kingdoms. Mikhaida raises an eyebrow and makes a non-committal noise. Footsteps thunder down the stairs. Luca reaches us first, being the fastest, snatching me away and kissing me in a soul-searing kiss that steals my breath away. Me, Emmer, I missed you terribly, he tells me. Garrett steals me from him and takes me to the couch. Dev and Lysario are quick to go on other side of us so they can touch me too. I really need a couple of clones. There is seriously not enough of me to go around all these men. So did Loverboy pull it off? Was it all romantic and shit? Darius calls out from the kitchen, where he's making coffee. Knocked it out of the park. I grin. There was a tent with fairy lights, romantic dinner, skinny dipping, and lots of sex till the wee hours of the morning. I'd say you guys need to up your game. I tease, eliciting rumbles and frowns. So where is Casanova? Dev asks. Is he still recovering? It's my turn to frown. Gone when I woke. He left a note saying he got called into patrol and he would see me at dinner. I shrug, obviously disappointed. Shit, sorry kitten. I didn't think to tell Max he was indisposed. I'll organize for someone to take over his shift. He will be too tired to be at peak alert, Darius tells me as he brings a steaming mug of coffee over. I nod that it's probably for the best. I see Darius' eyes glaze as he mind-links Max. Then a frown hits his face. His eyes clear. What checkpoint was he working? Do you know? I shake my head. It didn't say. Max didn't call him in, Darius informs me. Maybe someone asked him to take their spot. I offer. An uncomfortable feeling settles in my stomach. My spidey senses are tingling. I glance at the clock. It's 3 in the afternoon. I really slept in. I gulp back my coffee and notice Karina leaning against the doorway. I hadn't even realized he was here. I'm not sure what to think of him yet, but he's not my priority right now. I extract myself from Garrett and strip my clothes off, quickly transforming into my wolf. I'm going to run the perimeter, I inform them. Darius picks up on my unease. I reach for Reese Link and find it limp and unresponsive, and I panic. Order search parties now. Ask Carino to try and track him. This is wrong. All of it's wrong. Eve, where's the note he wrote this morning? Mikhaida asks. In the bag, I say, pointing out the bag I had left by the couch. Mikhaida grabs it and rummages through and pulls out the note. He holds it, eyes closed with concentration. I can feel guilt, deceit, and gouache. The note is a lie, he says, looking at me apologetically. Eyes glaze over as they organize their men to search. My mind runs rampant. Where is he? Why would he lie? I can feel panic settling in further. This is wrong, so very wrong. I run out of the house intent on going back to the waterfall and tracking him. Akasas is quick to catch up. We will find him, he reassures me. Something is very wrong. I can feel it, I tell him. As we pass the gym, I catch a whiff of him by the side of the gym, as well as Magda and Cyrus. Can you portal us to the waterfall? We can't waste any time. He nods and opens one up. We come out by the bed, and I immediately start sniffing his freshest scent, following it into the forest until I come to a tree, where I can smell Magda too. Both their scents go nowhere. I snarl angrily. Find Magda, I roar through the link. Then I think of the scents at the gym, and Cyrus, I add. Akasas portals us home, where I find Carino scrying over a map. He glances up at me. I can only get a read on Cyrus. He's on the move, heading this way from the south. Reese is blocked off. He tells me. I transform. Please tell me everything you know about Magda, I beg Akasas. Not much, sorry. She worked in the kitchens a lot but trained to fight. I think she was one of our dad's concubines at one point, but he was always chopping and changing his women. So I'm not 100% sure, but that's about it. Nothing interesting that stands out. We need to intercept Cyrus. He might be coming in hot. He's traveling about the speed of a car, but the terrain he's on isn't suitable for a car. He's currently in Allison, Arkansas. I run off to Darius' office and rummage through the maps in his drawer. I race back and throw the map toward Carino. He quickly spreads it and swings the pendulum over it, muttering under his breath. It pings down. I grab Dev's tablet from the coffee table and bring up Google Maps. zooming into where the pendulum centered itself. Then zooming in further, I push it in front of Carino, who sets the pendulum in motion again, and again I zoom further. Finally, we can see pretty clearly where he's while he runs through a steel false trail. I point a fair distance ahead, but with his speed, he would be there fast. There Acasus, we intercept him there. Garrett's going to kill me, Acasus mumbles, waving a portal into existence. I'll come too, Carino says, jumping up to his feet. We step through into the forest, leaves crunching under our feet. Keep that portal open just in case, I caution Acasus, looking down the trail where it disappears around a bend. A blur comes into view. It's moving faster than I've seen a vampire moving before. I lengthen my claws ready to leap at it. It seems misshapen. Is it carrying something? More vampires come around the corner, and I'm quick to figure out that the ones in the front need our help. The back ones are the bad guys. I put my fingers to my lips and whistle, waving to get the blur's attention. It puts in a burst of speed, and I stand aside as whizzes past me into the portal. I shove Carino back in and dive after him, Acasus bringing up the rear and closing the portal behind him. The vampire has come through so hard that he has taken out the TV and cracked the wall behind it. He is lying on his back, breathing heavily. My father's blade dazed beside him. They are both clearly wounded and past the point of dropping. I bite into my wrist and trickle blood into Cyrus' mouth. His eyes widen and he grabs the wrist, feeding in earnest. I bite the other wrist and offer it to the stranger, who gladly takes it. The door opens and I hear swearing. A wrist appears in front of my face. Drink before they drain you. We will take turns, Luca says in my ear. I bite down while he strokes my hair and drink quickly, pulling away when I've taken around a liter. Garrett's wrist appears in front of me next. You have some explaining to do, Angel. Ask Carino or Acasus. I'm a little busy right now. Acasus quickly fills them in and Garrett growls in the hellhound's direction. I roll my eyes and release Garrett, accepting death's offering that appears in front of me. The suction on my own wrists is less intense now, so I'm able to slow down as well. Finally, they stop. They have taken more from me than I've taken in and my head feels a bit bouncy. Makita picks me up and pushes my lips to his neck as he sits on the couch. I bite down and drink slowly, less urgently now that my blood isn't being taken. Wonder what Daddy-O thinks of this. A short time ago, I was terrified of being bitten, and now I'm turning my mates into thick shakes. Why, how the tables have turned. I pull away from Makita and turn to the others. Cyrus is avoiding my eyes, and the man who was with him is talking quietly with Luca, whose eyes keep darting my way worriedly. It's all wrong. I knew it. Chapter 45. Eve. Tobias, who it turns out is Luca's great-great-great-great-grandfather, is stressed that he had to knock Cyrus out to get away, as Cyrus wouldn't leave Reese behind. While I could appreciate that, it didn't change the fact that they had gone in the first place. They had taken the bait the rest of us hadn't, thinking they knew something I did not. Of course, it was a ploy. That's why I was going ahead with the surrender, so I could finish them off. Apparently, Reese and Cyrus thought I was an idiot, and had done exactly what the king had hoped we would do. I could throttle the pair of them. Cyrus was racked with guilt, but only for leaving Reese behind, not for going in the first place. Idiot. Then there is the unexpected news of Magda. I have a special hell waiting for that bitch once I got my hands on her. The brothers are furious too, but for now, I have to get back to my mate. The office phone starts ringing down the hall, and I stomp off to pick it up. Eve, the king's voice greets me. Hey Fouquet Knuckle, your ears must be burning. We were just talking about you, I reply. You have my son, and you have my mate? We will meet as arranged, but the terms have changed. He chuckles. Yes, they certainly have. I'd agree. I was going to take a leaf out of Vlad the Impaler's book, and shove a spike so far up the prick's bum. If I see you near my territory prior, I will kill him, he cautions. As long as you don't lay a hand on him, I'm sure it will be fine, I say, hating the idea of Reese being in the king's hands for even a moment longer. It's a bit late for that, he laughs, but he will be alive. I'll see you in 48 hours, granddaughter. May the odds be forever in your favor. The phone goes dead. Did he just quote the fucking Hunger Games catchphrase to me? I shake my head in disgust. I stomp back to the lounge and jump into Darius' lap, seeking his comfort. Today's Reese will be away from us, having God knows what done to him. A tear slips from my eye and I wipe it away. One tear of sadness and worry, The rest can wait to become happy tears when I get Reese back. We gather the army. We go to Grant's Pack lands and we wait. He's changing the terms of surrender. If we march on his land, he will kill Reese. I inform the men. Darius curses and holds me tighter. We march 7 a.m. Friday morning. We will wait there the day. No more surprises. What do you think he's after? Lai asks. Our surrender and Cyrus for Reese's life is my guess. I respond dully. You can exchange me for him, Cyrus offers, speaking his first words since his return and actually looking at me. I glare at him. I know what you did yesterday. You gave me a goodbye day. Reese too. I huff angrily. His eyes skitter away. What should we do? Lai queries. What we do best. Wing it. I pick at my food at dinner. I have no appetite, knowing full well Reese will be going hungry. When bedtime comes, I am lost. I always fall asleep on Reese. I move restlessly from mate to mate, but it isn't the same. My brain won't switch off. I get up and head downstairs, pouring myself in bourbon. I sit down at the back doorstep, pulling Lucas smokes from the plant pot. He stashes them in and light up. In my mind I caress Reese Link, willing it to wake up, pouring my love into it. Arms around me, startling me. Darius plucks the cigarette from me, and takes a deep draw on it as he settles in behind me, before handing it back. He's strong kitten. He can hold on for 2 days. Then we will get him back and kick his bum ourselves. I snort. I'll do more than kick his ass, I say seriously. Ditto. No sleep for you either, huh? Nope. I'm scared, I admit. Yeah, me too, kitten. I lean back into his arms, letting his warmth surround me and his size protect me. You guys are going to be useless to us if you don't sleep, Carino's voice says from behind us. I shrug. I mean, I'll still kick ass, but what can you do when your body won't let you rest? I can help you know. It's a simple spell. Dreamless sleep guaranteed, he offers. Darius nudges me. I think we should. He's right, we are going to need it. I sigh. They are right. I'm just scared of not being able to monitor Reese Link if I'm sleeping. I nod reluctantly. Carino leads us to one of the spare rooms and motions for us to get comfortable. I climb up on the bed beside Hulk and drape myself on him. I stifle a sniffle, wishing for Reese. My heart hurts with worry. My body shakes as I fight down the emotion. Darius tightens his hold on me. Can you take the edge off for her first? He asks. Fingers touch my temples as Carino siphons my emotions away, enough to push the panic down. I won't take it all. You have every right to be upset and worried. I'll just take enough for you to function. Carino whispers in my ear. He mumbles something under his breath and I relax, closing my eyes and sinking into blissful sleep. It feels like I blink and it's morning. The sun shines happily through the window. Darius lies propped on his side, watching me. I smile and then Reese enters my mind, chasing my smile away. Darius strokes my cheek understandingly. Come on, kitten, let's get you caffeinated so we can organize this army. I nod and follow him out of the bed. It is a subdued atmosphere as we prepare everything throughout the day. We have no real idea what to expect tomorrow. I prep the teams and organize as many fail-safes as I can, until we are as ready as we can be. But my gut tells me there is no way there won't be collateral damage, regardless of how much I prepare us all.
Chapter 46 Darius. We lay in wait all day, scouts checking the forest, men hiding in buildings, the main force just outside the border, and to teams with us. Eve sits in my lap shredding blades of grass. She has been stuck to me like glue, our mutual bond to Reese pulling us tight together for comfort. I deck into her mind and see her plotting ways to kill the king, and boy do I admire her creativity. Then her mind shoots sideways as she imagines what they are doing to Reese. I jostle her or start talking to pull her away from the disturbing images. The king waits until the very last minute to arrive through a portal on the grassy mound they had watched us wage battle on last time, with Bellastini coming after him and an unconscious Reese dragged between them. Eve is on her feet instantly. Bellastini's been harvesting 5 souls to use portals, Carino tells us. Lysaria growls in a way I've never heard from him. My brothers, he killed 3 of them. Tit, that's right. My eyes flicker to lie and I nod my head to him respectfully, while grabbing Eve's arm, who is chomping at the bit to get to Reese. so she can't march over there and get herself killed. Come, granddaughter, we have terms to discuss, the king calls out. Discuss them from there, Carrot calls back. Karina places a necklace over Eve's head and tucks it down her top. Stay at the bottom of the hill. This will fling up a barrier if Bellastini throws a spell at you. He kisses her forehead. He turns towards the hill. Bellastini, I believe we have things to discuss as well. You have been using forbidden magic. I have been doing what the Dark Circle was born to do. By the time we have brought the world into the new era, your rules on our kind will cease to exist, and neither will your circle of shadows. Bellastini sneers. Eve, the king demands. I walk forward with her. Alone, Eve squeezes my hand and lets it go. As she walks away, she looks back and I see it on her face. She is prepared to die here today if it means her mates and her people walk away. My heart clenches in my chest. Don't you dare, Eve. I roar through the link. She slams a wall down in her mind, shoving me out. I start after her, only to be held back by Garrett and Dev. Reese once told me after I flicked out that I should trust Eve more, so that's what I'm going to do, Garrett says gruffly. She's going to give her life for ours, I exclaim. Our girl's smart. She said she's going to win it. It won't come down to that. Eve is fated to lead. Trust in her. Dev agrees. I scowl and pull my arms free but stay put while I watch the love of my life walk toward certain danger, and my body screams at me to throw her over my shoulder and get her far away from here. There is this feeling of foreboding coming over me. This will be life-changing, and nothing will be the same after today. She stops at the base of the small hill. Her eyes are on Reese, who's starting to stir. I tug on my link to him gently, letting him know I'm here. He slowly raises his face and I flinch. They have taken one of his beautiful blue eyes, leaving a gaping hole. Eve goes to step towards him, but catches herself remembering Karina's words. She straightens her shoulders. State your terms, she growls out. You will hand over the kingdoms you already control. You will be at my beck and call, and there will be no further resistance. Oh, and you will hand over my son for his betrayal, the king demands. His betrayal, Eve laughs. Pot meat kettle. How long till you noticed he was missing when he was entombed? How long till you looked for him? You didn't care. You didn't even look. You left him to go mad. You already punished him by turning your back on your own son. So no, he will not be handed over for punishment. As for the rest, I have no kingdoms. I have claimed none officially, and if you want me to sit and bark for you on command, that's fine. But just remember, no wild animal can fully be tamed, and sometimes accidents just happen out of nowhere. Eve shrugs. How about these terms? You surrender now and I'll make your death fast, rather than the very extravagant death I have planned in my head. She grins fiercely at the king. There's my girl. You seem to think you have room for negotiation. You forget we hold your mate. You may have an army lurking around us, but just the two of us holding your mate to ransom will be enough to bring the destined ruler to her knees. What will you choose, granddaughter? Will you surrender it all to me to save him? Reese shakes his head violently. Don't you dare, Eve. Reese rests. I can almost hear the harsh beating of her heart as my own thumps uncomfortably. What she's going to do next is anyone's guess. There is of course another option, the king offers, smiling widely. We could just forego the negotiations, let you all die here together as one big happy family. No more pain or suffering, no worrying about what will happen. Oh yeah, like we are just going to let the two of you kill us. Eve snorts. The king clucks his tongue. Silly girl, it was never just the two of us. Asmodeus, I summon thee. Bellastini roars. I hear Carino gasp beside me. Ready your weapons, behead them fast, he calls out. An orange circle of flame forms beside Bellastini, rising higher than his own imposing height, before it recedes to a low simmer. revealing a behemoth of a man with glowing eyes and black horns protruding menacingly from the sides of his head. What the fouquet is that? I whisper. Call your army, Asmodeus. Belestini orders. The being in the ring of fire roars angrily and snarls, then swings his head to look at us in the distance and clenches his fist, letting his claws cut into his fleshy palm, dripping blood onto the ground. There is an eerie silence, then black rings form on the ground scattered around us, the ground inside them dropping out of existence to form gaping holes. Clawed hands scrabble over the sides, digging into the ground and pulling up the large bodies they belong to. Sharp teeth, glowing eyes, and dark horns adorn each creature rising from the abyss. I pull out my sword and hold it ready. Screams begin in the distance. Our army at the border being attacked. I can't help them now. This will all hinge on Eve's survival. I have to get to her. I roar and rush forward, swiping at the monstrosities rushing toward us. Claws rake at me as I race toward our lifeline. The king has a knife to Reese's neck as he argues with Eve. The orange-ringed beast stares, emotionlessly watching its brethren wreak havoc. Belestini is grinning, approaching Reese. Eve throws a knife at the king, just missing his heart as I swipe the head off another creature in my way. The king staggers a moment and grins fairly at her raising his sword. Belestini is reaching for Reese too. I yell as Eve dives towards them. I shove the last horn man out of my way as I throw myself at the sword, descending towards Reese and shove Eve out of the way. It hits my right lung with excruciating force. Eve screams. It's okay, kitten. I'm okay. I reassure her. Then I feel it. The break of the bond, and I roar. Crippling pain and panic hit my chest. I punch the king and pull myself free of the sword, looking for Eve. She's ashen-faced as she stares at me in sharp, still and unmoving eyes wide with pain. Oh my God, I fall to my knees. She screams again, a guttural heart-wrenching sob. Then she's moving, crawling in agony towards us, the noises of excruciating pain pouring from her mouth. The crippling pain in my heart keeps me immobile as I watch her crawl to me, screaming out her pain. I turn my head to Reese and see him staring sightlessly at the sky. Belestini grins as he watches Eve crawl. He mutters a few words and then opens a portal, taking the king with him. As soon as it closes, the monsters disappear too. I look back down at Reese, trying to will my arms to move, to pull him to me, to push the pain aside. I bound my heart to Reese and the pain is overwhelming. Eve bound her soul, and yet somehow she is crawling through her personal hell to get to her love. I feel tears run down my face as I watch her crawl to him, continuing to scream her grief. She reaches him and pulls him into her arms, screaming his name, screaming for him to come back to her, while I bawl like a baby at the sight of them. My mate lost to her grief and my other mate is gone. I couldn't save them. I wasn't enough. I have failed them both. Movement catches my eye and I see Reese's finger twitch. Hope soars inside me for a moment, but the pain in my heart tells me it is a lie. Realization dawns. He's turning. I warn the guys, panicking. Eve's so lost in her pain that she doesn't know. She doesn't see the danger. Two will fall but one will rise. Poppy had told us that in the prophecy. Reese has fallen but is certainly rising. Footsteps race for us. Hands pull her away from him and she fights against them. Other hands pull me further back. Reese struggles to get to his feet, uncoordinated, the black veins slowly starting to march his skin. His one blue eye, as unseeing as his missing one, lifeless, dull. He sniffs the air and turns toward us. Cyrus and Luca have Eve restrained as she fights to get to him. Carrot approaches her and strokes her cheek sadly. We must set him free, my angel. He wouldn't want this. He pulls a knife from his belt and strides towards the disoriented version of our mate. Carrot, don't, please, I beg you, don't do this. You can't take him from me. I will never forgive you. You can please, please, do not do this, she begs. I'm so sorry, my angel. None of us want to have to do this, but it's the last act of kindness we can give him. And then he plunges the knife into the back of Reese's head. Reese drops, boneless. Carrot quickly catches him, gently lowering him to the ground. Eve throws back her head and screams, her grief too much to hold inside, and Mikaida's gift rippling it out to all of us. As it overflows from her broken soul, it brings those of us present to our knees, and we all drown in her grief with her. Mikaida and Karino shuffle to her. Karino's fingers go to her temples, and Mikaida grabs her hands as they siphon enough to cork the spilling emotions, allowing Karino to grab her properly and whisper a spell, knocking her out. There is an eerie silence that surrounds us in the abrupt ending of Eve's screams. I don't even know how we move forward from this, or if we even can. I was right. After today, nothing will ever be the same. The end. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. This helps others discover the story too. Hit the bell icon for the latest updates, and stay tuned for more thrilling books.